Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. I can infinitely improve my spiritual attributes. Chapter 61. The Way of White Bones, The Way of White Bones. Zhou Shan murmured in a low voice. He seemed to have heard of it somewhere. By the way, Tiansheng sect. Zhou Shan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Tiansheng Zhao, this is the state religion of Daqian. The leader of the Tiansheng sect is even more respected as a national teacher, and can sit on an equal footing with Emperor Daqian. Within the Tiansheng sect, in addition to the leader, there are the 9 Avenue Masters, representing 9 different inheritances, and one of the 9 Avenue Masters is the White Bone Taoist. This person is a true disciple of the White Bone Way. Although the text on the stone wall is unclear in some places. But based on the context, it's easy to deduce the specific meaning. This true disciple of the White Bone Taoist surnamed Shui chased the remnants of the Great Zhou dynasty to the Kanglan River, and then encountered an ambush by the remnants of the Great Zhou dynasty. His soul was shattered and he was seriously injured. Although he escaped and did not die immediately, his life was short-lived. The Kanglan River drifted here. Kanglanjiang River is a large river thousands of miles long in Dakang County. The Baisha River is just one of the many branches of the Kanglan River, probably in the middle reaches. The true disciple of the White Bone Tao must have drifted from the uppermost reaches of the Kanglan River to the Baisha River. When he reached Shikatwo, his oil was exhausted, so he left his writings in this big crack. I hope that someone who is destined to come here can return his bones to the Tiansheng sect. Zhou Shan glanced around and found a colorful, palm-sized bag next to the skeleton. He picked it up and opened the hole to see something inside. But there is a mysterious force in the hole of the bag that prevents outside water from pouring into the bag. This mysterious force also prevented Zhou Shan from reaching into it, but when he used his mental power to investigate, he passed through the barrier formed by this mysterious force without any hindrance. The bone observation idea. Zhou Shan reached into the bag with his mental energy and discovered that there was a book made of unknown materials in the bag. On the cover of the book were written the words, White Bone Concept Method. Under the interference of mental power, the book flipped quickly, and the contents were directly imprinted into Zhou Shan's mind. This is a martial arts that cultivates the spirit. To be more precise, it is the method of cultivating immortality. There are 2 types of cultivation systems in this world, martial arts and immortality. Martial arts is a practical way of close combat. What is cultivated is the physical body, and what is improved are the 4 basic attributes of strength, defense, agility and physique. In the case of immortality, what is cultivated and strengthened is the mysterious and unpredictable soul, which is improved, spiritual attributes. According to what is said in the White Bone concept, if you want to cultivate immortality, you must first enter concentration. However, it is not an easy thing to enter samadhi. It requires a variety of trainings such as sitting meditation, quiet contemplation, and guidance to make your heart strong and focused, so that you can enter the state of samadhi. Compared with martial arts, it is much more difficult to get started in the immortal way. The practice of martial arts mainly involves training the physical body. Even if you have average qualifications, as long as you practice hard and keep up with the nutritional resources, it is not difficult to get started. No matter what, you can master some power. But to practice immortality, qualifications and understanding are extremely important. Without enlightenment, even if you practice for a lifetime, you will not be able to enter samadhi. If you have reached the level of trance, half an hour of sleep in the trance state is equivalent to the effect of 3 or 4 hours of normal sleep. Even if you are exhausted physically and mentally after a day's work, just half an hour of trance can eliminate physical and mental fatigue. Entering concentration in the immortal way is equivalent to the blood-strengthening level in the martial arts. As your meditation practice deepens, you will be able to feel the existence of the sea of spiritual consciousness in your mind, thus giving birth to spiritual power and possessing super powerful perception. This is the first level of super sense in cultivating immortality. The next step is to visualize the fundamental method, improve the concentration and shape of mental power, and reach a level where it can be released. This is the second level of divine power in cultivating immortals. Zhou Shan's spiritual attribute reaches 100 feet, the spiritual power in the sea of consciousness transforms, condenses into mist, and the spiritual power can also be released. This is the second level of divine power in cultivating immortals. After cultivating immortals and reaching the second level of divine power, you can practice various Taoist techniques. The spiritual mysticism that Zhou Shan practiced was a kind of Taoism. Immortal practitioners are much weaker physically than martial arts practitioners. Once they are approached by a martial artist, it is extremely dangerous. Therefore, pure immortal practitioners often need to practice for more than 10 years before the elders of the sect allow them to go down the mountain. However, practitioners who major in immortality often also practice boxing and kicking skills. Because of their strong spiritual connections, immortal practitioners have far better control over their physical bodies than ordinary people, so they can practice martial arts more quickly. However, it is extremely difficult to get started with Immortal Tao. Every practitioner who can step into the immortal path is 1 in a million, or even 1 in 100,000. The third level of immortality is condensation. Mental power is condensed into liquid droplets, capable of interfering with reality and lifting up real things in reality. Today's Zhou Shan is in the third realm of immortal cultivation, condensation liquid. The fourth level of cultivating immortals is refining gods. Refining the gods means condensing the yin gods. Once you reach this state, you can cultivate a human-shaped soul in the sea of spiritual consciousness. The humanoid soul can cultivate different forms of yin gods in the sea of spiritual consciousness according to the fundamental method of visualization of the immortal cultivation method. This is equivalent to the qi and blood phase in Shu Wu's fourth level of blood exchange. Cultivation of martial arts is to cleanse the marrow and exchange blood and create the qi and blood, while cultivating immortals is to condense the yin and god. Above the 4 realms of yin god, there are 5 realms, 6 realms, 7 realms, 8 realms, and 9 realms of immortal cultivation. Those who reach the 5th realm of martial arts are called masters, and those who reach the 5th realm of immortal cultivation are called magicians. Zhou Shan didn't know what realm this true disciple of the White Bone Tao had reached, but he thought that he had at least reached the 4th realm of immortal cultivation and was a cultivator who had condensed the yin god, and he might even be a magician who had reached the 5th realm. Moreover, this white bone visualization method can also be practiced all the way to the 5th realm. White bone visualization method, the method of cultivating immortals. After quickly reading the white bone visualization method, Zhou Shan was excited. For others, cultivating immortals requires a threshold, and whether they can enter a state of concentration depends entirely on their understanding. There are only 1 in 10,000 people who have the qualifications to cultivate immortals, or even 1 in 100,000, but for him, it is not a problem at all. With the talent of infinite spirit, even if he does not practice the immortal way, his spiritual attributes are improving every day. With such a gifted physique, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is born with an immortal body. Don't worry, senior, I will send your body back to Tiansheng sect. After Zhou Shan calmed down, he collected the body of the disciple of the White Bone sect named Shui, and then took away all the soul-nourishing fruits growing on the black vines outside. Although his current spiritual attribute has reached more than 300 points, the soul-nourishing fruit, as a second-level treasure plant, also has a certain effect on him, and should be able to improve a lot of spiritual attributes. Collect. After arriving on the black-sailed boat, Zhou Shan's spiritual power wrapped around the skeleton. Suddenly, the skeleton turned into a stream of light and entered a palm-sized bag. This bag is called a mustard bag, which is a special treasure made by cultivators. Although it has no attack power or defense power, it has its own space inside and can store items. The mustard bag in Zhou Shan's hand is about 5 meters long, wide and high, which can hold a lot of things. It is no problem to put a skeleton. Unfortunately, there is only a bone visualization method in the mustard bag, and no other items. However, it is also possible to think that this true disciple of the Tiansheng sect's bone path was ambushed and seriously injured. If there were any magic pills or other treasures, he would have taken them long ago. How could he leave them behind? Treasures such as attack and defense were probably damaged in the battle and could not be left. Putting the skeleton into the mustard bag, Zhou Shan began to practice the bone visualization method impatiently. Before, he didn't have any martial arts to cultivate his spirit, that is, the method of cultivating immortals. Now that he has it, Zhou Shan naturally wants to practice it. For ordinary people, their talents, qualifications, resources, etc. are limited, and they can only choose to practice either martial arts or immortals. Although immortal practitioners will practice martial arts to keep themselves, they are basically at the second or third level, not too advanced, and practice immortals as the main thing, and martial arts as a supplement. But for Zhou Shan, this problem does not exist. Moreover, Tiansheng sect is not a cult or a demon sect, but a famous and upright sect. As long as he says that he has obtained the inheritance of the true disciple of Shui of the White Bone sect, and as long as he shows the corresponding talent for cultivating immortals, then even if Tiansheng sect knows that he has practiced the White Bone visualization method, it is likely that he will be accepted into the sect. Although Zhou Shan has not practiced the method of cultivating immortals, his spiritual attributes have reached more than 300, so he practiced the method in the White Bone visualization method for visualization and soon entered the visualization state. Entering the state of visualization, Zhou Shan immediately saw his body begin to rot, emitting an unpleasant stench, and the flesh and blood on his body turned into pieces of rotten meat. There were white maggots crawling around in these rotten meats, and countless flies in the air were absorbed and landed on the rotten meat on his body. Seeing such changes, although he knew it was fake, Zhou Shan's mind still had a slight fluctuation. Facing death, he has not yet reached the point of being calm and facing it calmly. Is this the fear of death? In this world, there are very few people who can easily look down on life and death. Facing death, most people will be afraid and unwilling, and try their best to increase their lifespan and stay in the world forever. This has nothing to do with status, whether it is ordinary people or powerful people with great power. There has never been a shortage of emperors who want to live forever in all dynasties. Only by overcoming the fear of death can you practice the White Bone visualization method. Zhou Shan restrained his mind and let himself look down on life and death. The bone visualization method is to visualize yourself rotting all over, covered with maggots and flies, with your bones exposed, showing all kinds of horrors after the death of the flesh. Only by overcoming fear and eliminating your fear can you cultivate the bone visualization method. Once you cultivate the bone visualization method, you will be fearless and be able to eliminate your fear of death. If it were someone else, it would take a long time to enter a state of concentration, and then enter a state of concentration to visualize your own body decaying, and it would not be easy to overcome the fear in your heart. Zhou Shan's spiritual attribute has exceeded 300 points. If it is divided according to the realm in the immortal way, then he is now in the third realm of condensation. The spiritual power in the spiritual sea of consciousness has condensed into spiritual water beads, but the first time to practice the bone visualization method, there are some hesitations in my heart, not to mention ordinary people, it is even more difficult to cultivate the bone visualization method. However, it is still good to have a strong spirit. At least Zhou Shan saw through that this is an illusion and a falsehood. If the spiritual power of ordinary people is not strong, it will be difficult to distinguish between true and false, and they will sink into it and find it difficult to overcome the horror of death. If the mental will is weak, there may even be sequelae. After a while, Zhou Shan gathered his mind and gradually calmed down. At this time, Zhou Shan was calm and no longer affected by the appearance of the decay of the flesh. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. 1 point of spiritual attribute will be increased every day. Strength: 92. Defense: 91. Agility: 51. Constitution: 98. Spirit: 358. Martial arts: Giant Spirit 5 forms, Ox form perfect, Bear form perfect, Tiger form great success 84%, Turtle breathing 6th level perfect, Stone breaking fist perfect, Fish body method perfect. Taoism: White Bone visualization method 1st level 1%, Soul shocking technique 4th level 84%. In a moment, Zhou Shan opened the panel. The White Bone visualization method appeared on the attribute panel, and there was an additional Taoism category under the martial arts column. Soul shocking technique also appeared in the Taoism column. Martial arts can be divided into methods and skills. The same is true for the cultivation of immortals, which can be divided into methods and Taoist techniques. The bone visualization method belongs to the immortal method, which improves the basic attribute of spirit, while Taoist techniques, like martial arts, are means of attribute attack. The bone visualization method has been cultivated successfully. Looking at the bone visualization method that appeared on the attribute panel, Zhou Shan's eyes showed joy. As long as the practice is successful, it is not difficult for him to improve the realm of the bone visualization method with his spiritual attributes. Zhou Shan closed the panel and continued to practice. Time passed little by little. Unconsciously, light appeared on the horizon. Zhou Shan sat cross-legged on the black-sailed boat, absorbing strands of gentle spiritual energy into the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows to nourish the soul. Martial arts practice requires a lot of blood and food nutrients to replenish the body, so that the blood can be strengthened. The blood possessed by warriors does not come out of thin air. The same is true for the cultivation of immortals and strengthening the soul. To make the soul stronger, it is not out of thin air, but to absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world to strengthen the soul. In the past, Zhou Shan had a talent, so even if he did not absorb the spiritual energy of the world, he could improve his spiritual attributes and strengthen his soul. However, now that he has practiced the bone visualization method of the immortal method, Zhou Shan can also absorb spiritual energy from the world to nourish the soul and then transform it into mana when he runs the bone visualization method. The drops of liquid water in Zhou Shan's spiritual sea of consciousness are actually mana. All the Taoist techniques in the immortal way require mana to perform. However, Zhou Shan is special, with the talent of infinite spirit. Even if he does not practice the exercises, his spiritual attributes will be improved. After the spiritual attribute exceeds 100, the spiritual power in the spiritual sea of consciousness will automatically transform into mana. Almost. Seeing the light appearing in the sky, Zhou Shan slowly opened his eyes and ended his practice. Today, he will follow the Beixia County Wutongsheng to the county city's martial arts academy to study. White bone visualization method, 3rd level, 8%. Zhou Shan opened the attribute panel and took a look. At this time, the white bone visualization method has reached the 3rd level. The 4th year of Yongchang, February 19th. In the morning, a dark ironclad warship stopped at the commercial port dock. This is the latest naval warship developed by the Ministry of Industry of the Imperial Court. It is much stronger than the wooden building ship. Moreover, there are array runes carved and reinforced by immortal practitioners on the ironclad warship. It is a treasure. Even if an ordinary 2nd level bone forging warrior uses all his strength, he can only barely leave a trace on the ironclad warship. If you want to destroy the ironclad warship, at least a super first-class warrior with a blood exchange in the 4th level must take action. Moreover, even if a super first-class warrior with a blood exchange in the 4th level takes action, it will take some time to destroy the ironclad warship, unlike ordinary wooden building ships, which can be destroyed by ordinary warriors in the skin-grinding level. At present, in Dakion, only the elite of the Navy are equipped with such ironclad warships, and even among the Navy, there are not many such ironclad warships. If you want to popularize them, it will take some time. Moreover, even if it is popularized, it is at most an ordinary ironclad ship. It is impossible for every ironclad ship to be engraved with runes. Whether it is the Imperial Court or the Tiansheng sect, the number of immortal cultivators is limited. The martial arts students in Beixia County are all elites among the major forces. In order to prevent any accidents, the county government directly applied for an ironclad warship of the Navy to escort them. In the past, the Dakang County Navy would not approve the application of the Beixia County government. However, the demons of the Wusheng sect appeared in Beixia County and were likely to attack the martial arts students going to the county city, so the Dakang County Navy agreed to the request of the county government and sent an ironclad warship. Moreover, the Dakang County Navy has surrounded the Yunwu Lake and is ready to encircle and suppress the water bandits hiding in the Yunwu Lake. Since these water bandits are mixed with the Wusheng sect, whether they are voluntary or forced, it is impossible to let them go free like this, but the Yunwu Lake has a complex terrain and is shrouded in fog all year round, and the Navy scouts also need time to survey. After the Dakang County Navy's ironclad warship stopped at the port, Zhou Shan and other martial arts students who passed the child test came to the commercial port and boarded the ironclad warship one after another. Brother Zhou, you are really a busy man who is hard to invite. Today we are all going to the county city together, and I am lucky to have a chance to meet you. On the ironclad warship, more than 40 martial arts students from Beixia County gathered together and ate the breakfast prepared by the Dakang County Navy. Although it was said that the breakfast was prepared by the Dakang County Navy, the ingredients were all provided by Beixia County. The breakfast was very rich. In addition to various meats, there were also rare treasure fish and treasure beasts. At this time, more than 40 martial arts students from Baisha County were also divided into 3 different circles. One circle was dominated by the Bai family, surrounding Bai Kichao, the third son of the Bai family. The Bai family was the strongest force in Baisha, and it was a noble family with a heritage of more than 200 years. Many people in the family served as officials in the court. The highest official was the assistant garrison of the 5th Rank Coastal Defense Camp of Donghai Prefecture, and was the adjutant of the 1st Battalion in charge of coastal defense in Donghai Prefecture. There is an island country in the East China Sea, called Donggying. It is short of resources. When it encounters natural disasters, many people cannot survive and become pirates, plundering merchant ships on the sea, and sometimes even invading the counties in the coastal areas of Dakion. More than 200 years ago, the ancestors of the Bai family joined the army to eliminate pirates at that time and made great contributions, and were named sea officers. After generations of management, the Bai family gradually took root in the coastal defense camp. After each generation of outstanding disciples of the Bai family participated in the martial arts examination and gained fame, they would enter the coastal defense camp to train and cross the gold. From the 5th Rank Coastal Defense Camp to assist in the garrison, it is nothing in the entire Donghai Prefecture. But in Baisha County, it is a high-ranking official. The garrison in charge of military affairs in Dakang County is only the 5th rank. The other 2 circles are mainly Julingmen and Laming Martial Arts Hall. In the circle headed by Julingmen, Zhou Shan, as the disciple of the master, has the highest status, so it is naturally headed by Zhou Shan, while Laming Martial Arts Hall is headed by the young master Lin Rong. These 3 different circles were surrounded by more than a dozen people, talking and laughing. This is Mr. He-san of the fishing gang. Zhao Hu, his father is the chief tax officer of the Fish Market River. Sima Yan, the son of the leader of the herb collecting team of Meishan Medicine Shop. Zhou Shan sat in the main seat, and Feng Hao, the young master of Xinglong Escort Agency, introduced them one by one. Xinglong Escort Agency, this is also an industry of Julingmen, and the chief escort of the escort agency is Lin Yuanshang's junior brother, a first-class warrior at the peak of the 3rd realm of training organs, and he is a well-known figure in Baisha County. According to seniority, Feng Hao, the young master of Xinglong Escort Agency, called Zhou Shan, senior brother. Those who can sit here have some status in Baisha County. The status of Mr. He-san of the fishing gang is relatively low. The fame of martial arts students that everyone has obtained is basically recommended by officials, and there is no need to participate in any assessment. As long as there is an official of grade, it can be recommended. 1 person can be recommended from the 9th rank, 2 from the 9th rank, 5 from the 8th rank, and 10 from the 8th rank. The higher the rank of the official, the more people can recommend martial arts students. Moreover, even if they have not entered the court as officials, as long as they have obtained the title of martial arts candidate, they can also be recommended. This is the privileged class of Dakion. It is because of various privileges that the rich get richer and the strong get stronger, and these privileged classes are also closely connected with each other, either master-apprentice relationship, or in-laws, clansmen, classmates, etc. It can be said that more than 99% of the resources in this world are controlled by the privileged class of Dakion. Feng Hao introduced them one by one, and Zhou Shan smiled and nodded in response, which was considered to be acquaintance with everyone. Since becoming the leader of the River Patrol team, although he has not officially become a Zhengzhou grade River Patrol envoy, he receives various invitations to banquets every day. Zhou Shan didn't want to waste time on socializing. Therefore, except for the banquets organized by his 2nd senior brother Liu Xiaoj and his 3rd senior brother Sha Zhang, he refused all the other banquets. If he had time to socialize, he might as well practice more. The martial arts examination is coming soon. I am focused on staying at home to practice and prepare for war. I don't dare to go around for fun. Zhou Shan found an excuse. With senior brother Zhou's strength, passing the college examination is easy. Yes, Zhuang Yang, the leader of the Blood Leopard Water Bandits, is a second-rate warrior who has cultivated tiger bones. He is no match for senior brother Zhou. Passing the academy examination and becoming a martial arts scholar is a sure thing. If you ask me, even the provincial examination will not be able to defeat senior brother Zhou. According to the past situation, the chance of a second-rate warrior who has mastered the iron bones to pass the provincial examination and become a martial arts examiner is at least 80%, and the provincial examination is still more than half a year away. After such a long time, senior brother Joe's strength will definitely improve further. Quote. Everyone present complimented him one after another. Come, let's toast to senior brother Joe. A toast to senior brother Joe. Feng Hao raised his wine glass, and the others spoke in agreement. Thank you for your kind words. Zhou Shan smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand. Boom! The huge anchor was pulled up. The armored warship braved the wind and waves and sailed away from the commercial port of Baisha County. After breakfast, Zhou Shan came to the private room on the armored battleship. The private room on the ship is quite spacious, with an area of more than 20 square meters and a height of nearly 3 meters. It is surrounded by steel, but it is framed with spices and wrapped in fur, making it look rich and luxurious. Only Zhou Shan, Bai Qichao and Lin Rong can live in such elegant rooms alone, while the rest of Wu Tongsheng live in standard rooms. Zhou Shan sat cross-legged, then took out the soul-nourishing fruit from the mustard seed bag and swallowed it. When the soul-nourishing fruit enters the stomach, it does not require too much refining at all. It melts quickly and then turns into a cool air flow flowing through the body. Zhou Shan performed the white bones contemplation method, and the cool breath formed by the soul-nourishing fruit was immediately attracted by a force, flowing along the meridians towards the head, and then poured into the sea of spiritual consciousness, nourishing the soul. Suddenly, Zhou Shan felt an indescribable sense of joy. This is not a physical feeling of relief, but a spiritual feeling of relief. As this power was absorbed by the soul, Zhou Shan could clearly feel that the soul was growing. Time passed little by little. Half an hour later, Zhou Shan completely absorbed the energy contained in a soul-nourishing fruit. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. Every day, 1 point of spiritual attribute will be added. Strength: 92. Defense: 91. Agility: 51. Constitution: 98. Spirit: 360. Martial arts: Giant Spirit 5-shaped Kung Fu, Bull-shaped Perfection, Bear-shaped Perfection, Tiger-shaped Dacheng 84%, Turtle Breath Kung Fu 6 levels Perfection, Gravel Fist Perfection, Swimming Fish Body Technique Perfection. Taoism: White Bone Observation Technique 3 levels 10%, Soul Deterrence Technique 4th level 84%. Zhou Shan opened the properties panel and took a look. A soul-nourishing fruit improves the mental attributes a little. This is also because Zhou Shan's spiritual attributes are too strong. If an ordinary warrior were to refine the soul-nourishing fruit, it would be able to improve several points of spiritual attributes. The higher a person's cultivation level, the same kind of treasure plant would have different effects. For example, if ordinary people take the first-level treasure fish red-backed soury, it can strengthen their qi and blood. However, if it is taken by a first-level skin-grinding warrior who has already broken through the limit once, the amount of qi and blood that can be strengthened is naturally limited. Zhou Shan still has 15 soul-nourishing fruits in his hand, and he can continue to increase his spiritual attributes by another 15 points. Close the panel. Zhou Shan stayed in his private room and continued to practice. The time of practice passes quickly. In a blink of an eye, night falls. We're almost at Eagle Canyon. Zhou Shan refined all 15 soul-nourishing fruits and ended his practice. He looked outside through the window of the private room. On both sides were mountains instead of flat land, and the water flow became more rapid. In the mountains on both sides, there were faint roars of beasts. Calculating the time, with such terrain, we are almost at the Eagle Gorge and the Baisha River. Enemy attack. Enemy found. Quote. At this moment, the soldiers on the armored battleship sounded the alarm. Really, Zhou Shan's heart trembled when he heard the soldiers' alarm. He knew that this trip to the county town would not be smooth sailing. Unexpectedly, they were attacked on the first day. But Zhou Shan did not panic. This time, not only were the masters of Dakang County Navy, but also his master Lin Yuanshang was hiding in secret, so Zhou Shan did not use his mental power to investigate. There are countless masters hidden in the armored battleships. Once he uses his mental power, he will definitely be exposed immediately. Boom! At this moment, Zhou Shan felt a powerful burst of energy and blood outside the armored battleship. He looked outside, and 5 terrifying beasts of blood, bull, bear, tiger, snake, and whale, appeared in the void, exuding a ferocious, domineering, wild, and world-devouring aura. This was the first time Zhou Shan saw Lin Yuanshang burst out with all his energy and blood. It was much stronger than the several top-notch warriors he had seen when the water bandits invaded the county. Whether it was Lin Lei, the master of the Lei Ming martial arts school, or Xie Dongtian, the leader of the Golden Lion water bandits, the energy and blood erupted by them were not as powerful as Lin Yuanshang. This is the power of 5 blood exchanges. Zhou Shan felt that the majestic, vigorous power of qi and blood had a strong suppressive force on the spiritual mana. In the face of the powerful qi and blood, the spiritual mana he possessed dissipated as soon as it rushed away. There is really a big difference between the two. Currently, he is only in the 3rd realm of immortal cultivation, while Lin Yuanshang is in the 4th realm of martial arts. He has also undergone blood exchanges 5 times. The majestic qi and blood have created 5 different qi and blood phases. I think to fight against the 5 qi and blood aspects, the immortal cultivator must reach the 4 realms of divine refining and condense the 5 yin gods. Lin Yuanshang, your opponent is me. Along with this sound, there was a terrifying demonic energy that shot straight into the sky like a storm and condensed into a terrifying demonic cloud. Roar, the ferocious violent ape, the black demon tiger, the 3-headed demon wolf, the flying giant eagle, and the 1,000-legged centipede. As roars rang out, 5 powerful qi blood figures rushed out from the demon cloud. This is also a demon warrior who has undergone 5 blood exchanges, but the 5 energy and blood phases are more like monsters. At the same time, several other places also had powerful blood and demonic energy eruptions. The aftermath of the battle between the top-notch warriors of the 4 realms blood exchange was like a terrible storm and tsunami. If it were an ordinary ship, it would have been lifted up or even sunk long ago. Fortunately, Zhou Shan and others were in the ironclad warship. As long as they were not subjected to the frontal attack of the top-notch warriors of the 4 realms blood exchange, the aftermath that spread out would not be able to overturn the ironclad warship. Zhou Shan didn't know how much the ironclad warship weighed, but it must have weighed thousands of tons. Even if the top-notch warriors attacked head-on, they basically broke the surface with a point and destroyed an area. Rumble. At this moment, there was suddenly a thunder that shocked the world and resounded in all directions. Zhou Shan saw a blue sea of thunder pouring down from the sky outside the window, like the wrath of heaven. The power of thunder represents the power of heaven. In front of this thunder force, any power in the world seems a little insignificant, making people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Just like a small animal encountering an earthquake, facing the natural disaster, there is no power to resist. Lin Lei, the owner of the Thunder Martial Arts School. No, Lin Lei's blood phase can't be so terrible. Zhou Shan shook his head. He had seen the owner of the Thunder Martial Arts School, Lin Lei, take action. Although the Thunder Beast phase condensed by Lin Lei contained the power of thunder, it was nothing compared to the Thunder Sea in front of him. Moreover, Zhou Shan did not feel the blood power from this Thunder Sea. Instead, he felt a vast and majestic magic power. This was a 4th-level spiritual cultivator who practiced the immortal way. Ying Tiandao. In the Thunder Sea, the demon warrior of the Wusheng sect roared. Ying Tiandao. Hearing the roars of the demon warriors of Wusheng cult, Zhou Shan knew which force had taken action. Tianshengjiao is the state religion of Daqian, and its system is as huge as the 6 branches of the imperial court, with a total of 9 main branches. Each main line represents a different Taoism. The white bone Tao inheritance he received is one of the 9 Tao traditions. Ying Tiandao is also one of them. At this time, the blue sea of thunder that appeared outside was manifested by the magic power of Ying Tiandao's 4-level god refining monks. It was really terrifying, and in terms of power, it was much more powerful than Lin Yuanshang, who had exchanged blood 5 times. In the blue sea of thunder, you can see huge Yin Shen Faxiong looming. But just staring at the Yin Shen Dharma in the thunder sea for a while, Zhou Shan felt that the sea of spiritual consciousness was shaking, and he was hit by an invisible force. His head was a little dizzy, so he immediately withdrew his gaze. This is the Yin Shen Dharma condensed by the 4-realm god refining monks, and it contains terrifying spiritual power. This is true for all immortal practitioners who have reached the 3rd level of liquid condensation. Ordinary warriors cannot look directly at the Yin Shen Dharma in the Thunder Sea. It is the pressure from the divine soul level. Ordinary warriors cannot bear it at all. Even if it is directly, it is difficult to even see, and will be knocked unconscious by the power of the soul emanating from the Yin Shen Dharma. This is just the aftermath of the mana spread by the Yin Shen Dharma. If it is used against a warrior, even a top-notch warrior who has practiced internal organs in the third realm, he will only be killed in an instant, and his body's energy and blood will not be able to be stimulated at all. Only super first-class warriors who have reached the 4 realms of blood exchange have the power to fight against the Yin Shen Dharma. Ying Tian Dao, after all, you have inherited the Taoist tradition for thousands of years, and you are willing to be Da Qian's minions. You have really brought shame on the ancestors of all generations. Today's revenge has been recorded by this protector. I will let you go for the time being. I will let you go tomorrow. I will take your life. Withdraw. After the words fell, Wushengjiao, the 5-time blood-changing demon warrior, disappeared instantly. Seeing this, the rest of the Wusheng sect could only retreat. Haha, come whenever you want, leave whenever you want, it's not that easy, just stay with me. Ying Tiandao monk snorted coldly. Immediately afterwards, the blue sea of thunder in the void turned into a giant thunder hand, blasting towards the escaping Wusheng cult demon warrior. The demon warrior who exchanged blood 5 times was able to escape with his life, but the other demon warriors who exchanged blood were not so lucky. The bodies of 2 demon warriors exploded in the void like watermelons, and the blood mixed with the demonic energy turned into a rain of blood. However, before this blood rain fell into the river, the demonic energy in it was purified by a force of thunder, leaving only pure energy and blood. If mixed with the demonic energy, it fell into the Beisha River. I don't know how much creatures will be polluted and turned into monsters. 2 demon warriors from the Wusheng cult ran fast, but they were also hit by a bolt of thunder and were seriously injured. Among the 5 demon warriors from the Wusheng sect who attacked this time, the demon warrior who exchanged blood 5 times suffered some minor injuries. The other 4 suffered 2 deaths and 2 serious injuries. The 2 demon warriors who were seriously injured were injured in a short period of time. It's impossible to come out to cause trouble. This Yingtian Dao monk is so powerful. Zhou Shan was secretly shocked. This is a demon warrior who has exchanged blood in 4 realms. Although it was just a blood exchange, facing the monks who responded to the way of heaven, they were killed without any resistance. The opponent had at least 5 times of God refining, and maybe even 6 times of God refining. As the demon warriors of Wusheng sect retreated, Ying Tiandao monk and Lin Yuanshang also took back the Yin Shen Dharma and Qi and blood. The sky outside immediately returned to calm. Keep going. This incident was just a small episode. The armored battleship continued to move forward. After traveling for a while, they entered the core area of Eagle Gorge. The armored warship also threw the cattle and sheep tributes that had been prepared into the river to avoid being attacked by water monsters. Eagle Gorge is home to a great demon that has reached the 5th level. This is an agreement reached between the powerful men of the Imperial Court and the great demon of Eagle Gorge. The water monsters of Eagle Gorge are not allowed to leave the prescribed waters at will and harm people wantonly. If merchant ships want to cross safely, they must provide cattle and sheep as tribute. Although there are monks from Yingtian Dao in the armored battleship, they still have to act in accordance with the agreement. Otherwise, if the great demon of the 5 realms is offended, no one in the armored battleship will be able to escape. So many monsters. Zhou Shan did not release any spiritual power to detect, but just relied on his strong spirit to sense many spirits and monsters wandering around. It's just that these monsters seemed to have received orders and only ate the cattle and sheep tributes thrown into the river by the Navy soldiers in the armored battleships and did not attack the armored battleships. If there is no restraint, these monsters of the 1st and 2nd realms that have not activated their spiritual intelligence will inevitably attack the armored battleship. With an ample supply of cattle and sheep, the armored warship successfully passed through the Eagle Gorge. Another day passed. Dekang County City is here. Zhou Shan's hearing was sharp and he heard the noise coming from a distant place. From Beisha County to Dekang County, it would take 3 or 4 days for an ordinary merchant ship to travel. But the armored warship was faster, so it only took 2 days to reach Dekang County. In other words, we arrived at the county town in the evening of the next day, before the sun went down. Zhou Shan left the elegant room and came to the deck of the armored battleship. Senior Brother Zhou. On the deck, Feng Hao, Zhao Hu, Sima Yan and others all came up to greet Zhou Shan when they saw him. "Everyone, please feel free." Zhou Shan waved his hand and looked forward. Then, he saw a majestic city and a towering mountain. This towering mountain is located at the intersection of two rivers. The Baisha River merges into the Kanglin River here, and the Dakang County city is located between the mountains and rivers, and even on the mountains, there are buildings and palaces. Baisha County is divided into the outer city and the inner city. The outer city is where ordinary people live, and some rich and powerful people live in the inner city. The Dakang County city is similar. It's just that Dakang County city does not have a city wall. Only some small counties will build city walls to prevent some mountain bandits from attacking. But in Dakang County city, there are martial arts masters and immortal masters who have reached the 5th realm. If there is really an enemy that can threaten Dakang County, then even the city wall can't stop it. The people living on both sides of the river are basically warriors, merchants, farmers, workers, etc. with good records. The outskirts of the county city are similar to the shanty towns in Baisha County, inhabited by fishermen, woodcutters, hunters and other low-class people. Only those with official titles are qualified to live in the mountains. The buildings and palaces on the mountains also look more luxurious and magnificent. After a while, the ironclad warship docked at the dock. Zhou Shan got off the boat with the crowd and went to the County City Martial Arts Academy. These martial arts students must first report to the County City Martial Arts Academy and go through the admission procedures. Dakang County City. On the majestic mountain, there are many palace buildings, such as buildings, Taoist temples, and towers. Yingtian Dao, one of the 9 great traditions of the Tiansheng sect, established a Yingtian temple on the mountain. The official Taoist priests of Yingtianguan have Taoist status, which is the same as the scholar status, and they belong to the privileged class. The Martial Arts Academy in the county is also on a mountain in the south of the city. "Master, I'm going to the Martial Arts Academy first." Seeing Lin Yuanshang's figure, Zhou Shan stepped forward. "Go ahead, I'll also meet some old friends." Lin Yuanshang nodded. Soon, Zhou Shan followed everyone to the foot of the mountain where the Martial Arts Academy is located. The mountain peak is not very high, only about 600 or 700 meters. At the foot of the mountain, there is a neatly laid out stone step leading directly to the mountain. There are dense shades of trees on both sides of the stone step. Everyone climbed up the steps. With the strength of a group of martial arts students, they reached the top of the mountain in less than a cup of tea. Looking back at the foot of the mountain, Dakang County City is at the bottom. At the pier in the distance, rows of high-rise boats are parked, which looks quite spectacular. At the end of the stone steps, there is a building. Martial Arts Academy. In front of the building, there is a tall stone archway. On this stone archway, there are 2 big characters written, Martial Arts Academy. "Which county are you Wudong students from?" At this time, a waiter in green clothes from the Martial Arts Academy came forward and asked. "Baisha County." Someone answered. "Come with me to go through the admission procedures." The green-robed waiter nodded and led everyone to a large hall. Everyone lined up, registered, and then assigned courtyards. During the 3 months of studying in the Wuyuan, Wu Tongsheng can live in the Wuyuan. Of course, it doesn't matter if he doesn't live in the Wuyuan, or even after registering, he doesn't have to come. All you need to do is come for the graduation exam in 3 months. The so-called academy examination is the graduation assessment of martial arts students from the Martial Arts Academy. With this upward path controlled by privileged classes such as nobles and nobles, a group of martial arts students from various counties came to the Martial Arts Academy to study. Even if it was just a formality, they all regarded it as a way to meet new friends and expand their social network. One channel, the main thing to learn is some of the latest policies of the imperial court. This is the same as county-level cadres and municipal-level cadres in previous lives going to party schools for training. After completing the admission procedures, each Wu Tongsheng left the Wuyuan and went to attend the banquet. It didn't take long. Zhou Shan also received the invitation. In his hand, he held an invitation. This was sent by Lu Lingwan, the daughter of the Lu family. That is, the Lu family, the richest businessman in Dakang County, was born from the second senior brother Lu Sheoj. When he was in Baisha County, at a party, Lu Sheoj joked that he wanted to introduce his sister to him. Zhou Shan thought it was just a joke, but he didn't expect that Lu Lingwan had just arrived in the county. Invitation. Go or not, Zhou Shan was thinking in his heart. Upon learning that he had come to the county town, Lu Lingwan specially held a welcome party. If it were anyone else, Zhou Shan might have declined. But this was an invitation from Lu Xiaoge's sister. Lu Xiaoge was usually very kind to him. When they met for the first time, he just gave him a house in the inner city worth 10,000 taels of silver. No matter what, he had to give some to his second senior brother, Face. Moreover, Lu Lingwan held a welcome party for him, and the second senior brother Lu Xiaoge's Face must have been involved. The head of the Lu family has many wives and concubines, and Lu Xiaoge is not the only one with a son. But Lu Xiaoge and Lu Lingwan are biological brothers and sisters, and their relationship is naturally very good. After thinking for a while, Zhou Shan decided to attend the church meeting. Lead the way. Zhou Shan left the martial arts hall with the waiter who came to deliver the invitation. 2/4 of an hour later, Zhou Shan came to Bajun Tower. The Bajun Tower in the county town is much more luxurious than the Bajun Tower in Baisha County. It covers an area of dozens of acres and is equivalent to a fashion in the county town. Not only can you eat and drink delicious food, but you can also listen to music. A place for dancing, gambling and other fun. It can be seen that in the Bajun Tower, there are 5-story pavilions, all of which are carved with jade and splendidly decorated. The slaves standing in front of the door are all brightly dressed and tall, strong qi and blood. At the entrance of Bajun Tower, there is a large open space specially used for parking carriages, sedan chairs, etc. Those who can come to Bajun Tower to spend money are either rich or expensive, and even ordinary wealthy people are discouraged. Although Zhou Shan came to the Bajun Tower in the county town for the first time, there is also a Bajun Tower in Baisha County. Basically, he consumes hundreds of taels of silver every time. In the Bajun Tower in the county town, the consumption will only be higher. Not to mention, holding a party in Bajun building would cost tens of thousands of taels of silver. Ordinary wealthy families really can't afford to spend money in Bajunlu. Bajun Tower is the largest gold-selling cave in the county. It is no exaggeration to say that gold is being made every day. Zhou Shan was wearing Wu Tongsheng's clothes. Naturally, no one stopped him, and he successfully entered the Bajun building. There were magnificently decorated attics inside, and there were corridors in the air that connected these attics. In addition, there are gardens, rockeries, pools, etc. In the pool, there are several kinds of highly ornamental treasure fish swimming around in it, and there is also a refreshing aroma permeating the void. There is a place for listening to music and watching dancing in Bajunlu, but the women inside are all upright officials, proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and their poetry and songs are not inferior to those of scholars and literati. They only sell their skills, not their bodies. Ordinary flesh trade is a rare and elegant place in Bajunlu. If you really like a woman, you will spend a lot of money to redeem her. There is no flesh trade in Bajunlu. Sir, please come this way. After Zhou Shan showed the invitation, a waiter took him to the depths of Bajunlu. After turning around, a spacious flower hall appeared in front of him. In the flower hall, there were many young men and women, all wearing precious silk and satin. The men had jade pendants hanging around their waists, and they were majestic. The women had beautiful buns on their heads and precious pearl hairpins. Some wore golden necklaces on their necks and golden bracelets on their wrists, shining brightly, while others wore white pearls and jade bracelets in their hands, with elegant temperament. Zhou Shan glanced at the crowd and suddenly saw a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament. So beautiful, Zhou Shan was attracted unconsciously at the first glance. But the next second, his spirit surged, and the bone visualization method started to work automatically. Suddenly, Zhou Shan's soul became clear, and in his eyes, the face of the beautiful woman aged rapidly, becoming as wrinkled as tree bark. Her body began to rot, white maggots crawled around in it, and even began to emit a foul smell, revealing the bones. Is this a charm, or a natural charm? After this visualization, Zhou Shan's eyes immediately became dull, thinking in his heart. Charm technique, like the soul-destroying technique, is a Taoist technique. As for the natural charm, it is a gift, just like what people often say about natural divine power, natural sword bones and other special physiques. With this kind of physique, practicing charm is twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, people who are naturally charming can practice higher-level charm skills and bless them for a long time, becoming a natural quality that does not require pre-casting. Charm skills, whether physical or mental, have a casting process. With the same level of cultivation, or with a firm mind, it is easy to detect and resist. However, there is no spell casting process or spell casting consciousness in the art of charm. Only women who are naturally charming can practice it, and it grows automatically over time. In the long history, there have been many kings of a country who only loved beauties but not the country. These beauties are basically all naturally charming. It can be seen from this that the charm of a naturally charming person is so great that even the king of a country cannot resist it. Zhou Shan had reached the third realm of immortality. When he saw this beautiful and fragrant woman, his soul was attracted unconsciously. However, the moment his soul was affected, the white bone observation concept started to work automatically. This beautiful and fragrant woman immediately turned into a red and pink skeleton in his eyes. The white bones contemplation may sound a bit unrighteous, but it is a true Buddhist contemplation. The white bone path, one of the 9 great traditions of the Tiansheng sect, also belongs to Miao Zhenzhenghong's Buddhist lineage. Immortal practitioner. Zhou Shan can be sure that this beautiful and fragrant woman is a practitioner of the immortal way. Otherwise, even if you have a natural charm, if you don't practice the corresponding charm skills to further improve your temperament, ordinary people will sink when they see it, but it will be difficult to affect the monks with powerful souls. In the concept of white bones, the beautiful and fragrant woman is just a pink skeleton in Zhou Shan's eyes. Her soul is firm and does not allow the outside world to confuse his senses, so he does not look too much at her. Stay. His eyes swept around the flower hall. Soon, Zhou Shan found Lu Lingwan in the flower hall. Second senior brother Lu Xiaoj showed him a portrait of his sister Lu Lingwan. It was not much different from the portrait. She had black hair with crows, a string of white jade hairpins stuck in her bun, fair skin, beautiful eyes and white teeth, and a beautiful face. Even in the era when beauty was prevalent in the previous life, she was still a beauty. In the flower hall, most of the young men and women were surrounding the beautiful woman, while Lu Lingwan was sitting alone not far away enjoying tea. When Zhou Shan discovered Lu Lingwan's eyes were also looking at him. Miss Lu. Zhou Shan stepped forward to say hello. Young Master Zhou is indeed extraordinary. He is actually immune to the influence of my senior sister. Seeing Zhou Shan, who was burly and full of fierceness, walking over, Lu Lingwan started to praise and said, "You know, my senior sister is a true disciple of the Tianxiang sect. After practicing Tian Shang Yun Luo Jing, the Junzong Kung Fu, he has reached the 3rd level of immortal realm condensation, and is naturally charming. No matter he is a man or a woman, he will be involuntarily attracted to his senior sister when they meet for the first time, and Mr. Zhou can get rid of it just by looking at it. The will of the soul is really firm, the energy and blood are strong, and it is not affected by external things. In this year's martial arts competition, Mr. Zhou will definitely shine and become famous in Donghai Mansion." Quote. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Shan knew that Lu Lingwan was paying attention to him as soon as he stepped into the flower hall. He only knew a little about Tianxiang sect. It was a famous sect in Donghai Mansion. It was not surprising that the sect had immortal cultivation techniques. However, Tianxiang sect had always only accepted women. Lu Lingwan became a member of Tianxiang sect and was a member of Tianxiang sect, disciple. It turns out that she is a high disciple of Tianxiang sect. No wonder her temperament is extraordinary. Zhou Shan also praised her, and then said, "But in my opinion, Miss Lu is not inferior to your senior sister. She is naturally beautiful and has her own merits." When the two met for the first time, they both started exchanging business blows. After a few polite words, Lu Lingwan said, "Mr. Zhou, my brother wants to bring us together and let us get to know you. You are also very good, but I already have someone I like." Lu Lingwan's character is straightforward and has no pretense. "Ms. Lu, it seems that we have the same idea. I have no intention of getting married for the time being." Hearing this, Zhou Shan also smiled and said. Hearing Lu Lingwan say this, he felt relieved. He had no idea of getting married at all, and coming here this time was just a formality, but if he was the first to say rejection, it would hurt the girl's heart. "If young Master Zhou is willing, I can introduce senior sister to you." Lu Lingwan thought that Zhou Shan was rejected by her, so she said that she had no idea of getting married. She continued, "But if you really want to pursue senior sister, then you need to work harder. There are many people chasing after senior sister, and you must at least become a martial arts scholar to have a chance. If that doesn't work, I still have several best friends who I can introduce to you. My girlfriends don't have high requirements. As long as you get the title of martial arts scholar, there is basically no problem." Quote, "Ms. Liu, I am determined to pursue martial arts, and I really have no plans to get married." Zhou Shan shook his head and said, "Real." Lu Lingwan confirmed. "Real." Zhou Shan nodded. "Okay, when you want to get married, tell me and I'll introduce you. You must have heard of the reputation of Tianxiang sect. There are young and beautiful female disciples in the sect, and they are of extraordinary origin. They are either from a scholarly family or a rich family. They will never humiliate you." Lu Lingwan smiled and said, "Come on, I'll introduce you to some friends. Mr. Zhou, this is the son of the Zhang family, the head of the Thief Sao division. This is the son of the Wang family, the head of the Household Sao division. This is the son of the Ji family, the head of the Gong Sao division. This is the young master of the Zongyang Earls family. This is the true disciple of Kanglin's sword sect." Quote. Lu Lingwan introduced Zhou Shan to a group of young men who were at the party today. These young men are basically the sons of the powerful in Dakang County. The biggest official in Dakang County is naturally the county governor, followed by the county chancellor and the garrison commander. The relationship between these three is the county master, the county chancellor and the county lieutenant, which is an upgraded version of these three. The office of the county governor, the county chancellor and the garrison commander is called a mansion. For example, the county magistrate's office, the garrison office, etc. In addition, there is also a yamen where the general of the county navy is located, which is also called the general's office. The various government offices below are called KOC. For example, the Zai KOC, Hu KOC, Gong KOC, etc. To put it simply, the county magistrate's office is the city government, and the Zukao departments below belong to the bureaus. The chief officer of the ZUKOC is the Sizu, who is a 6th rank official. Below him are the heads of various departments, who are all 7th rank officials. Their official positions are the same as those of the county magistrate of a county, but in a county, only the county magistrate is a 7th rank official, while in the county city, there are dozens of officials who have reached the 7th rank and above. This is my senior sister Chen Yunyan. Zhou Shan listened to Lu Lingwan's introduction and greeted the sons of officials and nobles one by one. When introducing Chen Yunyan, Zhou Shan nodded slightly, his eyes were calm, no different from treating ordinary women, and he was not attracted by the unique charm contained in Chen Yunyan. Seeing Zhou Shan's calm eyes and not staying on her too much made Chen Yunyan a little surprised. For a moment, she even suspected that her charm was ineffective. Since practicing Tianxiang Yunluo Jing, Chen Yunyan knew how charming she was. Even the top-notch warriors who had exchanged blood in the 4th realm would be attracted and lose their minds for a short time when they saw her. Not to mention the young man with strong blood. But Zhou Shan looked at her with a calm look, without the slightest fluctuation, as if he was looking at a stone. She even saw the color of disgust in Zhou Shan's eyes. Chen Yunyan suspected that she had seen it wrong. The other party was actually disgusted with her. However, in Zhou Shan's eyes, Chen Yunyan was not a beautiful woman, but a skeleton covered with rotten flesh and skin, which naturally made Zhou Shan dislike her. "What's your name, sir?" As soon as Chen Yunyan opened her mouth, it was like the sound of nature, crisp and pleasant, making people feel relaxed and happy. Charm techniques not only affect vision, but also sound, fragrance, etc., affecting hearing and smell. All 5 senses of a person will be affected by charm techniques. Chen Yunyan's voice was not only pleasant, but also accompanied by a unique fragrance, exhaling like orchids, as if it was the fragrance of hundreds of flowers. After smelling it, people's pores all over their bodies opened up, and they felt an indescribable comfort. But this was what others experienced. In Zhou Shan's eyes, the sound of Chen Yunyan's opening was like a fierce ghost screaming and roaring, very harsh, and it was not a fragrance that was emitted, but a stench with a corrosive smell. "Sister, this is my brother's junior, Mr. Zhou Shan, from the dueling sect." Hearing Chen Yunyan asking Zhou Shan's name, Lu Lingwan immediately joked, Sister, could it be that you have taken a fancy to Mr. Zhou? Mr. Zhou is a little special, different from others. Seeing that Zhou Shan was not affected by her charm at all, Chen Yunyan also had strange thoughts in her heart. No way, sister, are you really interested in Mr. Zhou? Lu Lingwan said in surprise. She and her sister have attended many banquets, even with the sons of the rich and powerful families of Donghai Prefecture, but no one could interest her sister. She never expected that her sister would be interested in Zhou Shan. As soon as these words came out, a group of young masters around them all looked at Zhou Shan with jealous eyes. Sure enough, women are the source of trouble. Zhou Shan frowned slightly when he noticed the eyes of the young masters around him. Chen Yunyan has a natural charm. No matter where she goes, she will attract a large number of opposite genders. Anyone who gets too close to Chen Yunyan will be targeted by all the young masters. Since ancient times, there are many examples of women causing trouble. Now, Zhou Shan is regarded as a rival in love by these young masters. Miss Lu, I have something to do. Let's meet again when we are free another day. Zhou Shan used the best strategy of running away from the 36 strategies. He didn't want to be too involved with Chen Yunyan, nor did he want to waste time fighting with a group of young masters. Mr. Zhou, since you are here, don't leave in a hurry. At this time, a young man wearing silver silk walked out of the crowd and said with a smile, "This welcome party was held for you by Miss Lu. As the host, how can you leave so soon? If others know, they will think that we are not treating you well. Since everyone is here, why don't we play a little game?" Dakian is a country based on military power. This year is the year of military examinations. Riding, archery, and dancing are required items. There is a martial arts training ground in Bajun building. Why don't we compete in archery? This is a good idea. The young masters nodded one after another. What do you think, Mr. Zhou? The eyes of all the young masters were all looking at Zhou Shan. It was obvious that they didn't like Chen Yunyan's attitude towards Zhou Shan, but it was not easy to get angry directly, so they wanted to use the little game of archery to severely lose Zhou Shan's face and attract Chen Yunyan's attention. Not interested, Zhou Shan was not fooled at all, and had no interest in playing with these young masters here. He turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute, since Mr. Zhou is not interested in archery, how about a competition? The young man in silver silk said, Mr. Zhou is a martial arts student, so I think he is quite strong. I just want to learn a few tricks from him. Sumu, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately provoking trouble? At this time, Lu Lingwan also felt that something was wrong and said coldly. Miss Lu, don't be angry. I am not deliberately provoking trouble. I am just itching to learn a few tricks from Mr. Zhou. The young man named Sumu smiled and said. At this time, everyone else was standing behind Sumu, waiting for a good show. Sumu, are you from the Vajra sect? Zhou Shan looked at the young man in silver silk and remembered Lu Lingwan's introduction before. Before coming to the county city, the third brother Sha Zhang briefly told him about some forces in the county city, especially several forces that had a feud with the dueling sect, and the Vajra sect was one of them. The Vajra sect, like the dueling sect, is a martial arts school. The current leader of the Vajra sect participated in the martial arts examination in the same year as Lin Yuanshang, but when participating in the provincial examination, the leader of the Vajra sect lost to Lin Yuanshang and only obtained the title of Wu Shokai. The leader of the Vajra sect was too narrow-minded, so he held a grudge against Lin Yuanshang. So, from that time to now, whenever a disciple of the dueling sect came to the county martial arts academy, he would be challenged by the disciples of the Vajra sect, who wanted to regain their ground by suppressing the disciples of the dueling sect. The grievances between the two sides accumulated little by little, and they became bigger and bigger. Yes, I am a disciple of the Vajra sect. Su Mu narrowed his eyes and said provocatively with a smile, if Mr. Zhou is unwilling to fight with me and admits defeat, doesn't it mean that the dueling sect is not as good as our Vajra sect? Su Mu, you are 23 years old this year, 5 years older than Zhou Shan, how dare you ask for a competition? Lu Lingwan said coldly, when my brother came back for the new year, why didn't you ask him to compete with him? My brother is also a disciple of the dueling sect. Faced with Su Mu's provocation, Lu Lingwan also spoke to defend Zhou Shan. Although the two of them did not succeed in the blind date, because of her brother, she was obviously closer to Zhou Shan, so she naturally had to come forward to defend him. Miss Liu is right. If I take action, it would be bullying the weak. Su Mu said. Let me let my junior brother take action. He is also a martial arts student this year. Both sides are the same age, so it's fair. Master Zhou, my junior brother is a martial arts student in the same class as you. If you don't do this, you wouldn't dare to compete. Of course, if you were really scared, as long as you personally say that the giant spirit sect is not as good as the Vajra sect, then it is okay not to compare. Although it will be a bit embarrassing for the giant spirit sect, it is still better than yourself in the public, with so many people. Embarrassing in front of others. Su Mu smiled slightly and continued to provoke. Zhou Shan remained silent. Mr. Zhou, there are so many people watching, could you please give me a word? As a grown man, can you please be more relaxed? Do you have any seeds? Su Mu kept provoking and would not give up until he achieved his goal. Today, no matter what, he will lose Zhou Shan's face. In addition to having to show off in front of Chen Yunyan, a true disciple of the Tianxiang sect, the other reason is that the Diamond sect and the Dueling sect have a bad relationship to begin with, and have had a feud for more than 10 or 20 years. Seeing that Su Mu was going too far and being aggressive, Chen Yunyan frowned slightly, thinking about whether she should speak up to help Zhou Shan out of the siege. However, if she spoke up, although she could get rid of the siege for a while, there would definitely be trouble later. Just as Chen Yunyan was thinking about it, Zhou Shan was on the verge of breaking out. He couldn't bear it anymore and there was no need to bear it any longer. Zhou Shan looked at Su Mu, and the two of them stared straight into each other's eyes. However, two black vortexes appeared in Zhou Shan's eyes, containing a mysterious power. Soul-destroying technique. Zhou Shan immediately activated his Taoist skills. Before receiving the inheritance from the true disciple of the White Bone Tao, Zhou Shan would not easily perform Taoist magic in front of others and expose the existence of spiritual mana. But it is different now. Even if the Taoist magic is exposed, it can be passed on to the true disciple of the White Bone Tao, body. If Master Lin Yuanshang asked, all he had to do was push back the time to become a true disciple of the White Bone Tao by a few years. In this way, he is able to catch treasure fish in the Beisha River, and his martial arts practice improves faster than ordinary people. Everything has a reasonable explanation. As Zhou Shan launched the soul-terrifying technique, a vast and majestic force instantly poured into Su Mu's spiritual sea of consciousness, bombarding the opponent's soul. When Su Mu was attacked, the majestic energy and blood in his body also surged and vented. When it comes out, it is as prosperous as fire. Su Mu, a disciple of the Vajra sect, is a first-rate warrior who has reached the 3rd level of Zhang training. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy for Zhou Shan to defeat the opponent, but Su Mu would never have thought that Zhou Shan would suddenly take action, and he was also a monk who had reached the 3rd realm of immortality. Caught off guard, facing Zhou Shan's Taoist attack, although the energy and blood in Su Mu's body was spontaneously stimulated, his mental consciousness was still in a trance for a moment. In a battle between masters, a moment's loss of concentration can be fatal. The moment he used the soul-terrifying technique, Zhou Shan's body flew out like a fierce tiger, and punched Su Mu hard on the chest. A force of more than 100,000 kilograms exploded, even though Su Mu's whole body was as strong as iron, but it still broke under the bombardment of this terrible force. The energy and blood all over the body collapsed, and the internal organs shook and burst. In terms of martial arts cultivation, Su Mu is higher than Zhou Shan. He has reached the 3 realms of internal organs training, and his qi and blood are more condensed. However, without anyone's control, the qi and blood are only stimulated independently, as if they are unorganized. The skirmishers were naturally unable to resist the powerful force burst out by Zhou Shan. Plop! After suffering such a heavy blow, Su Mu's body immediately flew backwards. During the flight, blood spurted out of his mouth, even mixed with some broken internal organs. Boom boom! Su Mu's body flew out of the flower hall and landed in a man-made pool not far away. It hit the rockery in the pool hard, causing the rockery to break and collapse, making it unclear whether he was alive or dead. You have so little strength, but you dare to make such a noise, and don't know whether to live or die. Zhou Shan said coldly. After saying that, he turned around and left the flower hall without looking at anyone else. What? How can this be? Su Mu is a top-notch martial artist in the 3 realms of Zhang, but he is not Zhou Shan's enemy with just one move. Could it be that Zhou Shan has reached the 3rd level of Zhang training? Impossible. If you reach the 3rd level of visceral training before the age of 20, you will be a top genius even if you are placed in the capital city. Lin Yuanshang, the master of the giant spirit sect, only completed the 2nd level of bone training when he first participated in the martial arts competition. Yes, if you reach the 3rd level of visceral training before the age of 20, you will have the appearance of a martial arts scholar. The energy and blood that Zhou Shan just burst out has not reached the 3rd level of viscera training, and is still in the 2nd level of bone training. Just now, there seemed to be mana fluctuations. With fluctuations in mana, could it be that Zhou Shan is still an immortal monk? Zhu Ling sect, when did you master the immortal skills? I don't know. Although Lin Yuanshang has been staying in Baixia County for more than 10 years, he may have acquired immortal skills when he traveled around the world. And this Zhou Shan happened to have the talent to practice immortal skills, so he accepted him as a disciple. Zhou Shan suddenly exploded and beat Su Mu unconscious with one move, causing everyone present to turn to stone on the spot. It was not until Zhou Shan left that a group of young masters present came to their senses and started talking about it. It turns out that he is an immortal monk. No wonder he is not affected by my charm. When Zhou Shan used the soul-deterring technique, Chen Yunyan, a true disciple of the Tianxiang sect, was the first to notice the fluctuation in mana. Immortal monks all have the fundamental method of visualization. As long as she visualizes the fundamental law, she can purify her soul and protect it from external influences. Unless she uses all her strength to activate the Tianxiang Yunluo Sutra, it is difficult to affect the immortal cultivators of the same realm. Quick, go and pick up Master Su and send him back to the Vajra Gate. At this time, someone came to his senses and shouted immediately. Immediately, the guards of Bajanlu rushed into the artificial pool, moved the collapsed rockery rubble, and lifted the unconscious Su Mu out of it. The vitality of a warrior is stronger than that of an ordinary person, but Su Mu was suffocated and unconscious by Zhou Shan's punch. Several sternums were broken, and his internal organs were severely damaged. He hurt his martial arts foundation. It would take at least a few years to recover. Su Mu is already 23 years old. His cultivation has just reached the 3rd realm of internal organs. In addition, he wasted several years on recuperation and missed the golden period of cultivation. He will never be able to break through to the 4th realm for blood transfusion in this life. Unless you take a 4th level spiritual plant that can repair the body, you can make up for the damaged foundation. Whether it is a treasure fish, a treasure beast, a treasure plant, or a treasure material, they are all divided into grades according to the strength of their effects. Among them, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels are treasures, and those above the 3rd level are called spiritual fish, spiritual beasts, spiritual plants, and spiritual materials. In this world, it is not difficult to find treasure fish, treasure beasts, and treasure plants that reach the 1st level, but it is relatively rare to reach the 2nd and 3rd levels. Basically, no one will take them out for trading, and the value of spiritual plants that reach the 4th level is even more immeasurable. The 4th level natural treasures can help warriors wash their marrow and change their blood, and forge the chi and blood phase. Even if you bid 100,000 taels of gold, you may not be able to buy the 4th level natural treasures. There are people from all factions in Bajun Tower. Zhou Shan defeated Su Mu, who had reached the 3rd level of Zhang training in the Vajra sect, with one move. This news spread at an extremely fast speed. Lin Yuanshang, who was visiting an old friend, also had a look of shock on his face after receiving the news. Brother Lin, it seems that you have gained an incredible disciple. Sitting opposite Lin Yuanshang, a middle-aged man with a beard on his chin smiled and said, he defeated King Kong before he was 20 years old. Su Mu, a disciple who has reached the 3rd level of Zhang training, has such strength that it is not a big problem to become a martial arts examiner, and it is even possible to pass the martial arts examination. Once you become a martial jinshi, if you enter the court as an official, as long as nothing happens, you will be able to become at least a county-level official in the future. Even if you cannot become a county guard, you will still be a county chief, a garrison, or a navy commander. Class. If you can break through to the 5th realm and become a Grand Master, there will still be room for improvement in the future. Quote. To be honest with Brother Liu, Even I am a little shocked now, which is beyond my expectation. Lin Yuanshang said. The fifth disciple I took in, Zhou Shan, has no background. He is a low-level fisherman, but now it seems that Zhou Shan himself has some adventures. In addition to martial arts, he also practiced immortality. Quote, the middle-aged man sitting opposite Lin Yuanshang is Lu Ziyu, the head of the Lu family, the richest businessman in Dekang County. At this time, Lin Yuanshang recalled that when he was presiding over the promotion of disciples from the outer courtyard to disciples from the inner courtyard, he keenly sensed a strange aura, but he was not aware of it at the time. Now it seems that it is the spiritual power emanating from Zhou Shan. No matter what, Zhou Shan is your disciple. Lu Ziyu smiled and said. A martial arts wizard with natural supernatural power came out of the Vajra sect. Now he has reached the second level of bone forging perfection at the age of 17, and has cultivated qi and blood wolf smoke. I thought I could be proud and suppress the disciples of the giant spirit sect this time, but now it seems that I will still be overwhelmed by your disciples. Quote, this old ghost Han is really petty-minded. He lost to me in the martial arts examination. I didn't stop and blinded one of his eyes. As for him, he never forgets it and holds a grudge to this day. Lin Yuanshang said. As the saying goes, fists and feet have no eyes. If I could hold back my hand and not beat him to death, it would be good. Now it seems that I might as well just beat him to death. If you had really beaten him to death, the giant spirit sect and the Vajra sect would have really become mortal enemies. Lu Ziyu shook his head, and then said, fighting among peers will help stimulate the fighting spirit of the disciples. But you were right, old ghost Han is too small-minded. You have to come and remind him to prevent him from doing shameless things and bullying the small ones. Quote, bullying the small with the big one is something that old ghost Han is capable of. Lin Yuanshang nodded and said, in that case, I will come to ask old ghost Han for advice and let him know that I am in the county. If my peers try to compete, I can ignore it. But if the big one bullies the small ones, don't blame me for being rude. Quote, time flies. Half a month has passed since he defeated Su Mu, a disciple of the Vajra sect in Bajun Tower. During this period of time, Zhou Shan was practicing quietly in the martial arts academy. After what happened half a month ago, whenever anyone invited him to attend any banquet, he would basically decline and focus on cultivating. During this period, Lin Yuanshang also came once. Zhou Shan had already prepared his words. He slightly changed the story about getting the inheritance from the disciples of the White Bone Dao. It was only half true and half false. He advanced the time of getting the inheritance by 3 years, so that he could reach the third realm of Immortal Dao Condensation. It wouldn't be too shocking, but to reach the third realm of immortality in 3 years is still considered a genius of immortality. Originally, Lin Yuanshang was planning to accept Zhou Shan as his true disciple. But after knowing that Zhou Shan had obtained the White Bone Dao inheritance, this idea was abandoned. Because he knew that it was impossible for Zhou Shan to stay in a small place like Dekang County, and sooner or later he would join the Bone Path. As long as Zhou Shan passes the provincial examination and goes to the capital to take part in the examination, he will meet the disciples of the White Bone Dao. When the time comes, Zhou Shan will send the bones of the true disciples of the White Bone Dao back to the religion. With this kind of kindness, Zhou Shan himself has with a strong talent for cultivating immortals, joining the White Bone Dao is a natural thing. But even if he did not accept Zhou Shan as his true disciple, Lin Yuanshang decided to train Zhou Shan with all his strength. Beigu Dao, that is one of the 9 great traditions of Tiansheng sect. Once Zhou Shan joins the White Bone Path, his future prospects are limitless. It is basically a matter of time to reach the 5th realm of immortality and become a mage comparable to a master. This is an opportunity for Julingmin and Lin Yuanshang. Zhoushan has not yet risen at this time and is in its decline. Giving help at this time is like providing help in the snow. It is more precious than the icing on the cake. Moreover, Zhou Shan is a person who must repay kindness. Both parties have a master-disciple relationship. Once Zhou Shan becomes prosperous, he will definitely not forget him as a master and a disciple. Giant Spirit Gate. Lin Yuanshang taught all the techniques of Giant Spirit 5 forms to Zhou Shan. At the same time, he also provided Zhou Shan with qi and blood pill practice every day. Qi and blood are the source of life. The first step in martial arts practice is to strengthen qi and blood. If qi and blood are weakened, then one will be weak and sick and mentally depressed. If qi and blood is strong, then all diseases will not occur and all evils will be warded off. The higher the level of martial arts, the more food they need every day. However, for martial artists in the second level of bone forging, even if they eat meat every meal, maintaining their own consumption balance is the limit. If they want to transform their qi and blood by eating, unless they are gifted people with special physiques, it is difficult to break the limit twice and cultivate qi and blood. Therefore, most martial artists who want to transform their qi and blood need to improve the quality of food and swallow some things that replenish qi and blood. In addition to treasure fish and treasure plants, there are elixirs that strengthen qi and blood. Qi and blood pills are pills that can strengthen qi and blood developed by Feng Shandao, one of the 9 major sects of Tiansheng sect. A qi and blood pill costs 50 taels of silver, which is more expensive than ordinary first-level treasure fish. First, second and third level martial artists can all take qi and blood pills. As for the super first-class martial artists who have reached the 4th level of blood exchange, there are higher-level dragon blood pills. Although Lin Yuanshang did not accept Zhou Shan as a true disciple, he treated him the same as a true disciple. He not only taught him all the skills of the giant spirit 5 forms, but also provided Zhou Shan with training resources. Zhou Shan's blood and qi grew rapidly by taking blood and qi pills every day. Buzz. On this day, Zhou Shan, who was practicing in the yard, was shocked. A strong blood and qi burst out of his body and condensed on his head, like a wolf smoke, and the burning air was distorted. Second limit breaking, blood and qi wolf smoke. Looking at the blood and qi condensed on his head, Zhou Shan knew that he had completed the second limit breaking of blood and qi, and reached the perfection of the second level of bone forging. Chapter 71. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: infinite spirit. Every day, 1 point of spiritual attribute will be added. Strength: 98. Defense: 96. Agility: 54. Constitution: 100. Spirit: 391. Martial arts: giant spirit 5-shaped kung fu, ox-shaped perfection, bear-shaped perfection, tiger-shaped perfection, snake-shaped uninitiated, turtle breath skill 6 levels perfection, gravel fist perfection, swimming fish body technique consummation. Taoism: white bone observation technique 3rd level 34%, soul deterrence technique 4th level 98%. Zhou Shan looked at the properties panel. The tiger shape among the 5 shapes of the giant spirit has reached the state of perfection. The physical attribute has reached 100 feet, and the strength and defense are also close to 100. Next, it is time to practice the snake shape among the 5 shapes of the giant spirit, also called the heavenly snake breathing technique. Among the 5 shapes of the giant spirit, the bull shape, the bear shape and the tiger shape mainly rely on the word movement, which allows the body to move and carry qi and blood. The heavenly snake breathing technique is similar to the turtle breathing technique that Zhou Shan practiced before. It is a method of meditation and breathing. The main purpose of training the internal organs in the 3 realms is to cleanse and strengthen the internal organs. However, human internal organs are very fragile, and it is impossible to perform rough practice like skin grinding and bone forging. Qi and blood wash away like a waterfall. Only through breathing and exhalation can the qi and blood in the body be guided to slowly refine and eliminate the internal organs, impurities in it, thereby improving physical fitness and even increasing longevity to a certain extent. Under normal circumstances, a person's lifespan is about 120 years old, but most ordinary people only live to be in their 50s and 60s before succumbing to injuries and illnesses, and even very few live to be 70 or 80 years old. This is because too many toxins accumulate in the body, causing organ function to decline. As a result, the body becomes worse and worse, and often gets sick, which naturally affects lifespan. However, after reaching the 3rd level of Zhang training, it is possible to use qi and blood to cleanse the internal organs, eliminate toxins, and increase the vitality of the internal organs to rejuvenate new vitality. Therefore, the first-class warriors in the 3 realms of Zhang training will die normally as long as they do not fight with others and are killed. If so, he could live to be about 150 years old. But as a warrior, you can't avoid fighting with others, and it's rare for someone to die. Even if you want to wash your hands in a golden basin and withdraw from the world, you have to ask your enemies if they agree. Basically, when a warrior gets older and his energy and blood decline, his enemies will come looking for him. At this time, the disciple who inherits the mantle needs to take action. Warriors accept true disciples who inherit the mantle just to prevent such a day from coming. If there are no sons and disciples, they can only find a place where no one knows and hide their names to avoid vendetta. The soul-destroying technique is about to reach the 5th level. After closing the panel, Zhou Shan began to practice the soul-destroying technique. 2 more days passed. Soul-destroying technique, 5 layers, 1%. The soul-destroying technique has reached the 5th level. Zhou Shan looked at the soul deterrence technique in the attribute panel and saw that it had already reached the 5th level. There are a total of 6 levels of soul deterrence, each level has different abilities. When the soul-destroying technique reaches the 4th level, Zhou Shan can condense spiritual talismans and control living beings. He currently has 3 spiritual links in his spiritual consciousness. Although they are hundreds of miles apart, through the spiritual link, they can still sense the existence of the controlled 3-headed monster. However, the distance is too far, and this sense becomes very weak, making it difficult to transmit information. At the 5th level of the soul-destroying technique, one can cast a soul vortex. According to the description in the secret book of the soul-destroying technique, the soul-destroying technique has reached the 5th level. Within the range of the soul attack, it can forcibly capture a person's soul, which is extremely terrifying. Try it and see how it works. After closing the panel, Zhou Shan left the Wuyuan. Soon, Zhou Shan came to a bank of the Kanglan River and stared at the calm, mirror-like water in front of him. Then a spirit spread and poured into the Kanglan River. The mind interferes with reality. Suddenly, the calm, mirror-like river suddenly became turbulent. Then, there seemed to be an invisible force rotating at high speed in the water, and the rough river surface formed a whirlpool. The creatures in the water were sucked by this whirlpool and gradually surfaced. There are fish, shrimps, water snakes, river crabs, etc., imprisoned by an invisible force and suspended in the air. Soul vortex. As soon as Zhou Shan's soul thought, the mana in the sea of spiritual consciousness surged. At this time, a soul vortex that could only be seen at the spiritual level suddenly appeared above these suspended creatures. This soul vortex contained terrifying suction. Being sucked by this spiritual vortex, a transparent shadow of fish, shrimp, water snake, river crab and other creatures immediately appeared above the fish, shrimp, water snake, river crab and other creatures suspended in the air. This is their soul, but now it has been absorbed by Zhou Shan. As soon as these souls appeared, they were immediately sucked into the soul vortex. Poof! The soul vortex is like a high-speed meat grinder. Souls are sucked into it and are instantly chopped into pieces. As the souls are annihilated, these creatures suspended in the air become silent. Yes, the soul-destroying technique has reached the 5th level and can directly kill souls. Zhou Shan nodded with satisfaction. With his cultivation of the 3rd realm Immortal condensate, once the soul vortex in the soul deterrence technique is used, it is basically difficult for the warriors of that 1st and 2nd realm to resist it. Even those who have cultivated Qi and Blood Wolf Smoke cannot stop it. Unless one reaches the 3rd level of martial arts and practices internal organs, the connection between the body and the soul becomes closer, and one can resist being sucked out. More powerful masters, martial saints, etc., have even reached the state of unity of soul and flesh, and the soul and body are integrated. As long as the blood is not destroyed, the soul and soul Taoist arts cannot affect them. Even if they practice to a high level, they can be reborn with a drop of blood. Of course, when the immortal way is practiced to the extreme, it also has unpredictable power. Zhou Shan retracted his spiritual power, and the fish, shrimp, water snakes and other creatures suspended in the void all fell and sank into the water. The turbulent river gradually returned to calm. When the soul-scaring technique reached the 5th level, his strength was further enhanced. Especially for warriors below the 3rd level of internal organs, it is simply a killer. Once the soul vortex appears, as long as it is covered by the spirit, the soul in the body will be sucked out, and then directly crushed by the soul vortex, killing people at the soul level. Even if he faces a first-rate warrior who has practiced internal organs in the 3rd realm, even if he cannot forcefully extract his soul, facing this kind of Taoist technique will invisibly cause psychological oppression and the soul will be affected. He will have to distract himself to stabilize the soul. If this happens during a battle, his full strength will naturally be affected. When the soul-shocking technique reaches the 5th level, he can practice the Taoist techniques in the white bone visualization technique. The white bone visualization technique that Zhou Shan obtained also records Taoist techniques. However, the soul-shocking technique is about to reach the 5th level, so he did not distract himself, but focused on practicing the soul-shocking technique. Now that the soul-shocking technique has reached the 5th level, it is difficult to upgrade to the 6th level in a short period of time, so he can leave time to practice the Taoist techniques recorded in the white bone visualization technique. After a while, Zhou Shan returned to the martial arts academy. He took out the secret book of the bone visualization method that he had read more than 10 times and read it carefully again. The secret book of the bone visualization method can be cultivated to the 5th level. The 1st level represents a realm of immortal cultivation. If you can cultivate to the 5th level, you will reach the 5th level of the immortal and become a magician. In addition to the bone visualization method of cultivating the soul and strengthening the spirit, the secret book also records the Taoist arts used for killing, the method of refining the yin god, and even the method of refining treasures and spiritual tools. Zhou Shan does not have the conditions to refine treasures and spiritual tools for the time being, and to condense the yin god, this requires reaching the 4th level of the immortal to refine the spirit. All he can practice is the Taoist arts. When the bone visualization method reaches the 3rd level, there are 2 Taoist arts that can be practiced. These 2 Taoist arts are the bone magic bottle and the bone lotus. Among them, the bone magic bottle is an offensive Taoist art, while the bone lotus is a defensive Taoist art. White bone magic bottle. After memorizing the Taoist art of the white bone magic bottle firmly in his mind, Zhou Shan's spiritual power surged, and runes constructed by spiritual power immediately appeared in the void. These runes gathered together and condensed into a pure white bottle in the void. This pure white bottle condensed by spiritual power is the Taoist white bone magic bottle. The white bone magic bottle can devour souls, and refine the soul-destroying divine light of all spirits in the magic bottle, which is specifically used to kill the soul. Once hit by the soul-destroying divine light of all spirits, the soul's thoughts will be instantly killed. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. 1 point of spiritual attribute will be increased every day. Strength: 98. Defense: 96. Agility: 54. Physique: 100. Spirit: 393. Martial arts: Giant Spirit. 5 forms: Ox form perfect, Bear form perfect, Tiger form perfect, Snake form not entry level, Turtle breathing 6th level perfect, Stone breaking fist perfect, Fish body method perfect. Taoism: White bone visualization method 3rd level 34%, Soul shocking technique 5th level 1%, White bone magic bottle entry level 1%. Zhou Shan opened the attribute panel. The Taoist white bone magic bottle appeared on the panel, reaching the entry level. Closing the panel, Zhou Shan continued to practice in depth. The white bone magic bottle, which was only at the entry level, had no power. Only when the white bone magic bottle was cultivated to the small success level and was always in the spiritual sea of consciousness, could it devour souls and refine the soul-destroying divine light of all souls. The power of the white bone magic bottle, a Taoist technique, was the soul-destroying divine light of all souls. The bone magic bottle, which is only at the entry level, is not even as good as the soul-suppressing technique. Because the bone magic bottle wants to devour souls, it must first extract the souls of living beings, but the bone magic bottle, which is only at the entry level, does not have such power. It must at least reach the minor success level to have the power to extract souls and refine souls. Zhou Shan closed the panel and continued to practice. Time passed day by day. In a blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. With Zhou Shan's current level, he practiced the Taoist art of the bone magic bottle. It took 10 days from the entry level to the minor success level. In his spiritual sea of consciousness, there was also a white bottle with dense runes. When the Taoist bone magic bottle reaches the minor success level, the bone magic bottle can stay in the spiritual sea of consciousness. As long as the mind moves, the bone magic bottle will fly out of the spiritual sea of consciousness to extract souls and refine souls. If the practice reaches the major success level, the Taoist runes of the bone magic bottle can be engraved and refined into a treasure. The white bone magic bottle has been completed. The next step is to devour souls and refine the soul-destroying divine light of all souls. Zhou Shan left the martial arts academy and came to the Kanglin River. There was nothing else in the Kanglan River, but there were countless creatures such as fish, shrimps and crabs. When they came to an uninhabited area, Zhou Shan's spiritual power spread out, and the fish, shrimps and crabs in the river were bound by an invisible force, and then they broke away from the water and floated in the void. White Bone Magic Bottle, capture souls and refine souls. As soon as Zhou Shan's mind moved, the white bottle flew out of the spiritual sea of consciousness, and the bottle mouth was aimed at the fish, shrimps and crabs and other creatures floating in the void. The souls of these creatures seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and they were forcibly taken out of their bodies and flew into the White Bone Magic Bottle. The runes in the magic bottle burst out with a strong light. After a while, these souls sucked into the magic bottle were motionless. Zhou Shan continued to devour the souls of fish, shrimps and crabs, and practice the Taoist magic of the White Bone Magic Bottle. Soon, the White Bone Magic Bottle devoured thousands of souls. Zhou Shan looked at the White Bone Magic Bottle in his mind. After swallowing thousands of souls, he did not refine the soul-destroying divine light of all souls. It should be that the souls of fish, shrimps and crabs are too weak. He needs to swallow and refine several souls of higher quality. It seems that only by swallowing the souls of several spirits and monsters can the soul-destroying divine light of all souls be refined. Thinking of this, Zhou Shan went deep into the Kanglan River. The Kanglan River is the largest river in Dakang County. It is thousands of miles long, far longer than the Baisha River. Several rivers that branch out from it are similar to the Baisha River and are hundreds of miles long. Such a vast Kanglan River is naturally not short of spirits and monsters. Zhou Shan's spiritual power controls a group of water to gather at his feet. This group of water condenses together to form a whole, and then he stands on the group of water. This ball of water, under the control of spiritual power, supported his body and did not sink into the water. He directly controlled the water. In the waters near the county town, the monsters and demons were almost cleared. If Zhou Shan wanted to find monsters and demons in the Kanglan River, he had to go far away from the county town and go to waters farther away. In the waters near the county town, even if there are monsters and demons, they basically coexist peacefully with humans. Those monsters and demons that do not eat people cannot be killed indiscriminately. Monsters and demons eat people and will be surrounded and killed by human warriors. If human warriors kill demons indiscriminately, they will also be hunted down by the demons. Zhou Shan used his magic power to control the water flow and controlled the water at a very fast speed. Half an hour later, it should be 40 or 50 miles away from the county town. Found it. Zhou Shan released his spirit, and the diameter of the coverage area reached 4 kilometers. After 40 or 50 miles away from the county town, he found a monster in the Kanglan River. This is a pufferfish monster that has reached the level of a second-level demon soldier. Its body is covered with thorns, as if it had just eaten a human. Zhou Shan sensed the breath of a human on the pufferfish monster, and the pufferfish monster was also injured. It was probably being hunted down by the warriors of the county city's river patrol team. Die. Zhou Shan offered the White Bone Magic Bottle. The soul of the pufferfish monster suddenly felt a terrible suction force. It immediately struggled, bursting with demonic energy, and tried its best to resist the Taoist magic White Bone Magic Bottle performed by Zhou Shan. But after only struggling for 3 breaths, the soul of the pufferfish monster was taken out and then sucked into the White Bone Magic Bottle. Buzz. The White Bone Demon Bottle absorbed a demon soul that had reached the level of a second-level demon soldier, and the bottle body trembled in the air. You can see the phantom of the pufferfish demon in the bottle, struggling fiercely, trying to get rid of the Bone Demon Bottle, but Zhou Shan's spiritual mana poured into the Bone Demon Bottle, and the runes on the Bone Demon Bottle shine brightly. Let go and use all your strength to refine the demon soul in the bottle. After about half a cup of tea, the White Bone Demon Bottle stopped making any sound. At this time, Zhou Shan looked at the Bone Demon Bottle in the void, and there was a black light swimming in the bottle. This is the divine light that destroys all souls and souls. Looking at the black divine light in the bottle, Zhou Shan felt the terrifying power contained in it. This power does not target the physical body, but the soul. If he is hit by the divine light that annihilates all souls, his soul will be damaged or even killed directly. When facing the divine light that annihilates all souls, it is best to use Taoism or other means. By intercepting it, we must not let the soul-killing divine light of all souls invade the sea of spiritual consciousness and hit the soul. Otherwise, even the monks who have reached the third level of liquid condensation will only die. Moreover, the soul-killing light of all souls in the white bone demon bottle will become more powerful as it consumes and refines more souls. Somebody is coming. At this time, Zhou Shan sensed that someone not far away was coming towards his direction. Immediately, he put away the bone demon bottle and drove the water mass away quickly. The body of the pufferfish demon was not disposed of by Zhou Shan. He sensed that someone was coming, and it should be the warriors from the river patrol team who injured the pufferfish demon. When the warriors from the river patrol team arrived, they would naturally dispose of the corpse of the pufferfish demon. Not long after Zhou Shan left, several small boats over 3 meters long and as narrow as shuttles came to the area where Zhou Shan was just now. These shuttle-like boats are engraved with the 3 characters, Zunhangying. The river patrol team in Baisha County is under the jurisdiction of the Prime Minister of Hidao County. The leader of the river patrol team is the Zhengjupan River Patrol Envoy. The river patrol camp in Dakang County is a higher level than the river patrol team and belongs to Dakang, a battalion under the Navy. Among the river patrol battalions, the lowest ranking officer, He Chong, is the 9th rank officer. Above him are the 8th rank Captain He Wei, the 7th rank He Bo, and the 6th rank commander of the river patrol camp. Above the commander of the river patrol battalion is the 5th rank naval commander. The warriors patrolling the river in the county's river patrol camp are also different from the river patrol team in Baisha County. They do not rely on people rowing boats, but are equipped with river patrol arrow boats, which are pulled by a kind of spirit called swordfish. Run very fast. It can even travel through water. Because this shuttle-like boat can be fully enclosed, there are Taoist runes on the boat, which can prevent river water from pouring into the boat, and there is also a certain amount of oxygen in the boat. However, for an accomplished warrior, it is not difficult to hold one's breath for half an hour even if there is no oxygen. Chief Lin He, the corpse of the puffer fish demon was found. After a while, the body of the puffer fish demon was fished out by the warriors from the river patrol camp. Died. Lin Hechang frowned slightly. He had fought with the pufferfish demon before, and although he had injured the pufferfish demon, the injuries were all minor and no vital parts were injured at all. How could he die suddenly? Pull the body over here. Chief Lin He ordered. Hearing this, the warriors under his command pulled the corpse of the pufferfish demon to Chief Lin He. No new wounds. Lin Hechang checked carefully, but found nothing. The wounds on the pufferfish demon were all from the battle with him. Other than that, there were no new injuries. Could it be that the soul of the soul was killed directly? Lin Hechang was thinking in his mind. Although there is no injury on the outside, the most likely reason is that he encountered an immortal monk and his soul was killed by Taoism. Martial arts focuses on cultivating the physical body, while immortality focuses on cultivating the soul. The Taoist skills practiced by monks in the first 3 realms of immortality are basically focused on attacking the soul. Only monks who have reached the 4th realm of God refining and condense the yin God will contain various different elements of heaven and earth. This is just like a top-notch warrior who exchanges blood in the 4 realms. The power of different attributes is contained in the energy and blood phase. If you are in the county town below, the immortal monks are basically invisible, but in Dakang County, there are still many immortal monks. For example, Yingtian Dao, one of the 9 great traditions of the Tiansheng sect, has set up a Yingtian temple in the county town. View. The Taoists in Yingtian temple practice the immortal way. However, Yingtianguan's Taoists are good at thunder magic. No matter what, as long as you kill the puffer fish demon. After thinking for a while, Lin Hechang shook his head and did not think further. Whether a Taoist from Yingtianguan passed by and killed the pufferfish demon, or whether there were other immortal monks passing by, it was none of his business. His mission was to kill the man-eating pufferfish demon. Now that the pufferfish demon is dead, and he has obtained the corpse of the pufferfish demon, his mission is completed. The rest of the things are none of his business, so just stay out of it. Let's go, take the body of the pufferfish demon back. Commander Lin He gave an order, and several warriors from the patrol camp turned around and returned to the camp. The swordfish spirit pulled the boat like a shuttle, broke through the waves, and left quickly. Return to the martial arts academy. Zhou Shan began to practice another Taoist technique, White Bone Lotus. The White Bone Demon Bottle is a Taoist technique used to attack and kill, while the White Bone Lotus is a defensive Taoist technique. In Zhou Shan's spiritual sea of consciousness, magic power surged, outlining countless Taoist runes, and gradually condensed into a white bone lotus with 3 flowers and 9 petals. This is the first-grade white bone lotus. In the 4th level of the white bone visualization method, there is a 3-headed and 6-armed white bone Tathagata, each arm holding a different weapon. The white bone magic bottle that Zhou Shan practiced is just one of them, and under the white bone Tathagata is also sitting a 12th-grade white bone lotus. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. 1 point of spiritual attribute will be increased every day. Strength: 100. Defense: 98. Agility: 55. Physique: 102. Spirit: 403. Martial Arts: Giant Spirit. 5 forms: Ox form perfect, Bear form perfect, Tiger form perfect, Snake form entry 20%, Turtle breathing 6th level perfect, Stone breaking fist perfect, Fish body movement perfect. Taoism: Bone visualization method 3rd level 51%, Soul shocking technique 5th level 13%, Bone magic bottle minor success 2%, Bone lotus entry 1%. Zhou Shan opened the attribute panel. The Taoist bone lotus has reached the entry level. However, like the bone magic bottle, if you want the bone lotus to stay in the spiritual sea of consciousness, you need to reach the minor success level. After reaching the minor success level, the bone lotus can extract the essence of the bones of all spirits to strengthen the bone lotus. At the same time, Zhou Shan also entered the 3rd realm of martial arts training, which means he has mastered the snake-shaped sky serpent breathing technique. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Zhou Shan stayed in the martial arts academy and practiced in seclusion. During the day, he practiced the heavenly snake breathing method and used qi and blood to cleanse his internal organs. At night, he went to the Kanglin River to find those man-eating monsters and spirits, and he did not waste the bones of the monsters. He extracted the essence of the bones of the monsters and spirits to strengthen and improve the Taoist white bone lotus. Whether it was the practice of martial arts or the practice of immortality, they were all improving rapidly. April 21st, the 4th year of Yongchang. Master, are you injured? On this day, Lin Yuanshang came to the martial arts academy. Zhou Shan's spiritual attribute has exceeded 400, and his 5 senses are sharp. Even if he did not release his spirit, he could sense that Lin Yuanshang's qi and blood were abnormal, and the flow was not as smooth as before. It's just a minor injury. It will be fine after a few days of recuperation. Lin Yuanshang opened the package in his hand, revealing a flame-like Ganoderma lucidum, and said, "This is the 3rd level treasure plant Fire Marrow Ganoderma, which can help you cleanse your internal organs and save you several years of hard work." Did you get injured in the fight for the Fire Marrow Ganoderma? When Zhou Shan saw Lin Yuanshang take out the Fire Marrow Ganoderma, he immediately understood what was going on. Lin Yuanshang is a top-notch warrior who has undergone blood transfusion in the 4th realm, and he has undergone 5 blood transfusions. The 3rd level treasure plant is useless to him. It can only help the 3rd level warrior who has practiced internal organs to cleanse his internal organs. However, although the 3rd level treasure plant is useless to the top-notch warrior who has undergone blood transfusion in the 4th realm, it does not mean that it has no value. Once the 3rd level treasure plant is born, it will definitely attract a lot of strong people to fight for it. The top-notch warriors can't use it, but it can be used by the younger generation. Lin Yuanshang must have gone through a fierce fight to get the 3rd level treasure plant Fire Marrow Ganoderma. If it is a 4th level spiritual plant that can help warriors cleanse their marrow and change blood, it will be a life and death fight. It's just a minor injury, it's not a big deal. Lin Yuanshang said. When your 2 senior brothers entered the 3rd realm to practice internal organs and became true disciples, I gave them gifts. Your situation is special. You have obtained the inheritance of the White Bone Tao. You will join the Tianshang sect in the future, but you are still my disciple now. Naturally, I will help you. If you perform well in the martial arts examination and become a martial arts scholar, your status in the White Bone Tao will be higher. If you can enter the 2nd class or even the 1st class, you can become a true disciple in one fell swoop. If you are just an ordinary martial arts candidate, then even if you join the White Bone Tao, you are just an ordinary disciple. Although they all join the White Bone Dao, the status and treatment between ordinary disciples and true disciples are very different. I know, thank you Master. Zhou Shan nodded and accepted the fire marrow Ganoderma. He really needs the fire marrow Ganoderma to improve his strength now. He also remembered Lin Yuanshang's kindness in his heart. Now he doesn't have the strength to repay, but when his strength improves in the future, he will naturally repay. You and I are master and disciple, so there is no need to say these things. Lin Yuanshang said, with your strength, it is no problem to pass the college examination. The real challenge is the provincial examination. The provincial examination brings together talents from all counties in Donghai Prefecture, as well as talents from the prefecture city and the sect. According to previous sessions, as long as there are no accidents, martial artists who practice the third realm of internal organs can pass the provincial examination and become martial arts candidates, but if you want to get good results, ordinary third realm internal organ training is not enough. After refining the fire marrow Ganoderma, not to mention practicing to the perfection of the third realm internal organ training, at least you can reach the realm of great success. In addition, you have also reached the third realm in the practice of immortals, so you may be qualified to compete for the position of Jieyuan. Jieyuan is the first place in the provincial examination. If you win the first place in the next joint examination, it is the Weiyuan. Finally, if you win the first place in the palace examination held by the emperor, you will be called the champion. Jieyuan, Weiyuan and Zhuangyuan, this is the 3 consecutive champions. Since Daqian held the martial arts imperial examination, there have been many champions, one every 3 years. But there are very few people who have won the 3 consecutive championships. Basically, it takes 50 to 60 years for one person to appear. In the more than 600 years of the Daqian dynasty, there were only a dozen people who won the top 3 prizes. Each of them later became a world-famous peerless strongman, dominating an era, and the surrounding countries were terrified. There are still more than 4 months before the provincial examination. If I can reach the 4th realm of the immortal way, it will not be difficult to become the champion. Zhou Shan said secretly in his heart. Now, his spiritual attribute has reached more than 400. There are still 4 months to increase more than 100 spiritual attributes. The white bone visualization method can probably be upgraded to the 4th level. The 4th realm of the immortal way refines the spirit, corresponding to the 4th realm of the martial arts. There are very few geniuses who can reach the 4th realm of the immortal way or the 4th realm of the martial arts before the age of 20. Practice well. The two chatted for a while, and Lin Yuanshang said goodbye. After sending his master Lin Yuanshang out of the martial arts hall, Zhou Shan took the 3rd level treasure plant fire marrow Ganoderma. After swallowing the fire marrow Ganoderma, Zhou Shan immediately felt a terrible high temperature rising in his abdomen, as if there was an extremely hot lava flowing in his body, and the temperature of his whole body rose rapidly. In an instant, Zhou Shan's skin turned red like a cooked prawn, and his whole body was steaming. The energy contained in the 3rd level treasure plant far exceeded that of the 1st level and 2nd level treasure plants. However, Zhou Shan had already reached the 3rd level of internal organ training at this time. After a month of purification by qi and blood, the 5 internal organs were integrated with the power of qi and blood. There was a thin layer of qi and blood membrane between the 5 internal organs to protect them, forming a whole. Otherwise, the terrible energy contained in the fire marrow Ganoderma would be enough to burn his internal organs. If a warrior who has not reached the 3rd level of internal organ training takes the fire marrow Ganoderma rashly, his internal organs will definitely be burned. The skin, flesh and bones can withstand this force, but the internal organs cannot. At this time, Zhou Shan's whole body was like a big furnace emitting high temperature. The blood and qi merged with the power of the fire marrow Ganoderma and became as hot as flames, and his heart beat like a drum. Between breaths, there was a billowing white gas spewing out from his mouth and nose. This billowing white gas, like the steam of boiling water, can burn people. Zhou Shan's whole body was red, and billowing white gas gushed out. The temperature in the room rose from this, and the air became scorched, just like staying in a sauna. The skin all over the body was red, and wisps of hot air kept coming out of thousands of pores. However, his skin, flesh and bones were strengthened, and his blood and qi were also broken twice. The internal organs were protected by the blood and qi membrane, which could withstand this force. Zhou Shan used all his strength to perform the heavenly snake breathing technique, moving qi and blood, following the guidance, refining the burning airflow in his body, and integrating it into the internal organs to strengthen them. As this energy was integrated, the thin qi and blood membrane between the internal organs became thicker and thicker. 2 days later, Zhou Shan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of hot air. The energy contained in the third-level treasure plant Fire Marrow Ganoderma far exceeds that of the second-level treasure plant. It took him 2 days to completely refine the Fire Marrow Ganoderma. The 5 internal organs are several times stronger than before. In addition, there is a thick layer of blood and qi membrane between the 5 internal organs. This is equivalent to putting a layer of soft armor on the internal organs, which will remove part of the power when impacted. If a sharp blade pierces, the blood and qi membrane can also play a role in blocking. At the same time, after refining the Fire Marrow Ganoderma, although his blood and qi have not reached the third limit, it is not much different. The blood and qi are boiling hot and can drive away evil spirits. If some evil things touch Zhou Shan's blood and qi, they will melt quickly like ice and snow. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. 1 point of spirit attribute will be increased every day. Strength: 112. Defense: 111. Agility: 60. Physique: 142. Spirit: 435. Martial Arts: Giant Spirit 5 forms: Ox form perfect, Bear form perfect, Tiger form perfect, Snake form great success 4%, Turtle breathing skill 6th level perfect, Stone breaking fist perfect, Fish body skill perfect. Taoism: White bone visualization method 3rd level 65%, Soul shocking technique 5th level 42%, White bone magic bottle minor success 52%, White bone lotus minor success 42%. Zhou Shan opened the attribute panel to check. The heavenly snake breathing method, which represents the snake form in the giant spirit 5 forms, has reached the great success level, and the 4 attributes of strength, defense, agility and physique have all been greatly improved, among which the physique attribute has been improved the most, directly increasing the attribute by 40 points. The physical body of martial arts training depends on the 4 comprehensive attributes of strength, defense, agility and physique, while the cultivation of immortals depends on the spiritual attribute. The 4 attributes of strength, defense, agility and physique add up to more than 400 points. Although the 3rd level internal organs training has not been cultivated to perfection, it is almost there. If you practice it with peace of mind for a few months, you can break the limit of qi and blood 3 times and reach the level of qi and blood like fire. After refining the fire marrow, Zhou Shan felt the changes in his body, which was no less than a rebirth. If the qi and blood break the limit for the 3rd time, and the qi and blood are as vigorous as fire, then the internal organs of the 3rd level internal organs training warriors are as powerful as a furnace, and the digestive ability is greatly improved. Even if gold and stone are swallowed into the stomach, they can melt. They can directly eat the 1st and 2nd level monster meat. The vigorous qi and blood can refine the monster spirit in it, but if it reaches the 3rd level monster meat, it is impossible to eat too much. As for the monster meat and blood of the 4th level monster commander, it is even more impossible to take it randomly. Closing the panel, Zhou Shan continued to practice. Time passed day by day. Soon, it was the day of the martial arts examination. The year 669 of Dakion. The 1st day of June in the 4th year of Yongchang. In the martial arts school, the governor of Dakang County sat in the middle, and on both sides sat the president of the martial arts school and the master of Yingtian Temple, and then the county magistrate, the garrison commander, the navy commander and other court officials. Officials of different ranks wore clothes made of different materials, embroidered patterns and colors, so you can tell the specific rank and position by looking at the official uniform. The officials of Dakang County sat on the high platform of the school, and the martial arts students stood neatly in the school. What a terrifying blood and spirit! Standing below, Zhou Shan could feel the extremely terrifying blood and spirit power from the officials on the stands even if he did not release his mental power. The governor of Dakang County, as the chief officer of a county, naturally has a strong martial arts cultivation. He is a master who has reached the 5th realm. The dean of the martial arts academy is also a master of the 5th realm of martial arts. The master of Yingtian Temple is a magician of the 5th realm of immortality. As for the county magistrate, the garrison, the navy general, etc., even if they have not reached the fifth realm of martial arts, they are not much different. At least they have reached more than 7 blood exchanges, which is stronger than his master Lin Yuanshang. Facing such a strong man, the Taoism practiced by Zhou Shan can't have any effect on them. The soul scarring technique can't shake their souls at all. Even if the bone magic bottle stimulates the soul-destroying divine light of all spirits, it will be destroyed by the majestic blood. The 4 realms of blood exchange have 9 different small realms. The realm gap between the two is too big. With Zhou Shan's strength, if he faces a super first-class warrior who has only exchanged blood once, he may still have the strength to fight. Even if he can't beat him, he can still save himself and escape with the mystery of immortality in martial arts. But facing a top-notch warrior who has exchanged blood more than 7 times, the realm gap is too big. The exam begins. As the examiners took their seats, the academy examination officially began. The examination of the martial arts imperial examination is divided into 6 items. These 6 items are riding, archery, dancing, fighting, actual combat and strategy. Riding tests the skill on the horse. The Martial Arts Academy has a large training ground, with a special field for riding. For riding, Zhou Shan doesn't need to practice much. He directly subdues the fierce horse with his spirit. Even if it is a fierce horse that has never been touched, or even a demon horse that has reached the level of a spirit monster, it can reach the realm of man and horse unity. Zhou Shan directly chose a demon horse and came to the field to show his riding skills. The spirit subdued the demon horse, and the man and horse are one. Which sect is this disciple from? Seeing Zhou Shan riding a demon horse on the field, the county governor couldn't help but ask. Returning to the Lord Governor, this person's name is Zhou Shan, and he is a disciple of Lin Yuanshang of the dueling sect in Beixia County. Upon hearing this, the official on the side immediately handed over Wu Tongsheng's roster. Wu Tongsheng's roster contains detailed records of Zhou Shan's personal information, place of origin, teachers, height and weight, etc. Lin Yuanshang, I do know that this person is a martial arts examiner in the 35th year of Taishan. He is in the same class as Wang Zhengkang, but Wang Zhengkang is the same Jinshi, Lin Yuanshang is just a martial arts examiner. The county guard took the roster, looked at it, closed it, and smiled. How can it be compared with Lord Sheriff? Xiaoguan is only ranked in the 3rd place and is at the bottom of the same rank as a Jinshi. However, Your Excellency is a 2nd-level martial arts scholar. He is the real pillar of the court and the backbone of the country. Wang Zhengkang immediately complimented. Yes, you are the Dinghai Shenzhen of Dekang County. With adults here, Dekang County will be as stable as Mount Tai, and the people will live and work in peace and contentment. Monsters like Wusheng cult want to cause chaos in Dekang County, and they can't even make waves. This time, the actual combat assessment of the academy examination is just about using these Wusheng cult monsters to temper these martial arts students. Quote. Some officials in the county governor's office spoke one after another. Wu Tong of Beixia County was born in Zhoushan, and he is rated as the best. While these officials were talking, Zhou Shan's first riding skill assessment results came out, and he got the above grade rating. After the examiner in charge of the riding skills gave the results, the officer on the side shouted loudly, "Road. A-level evaluation." Hearing the results shouted out by the officer, Zhou Shan nodded with satisfaction. The results of the martial arts examination can be divided into 4 different grades, A, B, C, and D, and each grade is divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. He received an A-level evaluation, which is the highest grade. If all 6 assessments can get an A-level evaluation, then it is 100% possible to pass the assessment. There are no restrictions on the assessment of martial arts students. As long as they meet the standards and are recommended, they can pass the assessment and go to the Martial Arts Academy to take the martial arts examination. There are more than 400 martial arts students in the counties of Dakang County and the county itself. However, there is a quota limit for martial arts students, and only the top 200 students are selected. That is to say, among the more than 400 martial arts students present, only 200 can pass the assessment and become martial arts scholars, which directly eliminates more than half of the people. After completing the writing test, Zhou Shan left the venue. Then one by one, candidates entered and left the venue, and soon all candidates completed the writing test. The martial arts students who received the A-level evaluation, whether they were AA, A-middle, or AB, all had smiles on their faces. As long as they received the A-level evaluation, they would basically not be eliminated. However, the martial arts students who received the B-level evaluation had a sad face. Although there are 5 more tests to come, as long as they perform well, they can get the A-level evaluation and have a high probability of passing the test, but the results at the beginning are not good, which is a bad start. After the riding test, it is the archery. Archery is divided into 2 types, foot archery and horse archery. In addition to accuracy, the standard for the test is distance. The farther the target is, the higher the difficulty. In addition, in order to make the arrow shoot far enough and get the A-level test, the requirements for the bow are also very high. Basically, a 100 stone strong bow is required for the test. 1 stone is 120 caddies. If it is a 10 stone strong bow, it will take 1,200 forces to pull it open. A 100 stone strong bow will require 12,000 caddies of force. The bow is made of the bones of a second-level demon soldier, and the bowstring is made of the tendons in the body of a demon soldier. For other warriors, this shooting test may require a test of shooting skills, or even require the practice of special archery skills, but it is not difficult for Zhou Shan. The spirit is released, and the diameter exceeds 4 kilometers. In Zhou Shan's eyes, the target 4 kilometers away is no different from the one in front of him. Whether it is shooting on foot or on horseback, it is not difficult for him. Therefore, Zhou Shan still received the evaluation of above Class A in this shooting test. After riding and shooting, it is the dance of soldiers. The dance of soldiers test is just like the martial arts performance in the previous life. Step forward to show your martial arts. Zhou Shan, a martial arts student in Baisha County, dances above Class A. Zhou Shan finished the dance of soldiers test and received the evaluation of above Class A. After 3 consecutive tests, it was dusk. The 4th skill competition will be held on the 2nd day. The skill competition is actually a competition between martial arts students. However, before the competition, candidates will sign a life and death contract. As the saying goes, fists and feet have no eyes, and swords are ruthless. If there are injuries during the competition, you can be responsible for it, but you cannot deliberately kill someone. There are so many examiners sitting on the field, and even a magician who has reached the 5th level of the immortal way. Whether it is really unable to stop, or deliberately killing someone, it will definitely not be hidden from the magician of the 5th level of the immortal way. If it is intentional killing, the court will naturally investigate the matter. If it is because of the inability to stop and accidentally kill someone, then according to the rules, the court will not investigate, but if the forces behind the candidates are narrow-minded, it is basically considered an enemy. For example, the Vajra Gate and the Giant Spirit Gate have a feud because of this. For such a feud, even if the court comes forward to mediate, it will be useless, and this is also good for the court. If all the forces under its rule are ironclad, they advance and retreat together, and water cannot be poured into them, then the government will have a headache. Therefore, for the imperial court, the conflicts between these forces are easier to manage than a united front. Therefore, the government will not intervene to mediate the conflicting forces. They will let them fight to the death. As long as it does not affect ordinary people, massacres, and affect stability, the government will not care about the fighting between the disciples of these forces. At most, they will come out to clean up after the fighting. The next day, hot air spewed out from Zhou Shan's mouth and nose. His blood was like fire, his heart was beating like a drum, and his whole body was like a furnace. After completing the practice of the heavenly snake breathing method, Zhou Shan slowly closed the practice, and then opened the attribute panel in a moment. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. 1 point of spirit attribute will be increased every day. Strength: 134. Defense: 132. Agility: 69. Constitution: 151. Spirit: 475. Martial Arts: Giant Spirit. 5 forms: Ox form perfect, Bear form perfect, Tiger form perfect, Snake form perfect. Turtle breathing skill 6th level perfect, Stone breaking fist perfect, Fish body skill perfect. Taoism: White Bone Visualization Method 3rd level 85%, Soul Shocking Technique 5th level 72%, White Bone Magic Bottle Mastery 13%, White Bone Lotus Mastery 9%. Heavenly Snake Breathing Skill, reached perfection. After taking the 3rd level Precious Plant Fire Marrow Ganoderma, after more than a month of practice, Zhou Shan's Sky Snake Breathing skill finally reached the perfect state, and his chi and blood also broke through the limit for the 3rd time. The chi and blood were as vigorous as fire, and the whole body became one, like a chi and blood furnace, swallowing gold and stone to refine it. The 3rd realm of internal organs reached perfection. Next, it is to break through to the 4th realm of blood exchange. The 4th realm of blood exchange practice, first of all, must wash the marrow, and then can exchange blood to forge the chi and blood phase. The whale form in the giant spirit 5 forms as a marrow washing method, which can allow chi and blood to penetrate into the bone marrow and cleanse the bone marrow. But now is not the time to practice. Today, there will be a test of skills. Zhou Shan finished his practice and came to the martial arts school. The skills competition is divided into 5 rounds. The winner of each round will get 2 points, the draw will get 1 point, and the loser will get 0 points. After the 5 rounds of competition, all the consecutive winners can get the A-level evaluation. The one with 4 wins and 1 draw will be the A-level, and the one with 4 wins and 1 loss will be the A-level. The opponent of the competition is determined by drawing lots. This requires a certain amount of luck. If you are lucky and the opponents in the 5 rounds are not strong, you can naturally get the A-level evaluation. If you are unlucky, the opponents you draw in the 5 rounds are all the best among the martial arts students, and you may only get a C-level evaluation. However, this is for martial arts students with medium strength. There is a saying of luck. For martial arts students with real strong strength, there is no such thing as luck. No matter who the opponent is, they have the confidence to defeat him. Zhou Shan from Baisha County, Dong Daong from Qingshui County. The officer in charge of the examination shouted loudly, and Zhou Shan and Dong Daong, who heard their names, stepped onto the stage. There were a total of 10 stages on the training ground, which could allow 20 people to compete at the same time, speeding up the progress of the examination. Otherwise, more than 400 people would have 5 rounds of competition in one day, which might not be enough time. The 2 men stepped onto the stage at the same time, and after both sides bowed and saluted each other, they immediately started without any nonsense. Dong Daong's figure immediately rushed out, with his 5 fingers clenched, and smashed towards Zhou Shan like a cannonball. Bang! In the void, there were explosions out of thin air. Dong Daong learned from the Sanpaoman of Qingshui County, and what he displayed was the Sanpaoman's unique art of cannon hammer fist, which was fierce and agile, like an explosion and a cannon, with amazing power. Bang! Then, Dong Daong punched Zhou Shan hard. Zhou Shan flew out of the stage directly. Ha ha ha, I won. Seeing Zhou Shan flying out of the ring, Dong Daong couldn't help but laugh. In the first 3 rounds of the martial arts examination, Zhou Shan was rated as above, which also attracted the attention of a group of martial arts students. They didn't expect Zhou Shan to be just a silver-plated spearhead, good-looking but useless. Dong Daong from Qingshui County wins. After hearing the officer announce the victory, Dong Daong took the initiative to walk down the ring. With my current mental strength, I can confuse ordinary 2nd-level bone-forging warriors, and the other party can't detect it at all. On the ring, Zhou Shan looked at Dong Daong walking down the ring with a silly smile on his face, and a smile appeared on his mouth. Just now, he used the soul-shocking technique to outline the illusion of Dong Daong being punched out of the ring in front of him, and the officer announcing the results was also an illusion, and then Dong Daong walked down the ring. In Zhou Shan's spiritual sea of consciousness, the majestic mental power was only consumed by about 1%. Zhou Shan from Baisha County wins. Just as Dong Daong took the initiative to step down from the ring, the guard immediately announced the result of the competition. What? At this time, Zhou Shan also stopped using the soul-stunning technique on Dong Daong. When Dong Daong heard the guard announce that Zhou Shan won, his face changed drastically, and he immediately understood what was going on. This Zhou Shan is a Taoist monk. How could I forget this? Dong Daong couldn't help but pat his head in regret. Under the influence of the illusion drawn by the soul-stunning technique, he also intentionally or unintentionally ignored some key information. When he first came to the martial arts academy, Zhou Shan defeated Su Mu, a disciple of the Vajra sect, in one move at the Bajun building. This matter almost spread throughout the city, and the martial arts students from various counties naturally heard about it. In that battle, Zhou Shan showed the means possessed by the Taoist monks. Therefore, everyone knows that Zhou Shan is a warrior who has also practiced the way of immortality. However, under the influence of the soul-stunning technique, Dong Daong was in the illusion drawn and was confused by the illusion, so he naturally forgot about it. This is the weirdness of the soul-stunning technique. Now that Zhou Shan has removed the illusion of the soul-stunning technique, Dong Daong heard the officer announce that Zhou Shan had obtained it, so he naturally understood what was going on and knew that he had just been hit by an illusion. What a weird method. This Zhou Shan's practice in the way of immortality is probably also the third level of condensed liquid. Dong Daong said secretly in his heart. He is a warrior who has reached the second level of bone forging, and he has cultivated tiger bones, but he was able to make him fall into the trap without knowing it and fall into many illusions. At least he must reach the third level of condensed liquid in the way of immortality to do this. However, although he lost to Zhou Shan, Dong Daong did not hate him in his heart, and even felt a little grateful. He was grateful that Zhou Shan did not hurt him, but only used illusions to make him walk off the ring on his own initiative. After all, the competition of skills requires 5 rounds in a row. If he got hurt in the first round, it would be no different from being eliminated directly. With Zhou Shan's strength, Su Mu, who had reached the third level of practicing internal organs, was not his opponent, and he was even less of an opponent. As long as Zhou Shan didn't kill him and just injured him seriously, the examiners would not interfere. In the following second, third and fourth rounds, Zhou Shan defeated all the opponents he encountered in this way, although the opponents in these 3 rounds were prepared before going on stage and were highly alert to prevent Zhou Shan's illusion. However, their martial arts realm was just barely reaching the second level. Compared with Zhou Shan, the gap between the two was too big. As long as they were on the stage, they would fall into illusions without knowing it. For 4 consecutive rounds, Zhou Shan defeated his opponents without spending any effort. He won all 4 rounds and had already earned 8 points. Zhou Shan from Baisha County, Jao Gang from Dekang County. Soon, the 5th round of the competition began. Jao Gang, this is a disciple of the Vajra sect. Hearing the name of his opponent, Zhou Shan narrowed his eyes slightly. After knowing the feud with the Vajra sect, he also had some understanding of the martial arts students of this year's Vajra sect. Among them, the strongest one is Jao Gang, the young disciple accepted by Han Lei, the leader of the Vajra sect. This Jao Gang is a martial arts genius born with supernatural power. Before he came into contact with martial arts, he could lift 1,000 jin tripod. After practicing martial arts, he reached the second level of bone forging perfection in just 3 years and cultivated the blood and qi. It is said that Han Lei also spent a lot of money and used his previous connections to get the third level precious plant fire essence date for Jao Gang to take, breaking through to the third level of internal organ training. Although he did not reach the perfection of internal organ training, he also saved several years of hard work. With the 3 realms of internal organ training and the natural divine power, he might be able to fight against the first-class warriors who have perfected the 3 realms of internal organ training. However, Zhou Shan was not afraid. He not only achieved the perfection of the 3 realms of internal organ training in martial arts, but also almost achieved the perfection of the 3 realms in immortality. At this time, Zhou Shan and Jao Gang walked onto the ring at the same time. Jao Gang was more than 2 meters tall, with a strong body and a strong back and waist. He stood there like an iron tower, exuding an explosive breath from head to toe. The competition begins. The servant next to the ring hit the gong with a sledgehammer in his hand. With a clang, the gong sounded deafening, indicating the beginning of this round of competition. Boom! As the gong sounded, the blood and qi in Zhao Gang's body burst out instantly, and a strong blood and qi condensed above his head, like a wolf's smoke. The air was affected by this blood and qi, and it was distorted in waves. Boom! The invisible mental power and blood and qi collided, and layers of air waves were stirred in the void. Although the two had not yet formally fought, their mental power and blood had already collided with each other in advance, and the constant collision and confrontation set off layers of waves. Zhao Gang had reached the third level of internal training. Although the blood and energy he had burst out had not reached the level of boiling hot, it was not much different. With the vigorous blood and energy to protect him, Zhou Shan used the soul-stunning technique, which was not good for the opponents in the first 4 rounds. However, when his mental power approached the opponent at this time, it was affected by the blood and energy. If Zhou Shan wanted to use the soul-stunning technique to affect Zhao Gang, he had to break the vigorous blood and energy that Zhao Gang had burst out, but this was obviously not something that could be done in a short time. During this competition, Zhao Gang could still move. When in the 8 Treasures Tower, the reason why Zhou Shan was able to defeat Su Mu, who was in the 3rd level of internal training, in one move was because the opponent was not prepared at all. He did not know that Zhou Shan was a cultivator in the 3rd level of Ningyi, and he had no preparation in his heart. He did not burst out the blood and energy to protect himself in advance, which had an unexpected effect, so he was able to seriously injure Su Mu in one move. If it were to happen again now, Zhou Shan might not be able to do it. People often say that knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles, and that's the truth. If you don't know the enemy's strength, you will be in trouble. If Su Mu knew that Zhou Shan was a Taoist monk, he would not be so careless, but would be vigilant at all times and directly burst out the power of blood and qi to protect himself, and would not end up like this. Now when people in Dakang County mention Zhou Shan, Su Mu will become a background board. Kill. After Zhao Gang burst out his blood and qi, his muscles undulated all over his body, and his muscles bulged until his clothes bulged. Then he kicked his legs and rushed towards Zhou Shan like a steel bull. It seems that I have to use some real strength, Zhou Shan said secretly in his heart. Facing a natural divine power person who has reached the 3rd level of internal training, he can't easily defeat the opponent just by relying on the soul-stunning technique as he did with the opponent in the first 4 rounds. Bang! The ring vibrated. After Zhao Gang kicked his legs, countless cracks appeared on the hard ring. This shows how terrible the power of the opponent is. The flesh tore the air, making a sharp sonic boom. Go! Zhou Shan moved his mind, and under the wrapping of spiritual power, tiny black iron flying needles instantly shot towards Zhao Gang like lightning. Golden Bell Cover. When a martial arts practitioner reaches the 3rd level of internal organs, his 5 senses have also been strengthened. Moreover, Zhao Gang always pays attention to Zhou Shan's every move, and his mind and attention are all focused on Zhou Shan. After Zhou Shan cast the black iron flying needle, Zhao Gang also reacted immediately. Zhao Gang stopped and put his hands together. The majestic blood and qi outside his body immediately condensed into a big bell around his body for protection. Clang clang clang. In an instant, the black iron flying needles hit the blood and qi bell, and the sound of gold and iron hitting each other burst out. The black iron needle was blocked, and Zhou Shan's spiritual power surged. More power was added to the black iron needle, which penetrated into the blood and qi bell little by little. Break it for me. Seeing the black iron needle penetrated little by little, Zhao Gang shouted and ran the blood and qi bell with all his strength. This bell, which was condensed by blood and qi, immediately spun rapidly, and the black iron needle that penetrated into the bell was immediately bounced out, and Zhou Shan's spiritual power attached to it was also shaken off. Unfortunately, these flying needles I made are not treasures, but ordinary flying needles. Seeing the black iron needle being bounced off, Zhou Shan's face was calm and there was no change. The black iron needle was just an ordinary weapon. If it was a treasure with Taoist runes engraved on it, the spiritual power attached to it would not be so easily shaken off by the blood and qi burst out by Zhao Gang. Ordinary weapons cannot condense spiritual power. But if it is a treasure, or a higher level spiritual weapon, it can make the spiritual power attached to it more condensed, and even have the effect of amplifying spiritual power. Especially spiritual weapons. Spiritual weapons have spirits and spirituality. When the host encounters danger, it can even automatically protect the master. However, treasure weapons and spiritual weapons are not so easy to refine. Among the 9 Taoist sects in Tiansheng sect, Fangxian Dao is good at refining weapons and alchemy, and it has gathered many alchemy masters and weapon refining masters. Moreover, Zhou Shan did not practice special weapon control Taoist techniques, but simply used mental power to control the black iron flying needle. The method was too crude and there was no technology at all. Among the weapon control Taoist techniques, there is a most famous Taoist technique, that is, the sword control technique. Once the flying sword comes out, it can take the head of a person thousands of miles away. The sword control technique has special methods of raising, controlling the sword, which is much more advanced than Zhou Shan's use of mental power to control the black iron flying needle. Break it. After seeing the black iron needle being ejected, Zhou Shan rushed over like a tiger, stretched out his palm tightly, and stretched out 2 fingers, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, cutting through the air and poking at the qi and blood bell rotating on Zhao Gang's body. Zhou Shan simultaneously used the attack methods of the 13 tiger forms and the heavenly snake breathing technique. The fierce tiger descending the mountain in the 13 tiger forms can instantly burst out 3 times its own strength, while the moves in the heavenly snake breathing technique can allow Zhou Shan to concentrate all his strength at one point and break the surface with a point. The qi and blood bell rotating on Zhao Gang's body can divide the power, but Zhou Shan used the middle move of the heavenly snake breathing technique to concentrate the power at one point and burst it out instantly, leaving the rotating qi and blood bell no time to dissolve the power. Bang! Under Zhou Shan's full-strength attack, the qi and blood bell around Zhao Gang exploded instantly, the airflow rolled, the energy was surging, and the terrible pressure pressed on Zhao Gang like a tidal wave. After breaking the qi and blood bell, Zhou Shan immediately transformed his fingers into fists and rushed towards Zhao Gang like a ferocious tiger. Zhao Gang immediately raised his hand and punched out as well. Boom! In the void, the fists of the 2 men slammed into each other fiercely, and a dull sound immediately broke out. A violent qi force swept over, and the clothes on the upper bodies of the 2 men were all torn apart. Zhou Shan was wearing a golden scale inner armor, emitting a brilliant golden light, while Zhao Gang revealed his bronze skin and retreated repeatedly. It was obvious that he suffered a great loss from this attack. Zhou Shan had already reached the perfection of the 3rd realm of internal organ training, while Zhao Gang was at most in the late stage of the 3rd realm of internal organ training. If it weren't for his special physique with natural divine power, he would have been injured by this attack, instead of just retreating a few steps. Quick battle, quick decision. After repelling Zhao Gang with 1 blow, Zhou Shan took advantage of the situation to pursue him, and also used the soul-stunning technique with all his strength. This time, Zhou Shan did not draw an illusion when activating the soul-shocking technique. Instead, he directly used the 5th level of the soul-shocking technique, the soul vortex, to forcibly extract Zhao Gang's soul. Suddenly, a vortex appeared above Zhao Gang's head, sucking Zhao Gang's soul. White bone magic bottle. At the same time, Zhou Shan also used the white bone magic bottle of the white bone Dao. The white bone magic bottle, which was always in the spiritual sea of consciousness, flew out and aimed at Zhao Gang. It also emitted a terrible suction force, trying to forcibly extract Zhao Gang's soul. The white bone magic bottle has 2 abilities. The first is to extract and refine the soul, forcibly extracting the soul in the body of a living being, and the second is to refine the soul sucked into the magic bottle and integrate it into the soul-destroying divine light of all souls, thereby enhancing the power of the soul-destroying divine light of all souls. Not good. When Zhou Shan performed the 2 Taoist arts of soul scarring and bone magic bottle, Zhao Gang's face changed drastically. He immediately felt the soul living in the spiritual sea of consciousness moving and being sucked out of the body. For a moment, he lost control of his body and his blood and qi collapsed. Although he kept his mind and urged his blood and qi to lock his soul in his body, that moment of loss of consciousness was enough to decide the outcome. Boom! Zhou Shan's fist hit Zhao Gang's chest fiercely. Suddenly, Zhao Gang felt a terrifying force pouring into his body like a flood, shaking off his condensed blood and qi, and his skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs were all subjected to terrible impact. Zhao Gang's whole body was shaking like water waves, his skin, flesh, bones were numb, and he couldn't muster a bit of strength. Then, his body flew backwards, flew out of the range of the ring, and fell heavily to the ground. Zhou Shan of Baisha County wins. Zhao Gang was knocked out of the ring, and the officer next to him immediately announced that Zhou Shan won. After defeating Zhao Gang, Zhou Shan also completed the 5th round of the competition, and won 5 consecutive games. With 5 consecutive wins in the competition, his test score must be A level. Just now that was the white bone magic bottle. On the high platform of the training ground, the master of Yingtian Temple frowned, obviously recognizing the Taoist magic performed by Zhou Shan. How could the descendant of the white bone Dao appear in Donghai Prefecture, or did this martial arts boy named Zhou Shan have good luck and accidentally obtained the inheritance of the white bone Dao, thus stepping into the practice of immortality? The master of Yingtian Temple murmured to himself in a low voice. The 9 Taoist sects in Tianshang sect were actually 9 different sects before the establishment of Daqian, but these 9 sects united together to help Daqian Tezu overthrow the previous dynasty. In order to be able to rule the world with Daqian, the 9 sects merged together to form Tianshang sect, which became 9 Taoist sects. The 9 major sects all have their own territories. Donghai Prefecture belongs to the sphere of influence of Yingtian Dao. Qinghua Prefecture, which is adjacent to Donghai Prefecture, belongs to the sphere of influence of Beigu Dao, and Dakang County is a county bordering Qinghua Prefecture. At the beginning of the establishment of Daqian, the court and Tianshang sect encircled and suppressed the remnants of the previous dynasty. The disciples of the 9 major sects would run around between the various prefectures and would not be limited to one prefecture, but now, this kind of thing rarely happens. However, in the prefectures of Daqian, there are occasionally some lucky people who accidentally obtain the inheritance left by the disciples of the 9 major sects who died outside, and thus step into the practice of immortals. For every practitioner who can step into the immortal way, the 9 major sects will basically accept him as a disciple as long as they have tested their souls and have not been polluted by the demon clan or other sects. Seeing Zhou Shan perform the white bone magic bottle, the master of Yingtian Temple was surprised for a moment, but that was all. What Zhou Shan obtained was the inheritance of Beigu Dao, not his Yingtian Dao inheritance. After more than 400 martial arts students had all gone through 5 rounds of competition, half a day had already passed. In the afternoon, the policy essay test was conducted among the 6 assessments, and the actual combat was placed at the end. The policy essay test is almost the same every year. The questions to be tested are all taken from the art of war, the 7 military classics, the 6 strategies, etc., and at most some of the current prime minister's ideas on governing the country are mixed in. As long as you can memorize and sing praises, it will be fine. The policy essay test lasts for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the police will take away the test papers of all martial arts students. After the 5 assessments of writing, archery, dancing, competition, and policy essay, it is the actual combat. Actual combat is different from competition. Competition is a fight between martial arts students, and it is still reserved after all. But actual combat is a real life and death fight. The target of actual combat may be bandits or monsters. In the previous martial arts imperial examinations, the final palace examination was held to select the top 3 jinshi. The final practical test was either to go to the battlefield, to destroy the discovered Wushengjiao stronghold, or to kill the demon commander or even the demon king who was causing trouble to one side. The final practical test was determined by the specific situation and was not fixed. Before the practical test officially began, no one knew what the specific content was. The next day, more than 400 martial arts students boarded the ironclad warship and left the county city. As this, heading to Beisha River. Could this practical test be related to the demons or bandits in Beisha River? Looking at the route of the ironclad warship and entering the Beisha River, Zhou Shan secretly guessed in his heart. At this time, he recalled that it seemed that he had heard from his master Lin Yuanshang that the Dakang County Navy and the Yingtian Dao Daoists did not attack Yunwu Lake, but only killed the demons of the Wusheng sect and Xie Dongtian, the leader of the Golden Lion water bandit group who had reached the 4th realm of blood exchange, and then blocked Yunwu Lake, and all the water bandits were trapped inside. In this way, the actual combat assessment of this college examination is to eliminate the water bandits trapped in Yunwu Lake. Eliminate the water bandits. Zhou Shan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Among the water bandits in Yunwu Lake, there are many warriors who have reached the 1st realm, the 2nd realm, or even the 3rd realm. If these warriors are killed and their souls are swallowed by the white bone magic bottle, the power of the Wanling soul-destroying divine light can be increased, and the bone essence of these warriors can also be extracted and integrated into the white bone lotus. The white bone lotus in Zhou Shan's sea of consciousness has been upgraded from 3 flowers and 9 petals to 9 flowers and 27 petals. The 3 flowers and 9 petals belong to the 1st grade white bone lotus, while the 9 flowers and 27 petals belong to the 3rd grade lotus, which greatly improves the defense and can resist the attacks of the 3rd level condensed liquid cultivators and the 3rd level internal training warriors. It takes some time to rush from Jao Gang County to Yunwu days. Zhou Shan sat in the room and began to practice the giant whale technique in the giant spirit 5 form skill. The giant whale technique is a marrow washing skill. If you want to change blood and forge the blood and chi phase, you must first wash the marrow and practice the skills into the bone marrow. After completing the marrow washing and meeting the requirements of blood exchange, you can forge the blood and chi phase according to the corresponding form intention, and if you want to condense the yin spirit, you need the corresponding spiritual intention. There are 5 different forms and intentions in the giant spirit 5 form skill, namely, ox, bear, tiger, snake and whale. The cultivation of the physical body needs to be carried out step by step, namely strengthening the blood, grinding the skin, strengthening the bones, training the organs, and then washing the marrow and exchanging blood. However, when it comes to the stage of forging the chi and blood phase, the 5 different chi and blood phases of cattle, bears, tigers, snakes and whales can be forged first, regardless of which one meets the requirements. Each chi and blood phase requires a corresponding spiritual object of heaven and earth to be forged. Marrow washing can be completed by relying on one's own chi and blood, but if you want to forge the chi and blood phase, you must have a spiritual object of heaven and earth, otherwise the forged chi and blood phase is just a mere appearance, without the characteristics and abilities that the chi and blood phase should have. This is no different from the simple condensation of chi and blood into a phase, and it is not a chi and blood phase at all. The characteristics and abilities possessed by the chi and blood phase do not come out of thin air, but come from the spiritual objects of heaven and earth that are refined. However, Zhou Shan has not yet completed a marrow washing, and it is still early for him to exchange blood to forge the chi and blood phase, so he is not a top-notch warrior who has exchanged blood in the 4th realm, but can only be regarded as a practitioner who has entered the 4th realm. Only when the chi and blood phase is forged, can it be considered to have entered the 4th realm to change blood and become a top-notch warrior. Zhou Shan sat cross-legged, running the mental method in the giant whale art to move chi and blood. Wa la la. Zhou Shan heard the sound of surging waves in his ears, and the chi and blood in his body condensed into a giant whale, rolling and jumping in the raging waves, stirring up huge waves, or more accurately, huge waves of fire, washing the bones over and over again. The most difficult point of marrow washing is that the bone marrow is in the deepest part of the bones. If the chi and blood do not break the limit 3 times and reach the level of chi and blood like fire, it is difficult to penetrate into the deepest part of the bones. The 2nd realm of bone forging only strengthens the outer and inner layers of the bones, but does not strengthen the bone marrow layer. The vigorous chi and blood like fire temper the bones, and the power of chi and blood penetrates little by little, and begins to wash the marrow. Hiss. The blood and chi penetrated deep into the bone marrow. It was the first time for Zhou Shan to wash his marrow. He felt a long-lost pain. This pain penetrated deep into the bone marrow and directly impacted the deepest part of his heart. It was most appropriate to describe it as heart-wrenching. Zhou Shan's spirit surged, isolating the pain transmitted by his flesh. If you keep suffering this kind of pain, you won't be able to concentrate on cleansing your marrow. Cleansing the marrow is not just about the influx of chi and blood into the bone marrow layer. It must be very meticulous. At the beginning, you can only use the strong chi and blood to cook the bone marrow little by little, just like boiling a frog in warm water. Don't start too much, too fierce. Otherwise, chi and blood will rush into the bone marrow layer, which will not only fail to wash the marrow, but will also damage the marrow. For other warriors, if you want to cleanse the marrow, you must make many preparations, such as taking medicine to protect the bone marrow. Especially if you are practicing for the first time, the chi and blood can easily damage the bone marrow. But Zhou Shan doesn't need it. He is an immortal monk, can see inside, and can grasp the chi and blood to a meticulous level, so it is much easier to step into the marrow cleansing than an ordinary warrior. Martial arts and immortality are not mutually exclusive. If they practice together, they can even complement each other. For example, if you practice Immortal Tao and have spiritual power, you can control your physical body in more detail. If you practice martial arts, it will be twice the result with half the effort. If the martial arts is strong, as the residence of the soul, the strong chi and blood can also nourish the soul, but practicing the immortal way requires extremely high understanding, so most people in the world practice martial arts. However, immortal monks basically practice martial arts as well. Itchy. Very itchy. Qi and blood penetrated deep into the bone marrow. The vigorous qi and blood boiled the bone marrow bit by bit. Zhou Shan immediately felt hot and itchy, and his whole body felt like ants were crawling and it was unbearable. Immediately, Zhou Shan's soul ran the bone visualization method. Facing the fear of death, the decay and stink of the flesh, he could remain calm and indifferent. The pain of this flesh naturally could not affect him. As the vigorous qi and blood continued to boil the bone marrow, Zhou Shan's whole body turned red and his body temperature rose rapidly. A strange itch from the bone marrow spread throughout his body, making people want to tear open the flesh and scratch it. But Zhou Shan's soul was firm and was not affected by this strange itch. Under the purification of the vigorous qi and blood, Zhou Shan found that the bone marrow became more and more crystal clear. The stronger the bone marrow is, the stronger the hematopoietic ability is. The qi and blood are consumed, and the recovery will be faster. In this way, Zhou Shan immersed himself in cultivation, moving qi and blood to cleanse his bone marrow bit by bit. We're here. Feeling that the armored warship had stopped, Zhou Shan slowly opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. In a flash, an attribute panel appeared in front of him. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. 1 point of spirit attribute will be increased every day. Strength: 134. Defense: 132. Agility: 69. Physique: 152. Spirit: 476. Martial arts: Giant Spirit. 5 forms: Ox form perfect, Bear form perfect, Tiger form perfect, Snake form perfect, Whale form 1st level 3%, Turtle breathing 6th level perfect, Stone breaking fist perfect, Fish body movement perfect. Taoism: White bone visualization method 3rd level 86%, Soul shocking technique 5th level 72%, White bone magic bottle mastery 13%, White bone lotus mastery 9%. The giant whale art has reached the 1st level, and now I have officially entered the practice of marrow washing. Zhou Shan saw the martial arts column on the attribute panel. The whale shape displayed on it means that the giant whale art has reached the 1st level. The giant whale art is divided into 5 levels in total. When each level is practiced to perfection and the corresponding spiritual objects of heaven and earth are found, blood can be exchanged to forge the qi and blood phase. Everyone, gather on the deck. At this moment, a voice sounded in Zhou Shan's mind. When he heard this voice, he knew that it was a Taoist monk using his spirit to transmit the sound. After hearing this, Zhou Shan also left the room and came to the deck of the ironclad warship. After a while, more than 400 martial arts students came to the deck. The practical test of this college entrance examination is to encircle and suppress the bandits in Yunwu Lake. An examiner in charge of the practical test said, 2 hours, you have 2 hours. Whether you can find the bandits in Yunwu Lake depends on your own ability. These bandits have special marks planted by the 4th level spiritual cultivators in Yingtian Temple. Each of you will get a special magic card. As long as you kill a bandit, you can get corresponding points. The stronger the bandit, the stronger the mark on his body, and the more points you can get. After 2 hours, the elite of the Jao Gang Navy will be dispatched to kill all the bandits in Yunwu Lake. As he said, more than a dozen officers came forward and distributed magic cards to more than 400 martial arts students. Zhou Shan took the magic card, which was engraved with mysterious Taoist runes. Taoist runes are different from ordinary words. Each Taoist rune expounds the principles of heaven and earth. If you use magic power to draw Taoist runes, they will burst out with mysterious power. If they are permanently engraved on objects, these objects will become treasures, spiritual tools, etc., and the characters learned by ordinary people are simplified from Taoist runes. Ordinary characters have no power. After putting away the magic tablets, the martial arts students boarded the sampans prepared by the Jao Gang water master. The sampan is also called 3 boards, which is made of 3 boards. It is simpler than the black-sailed boat. At least the black-sailed boat can shelter from rain, while the sampan is open-topped, and the civilian sampan is relatively small overall, and can only carry about 3 or 4 people. The military sampan can carry more than 10 people. Brother Joe, these water bandits basically form gangs, often with dozens of people, and large water bandit groups even have hundreds of people. If we act together, we can take care of each other and prevent being attacked by water bandits. These water bandit groups know that they are surrounded in the misty swamp and cannot escape, and they may do something crazy. At this time, Feng Hao, the young master of Xinglong Escort Agency, stepped forward and said, "Okay, let's act together." Zhou Shan nodded and did not refuse. In the 6 assessments of the college examination, he obtained the A+ assessment in the first 5. In fact, even if he did not participate in the 6th assessment, he could pass the assessment with his results and obtain the title of Wu Shokai, so without affecting himself, he could lead the disciples of Julingmen in the actual combat assessment. The terrain of Yunwu Lake is complex, and the depths are always covered with fog. Without a survey map of Yunwu Lake, it would take some time for the martial arts students to find the place where the bandits live. However, he has spiritual power and is not affected by the fog. Under spiritual investigation, nothing can escape. Or, you can find a monster in Yunwu Lake to control it and let the monster lead the way. These bandits live in Yunwu Lake and come and go. The monsters among them must know some gathering places. The sampans approved by the Jao Gang Navy are naturally military sampans. More than 400 martial arts students all form small groups, with 5 or 6 people, 7 or 8 people, or more than 10 people sharing a military sampan. Few acted alone. For example, the disciples of Yingtian Temple who participated in the academy examination were simply acting. The disciples of Yingtian Temple were cultivators who practiced the immortal way and also had spiritual power. The fog shrouded in the Yunwu Lake had no effect on the disciples of Yingtian Temple. The disciples of the 9 Taoist sects of Tiansheng sect also participated in the martial arts imperial examination. If they could get a good ranking in the martial arts imperial examination and become a martial arts scholar, they could enter the main temple from the branch temple in the prefecture and county to practice and obtain the real orthodox unique skills. Therefore, for the disciples of the 9 Taoist sects of Tiansheng sect, the martial arts imperial examination is also a way to promotion. If they can get a first-class ranking in the martial arts imperial examination, they will definitely be vigorously cultivated, and it is not impossible for them to even become Taoists. After all, the first class of the martial arts imperial examination is the top 3. Wu Zhuangyuan, Wu Bengan and Wu Tanhua. If you can get the first place in the Wu imperial examination, you will be a favored child in the world. One sampan after another entered the Yunwu Lake. Zhou Shan stood on the sampan, and someone was responsible for rowing, quickly going deep into the Yunwu Lake. After entering the foggy area that affected the vision, Zhou Shan immediately released his mental power to explore the surroundings, pointing out the direction for everyone so that they would not get lost in it. Chapter 81. There's a monster. A quarter of an hour passed, and Zhou Shan found no trace of the water bandit, but found a monster. In his spiritual perception, the life wave emitted by this monster was a monster soldier who had reached the 2nd level. He decided to surrender this monster and let it take him to find the water bandits. Immediately, under Zhou Shan's guidance, the sampan headed towards the location of the monster. This is a monster that looks somewhat similar to a crocodile in appearance. It has sharp teeth in its mouth. As the sampan approaches, the monster senses the approach of a human and immediately goes into a frenzy like a shark that smells blood. Rush to the sampan. Well, this monster has eaten people. Seeing this change, Zhou Shan knew that this monster had eaten people. Any monster that eats people will become addicted just like taking drugs. As long as he smells human breath, he will be unable to bear the urge in his heart and want to eat people. However, Zhou Shan's control of this monster is only temporary. As long as the hiding place of the water bandits is found, the monster will be worthless after the actual combat assessment. Soul-destroying technique. As soon as Zhou Shan thought, invisible spiritual power blasted into the sea of crocodile demon consciousness. Immediately, the spiritual mana outlined the soul-controlled talisman in the sea of consciousness of the crocodile demon, establishing a spiritual link. Take me to a nearby human gathering place. After controlling the crocodile demon, Zhou Shan immediately ordered through the spiritual link. Yes, Master. After receiving the order, the crocodile demon led the way. The methods of the immortal monks are truly magical. This monster is a demon soldier who has reached the 2nd level, and was controlled by Taoism like this. No wonder some evil cults and demonic cults that have appeared in the past dynasties can easily incite common people to rebel and develop followers. In a very short period of time, the number of followers can reach hundreds of thousands or even millions. It was also the missionaries of the cult who used Taoism to control the minds of these people. Immortal monks have weird and unpredictable methods. Only warriors with strong qi and blood can resist them. Immortal monks are better at controlling people's hearts than warriors. However, it is much more difficult to enter the immortal way than the martial arts. Except for Yingtian Temple, there are no sects practicing the immortal way in Dakang County. Even if you look at it, in the entire Donghai Mansion, apart from Yingtian Temple, there are only 2 or 3 sects that practice immortality. Quote. Seeing how easily Zhou Shan controlled the second-level demon soldiers, the people on the sampan also started talking about it. At the same time, they were even more afraid of the immortal monks. For everyone who has been staying in Baisha County, they have never been exposed to immortal monks before. Their understanding of immortal monks only exists in some biographies and legends. Even ordinary people who have never left Baisha County in their lives do not know that immortal monks classify the immortal methods and some Taoist techniques as spiritual martial arts. But there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to use Taoism, you must first cultivate your spiritual power and open up the sea of spiritual consciousness. The most basic Taoism is spiritual illusion. Only when your spirit reaches a certain level and interferes with reality can you control objects and have various methods, change. However, some casual cultivators with no background are just lucky enough to obtain the immortal Tao inheritance. Basically, they are only in the first and second realms. They only know some superficial illusions to deceive and deceive. It is very rare for casual cultivators to reach the third realm of immortal Tao condensation. Few. Under the leadership of the crocodile demon, the sampan continued to penetrate deep into the cloudy swamp. Found it. It didn't take long for Zhou Shan's spirit to detect a small island not far ahead. There are dozens of wooden houses of different shapes on this small island. At the same time, under spiritual investigation, Zhou Shan also discovered the person hiding on the island. This is the ghost water bandits. Under the shroud of mental power, the faces of each water bandit living on the island were clearly imprinted in Zhou Shan's mind. He immediately discovered that 6 of them were wanted criminals by the county government. These 6 wanted criminals are the 6 leaders of the phantom water bandits. There are 6 masters of the ghost water bandits. Among them, the first master, Jinsho Shenfeng, is a first-class martial artist who has reached the 3rd realm of Zhang training. The second master, Bloody Hand Butcher Liu Shangyuan, has reached the 2nd realm and cultivated qi, blood and wolf smoke. The other 4 masters, they are all second-rate warriors who have reached the 2nd level of bone forging, and they have all reached the level of iron bones. The strength of the ghost water bandits is not the strongest among all the water bandits in Yunwu days, but it can still be ranked in the top 5, but Zhou Shan is not afraid. Only the headmaster Duan Jinsho Chenfeng, a top-notch martial artist with 3 realms of Zhang training, could defeat the phantom water bandits alone. Master, someone is coming towards the island where we are. Just when Zhou Shan discovered the island where the ghost water bandits were hiding, the members of the ghost water bandits also discovered the sampan on which Zhou Shan and others were riding, and immediately reported it to the boss. Dakang County Navy finally took action against us. The boss, Shen Feng, said in a deep voice. It doesn't seem like they are the Navy of Dakang County. I see that they are wearing Wu Tongsheng's clothes. The reported water bandit answered truthfully. Wu Tongsheng's clothes. Shen Feng said coldly. It seems that the Dakang County officials regard us as the subjects of the actual combat assessment for the martial arts examinations. Aren't they afraid of using us as the whetstone for these Wutongsheng? The whetstone is so hard that it breaks the knife. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Shen Feng immediately understood what was going on. The envoys of the Wusheng sect died or escaped, leaving only the bandits trapped in the Yunwu swamp. All exits were blocked by the Dakang Water Master, and there were even immortal monks from Yingtian Temple. They were like turtles in a jar, with nowhere to escape. However, the Dakang County Water Master was reluctant to act. All the bandits, including the Ghost Water Master, did not know why. But now his men said that a ship wearing martial arts uniforms was approaching the island, and Shenfeng immediately understood why the Dakang County Water Master was reluctant to act. You immediately notify the 5 heads and ask them to gather at the Jui Hall, and at the same time, let everyone be ready for battle. Shen Feng's eyes flashed with madness, and he said coldly, since they dare to use us as a whetstone for these little kids, break a few of their knives. Anyway, they can't run away. In this case, let's fight these martial arts students and kill as many as we can. Yes, boss. The pirate immediately left the residence of Boss Shen Feng. At the same time, dozens of pirates on the island received the order and took up their weapons. Some pirates held bows and arrows, and all the bows were equipped with arrows, pointing directly at the sampan where Zhou Shan and others were. As long as they were within the range of the bows and arrows, they would shoot arrows directly. Bone Demon Bottle. Approaching the island where the ghost water bandits were located, before the water bandits could release their arrows, Zhou Shan took the lead and performed Taoist magic. The Bone Demon Bottle flew out from the sea of spiritual consciousness, and the mouth of the bottle was aimed at the water bandits on the island. Immediately, the soul of the water bandit who was weak in martial arts and was only at the blood-strengthening level was immediately forcibly taken out of the body and sucked into the Bone Demon Bottle. The water bandit who had reached the first level of skin grinding could only struggle. After a breath, he was unable to withstand the power of the demonic bone bottle, and his soul was taken out, entering the demonic bone bottle and being refined, increasing the power of the soul-killing divine light in the demonic bottle. As these water bandits died, auras of spiritual light flew out of their bodies. These spiritual lights flew out and disappeared into Zhou Shan's magic cards. On the spell card, the value originally displayed was 0 feet, but it immediately increased rapidly. That's the points. Zhou Shan and others boarded the island. None of these water bandits were warriors who had reached the second level of bone forging, so Zhou Shan did not waste time using the Taoist white bone lotus to extract the essence of their bones, but went straight to the Jui Hall in the center of the island. Soul Vortex. Bone Demon Bottle. As soon as he arrived at the Jui Hall, Zhou Shan immediately used the two great arts of Soul Deterrence and Bone Demon Bottle. The two great arts were cast at the same time. Even a martial arts prodigy like Jao Gang, who had reached the third level of Zhang training and was born with divine power, could not resist it. He lost consciousness for a moment, let alone the 6 leaders of the Phantom Water Bandits. Except for Shen Feng, the master who has reached the third level of Zhang training, the other 5 masters were unable to resist Zhou Shan's 2 soul-targeting Taoist techniques. Their souls were immediately taken out and sucked into the white bone demon, in a bottle. At the same time, in order to quickly defeat Shen Feng, the leader of the 3 realms of Zhang training, Zhou Shan also released the soul-killing divine light contained in the white bone demon bottle. The soul-killing divine light of all souls can kill even the souls of immortal monks, and the souls of warriors, even if nourished by qi and blood, cannot be as powerful as those of immortal monks who specialize in cultivating souls. Puff. At the moment when Shen Feng lost consciousness, the divine light of all souls and souls disappeared between his eyebrows, shattering his soul. The remaining soul energy was also absorbed by the divine light of all souls and then flew back to the white bone demon bottle. Among the ghost water bandits, who had been entrenched in Yunwu days for more than 10 years and made people feared, were destroyed by Zhou Shan alone, and they were crushed in a one-sided manner. Whether they were ordinary water bandits or the 6 masters, they were all killed instantly. This is Zhou Shan's current strength. Under fellow Shanwu practitioners, ordinary first-rate warriors who practice the 3 realms of Zhang training are not his enemies at all. Even if they reach the perfection of the 3 realms of Zhang training, they can only hold on for a few more breaths under his hands. Search their warehouses, Zhou Shan ordered. Hearing this, Feng Hao and others who came with him immediately started searching the island. After these people left, Zhou Shan used the Taoist technique White Bone Lotus. A 9-flowered and 27-petaled white bone lotus flew out from Zhou Shan's sea of consciousness, then landed on the body of Shen Feng, the master who had reached the 3rd level of internal organs training, and began to absorb the essence of the bones. Wisps of bone essence were extracted, and then integrated into the white bone lotus, turning into the nutrients of the white bone lotus. After absorbing Shen Feng's bone essence, the white bone lotus flew towards the body of the 2nd master Lu Shengyi, and continued to absorb bone essence. The other side, Feng Hao and others also found a cellar. In the cellar, there are large iron boxes, all locked with copper locks. Everyone moved the box to Jui Hall. At this time, Zhou Shan also took back the white bone lotus and absorbed all the skeletal essence of the 6 heads of the Phantom Water Bandits. Bang bang bang. One of them broke the copper lock and opened the box. Each iron box was opened, and the gold and silver treasures contained inside were immediately revealed. Some boxes contained pieces of silver, while others contained various gems, pearls, and jade jewelry. If all these things were sold, there would be at least hundreds of thousands taels of silver. In addition, there is a ready-made bundle of banknotes. These banknotes bundled together are all 100 taels of banknotes that can be redeemed on site by Tianbao Bank. Tianbao Bank is affiliated to Tianbao Trading Company, which is one of the 3 major trading houses in Daqian. It has a profound background. It is said that it is related to several princes in the court. Tianbao Bank exists in all prefectures and counties. The bank notes are densely packed with anti-counterfeiting watermarks, symbols, seals, and even imprints of spiritual weapons refined by immortal monks. Others cannot imitate them at all. There are more than 30,000 taels of silver notes in this bundle. These gold and silver jewels should be from the ghost water bandits who robbed the wealthy households in Baisha County before they had time to get rid of them. There was also a bundle of silver notes that they didn't have time to spend to buy cultivation elixirs. But now, all this wealth has gone to Zhou Shan in vain. In addition to these silver, jewelry, and silver notes, there is also a box containing swords and weapons made of black iron, which are very rare. Each sword is worth hundreds of taels of silver, and in this box, there was also an iron box that was more than 3 feet long. After opening it, it turned out to be a sword with a blade densely covered with Taoist runes. This is a treasure. The moment he saw this sword, Zhou Shan confirmed that it was a sword made by an immortal monk. The Taoist runes on it were not scribbles, but really contained mysterious and unpredictable meanings. Strength. Zhou Shan picked up the sword. The sword was very light, but extremely sharp. The blade emitted a cold light, and the word, Bishui, was written on the hilt. Bishui sword was the name of the sword. When Zhou Shan picked up the sword, he saw a secret book in the iron box. Sword Control Technique. Zhou Shan looked at the secret book, which had the words, Sword Control Technique, written on it. Immediately, Zhou Shan picked up the Sword Control Technique secret book and looked through it carefully. After a while, Zhou Shan closed the Sword Control Technique secret book. This secret book, as its name suggests, is a Taoist art of controlling flying swords. Since it is a Taoist art, naturally only immortal monks can practice it. Even if the ghost water bandits have obtained the sword control technique and a sword that has reached the treasure level, they are not immortal monks, so they can only put it aside. Not bad. Zhou Shan nodded with satisfaction. With the sword control technique and the jade water sword, once the practice is successful, his strength will be further improved. The power of the Taoist technique is much stronger than the simple control of the black iron flying needle. Obtaining the jade water sword and the sword control technique was a pleasant surprise for Zhou Shan. However, now is not the time to practice. Zhou Shan put away the jade water sword and the sword control technique secrets, as well as boxes of silver, jade and jewelry, into the treasure mustard bag. With the mustard bag, it is so convenient. It has its own space inside and can store items. Leaving the island where the ghost bandit group was stationed, Zhou Shan ordered the crocodile demon to continue leading the way and find the hiding place of other bandits. In less than a quarter of an hour, the group found another group of bandits. The strength of this group of bandits was average, and the highest level of cultivation was only a first-level skin-polishing warrior. Zhou Shan did not take action, but asked Feng Hao and others to kill this group of bandits and earn points. Time passed little by little. In a blink of an eye, the 2 hours of the actual combat assessment passed. The assessment is over. When 2 hours came, the voice of the Taoist of Yingtian Temple sounded in the minds of Zhou Shan and others. Hearing this, Zhou Shan and his group also began to leave Yangwu days. In total, they had wiped out a total of 6 bandit groups. The wealth of these bandit groups that were wiped out naturally fell into Zhou Shan's hands. Among them, the total wealth of the ghost bandits is nearly 200,000 taels of silver. If the other 5 bandits are taken out separately, their wealth is not as good as that of the ghost bandits, but the total wealth of these 5 bandits is also more than 100,000 taels of silver. At this time, the total wealth in Zhou Shan's mustard bag is more than 300,000 taels of silver. This is not the most important thing. The biggest gain of his trip is that he got a treasure-level sword and sword-controlling skills, which can greatly improve his strength. A group of martial arts students returned to the armored warship. Zhou Shan found that there were more than 400 martial arts students, but when they came back, there were less than a dozen people. These dozen people are probably in danger. It is common for casualties to occur in the actual combat assessment of the martial arts imperial examination. After the college examination, the next step is to wait for the announcement of the martial arts academy. It usually takes 3 days from the end of the college examination to the announcement of the results. The next day, a group of martial arts students returned to the martial arts academy. While waiting for the announcement of the results, Zhou Shan began to practice sword controlling skills. The sword control technique is to control the sword in midair with spiritual power. What a sharp breath! At this time, Zhou Shan used his spirit to sweep towards the green water sword, and there were dense Taoist runes on the sword. There are 2 types of Taoist runes, among which the golden Taoist runes contain an extremely sharp breath, as if they can cut through the void. In addition, there are blue runes on the sword. When his spirit looked at these runes, he seemed to hear the sound of surging water, as if there was a rushing river in the sword. Zhou Shan released his spiritual power to wrap the green water sword, and immediately felt that the green water sword was like a hollow, like a human body, and the blue runes were more like meridians in the human body. So that's it, the green water sword can become a carrier of the soul and perform the divine sword style in the sword control technique. Instantly, Zhou Shan understood what was going on. The sword control technique he obtained has a total of 4 styles. The 4 styles are Flying Sword Style, 10,000 Sword Style, Giant Sword Style and Divine Sword Style. Among them, the Flying Sword Style is the simplest one, which is to control the sword with spiritual power. The blue runes on the Jade Water Sword have the effect of condensing spiritual power, which can make the spiritual power more condensed, and with the protection of the Taoist runes, the spiritual power will not be so easily defeated by the warrior's blood. The golden runes contain a sharp breath. Relying on the sharpness of the sword, it can easily break the heavy armor with one blow. The black iron flying needle that Zhou Shan controlled before was difficult to penetrate heavy armor. But if you control the Jade Water Sword, ordinary heavy armor can be easily broken with one blow, unless it is the same level of armor refined by the immortal monks that can resist the flying sword. Otherwise, even the golden scale armor cannot stop the flying sword. The 10,000 sword style and the giant sword style are different killing methods. The 10,000 sword style is mainly to stimulate the sword energy, and the amount of sword energy stimulated is to see the strength of the magic power. If the mana is insufficient, only a dozen or dozens of sword chi can be stimulated. If the mana is strong, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of sword chi can be stimulated. The sword chi falls like rain, with extraordinary power. The giant sword style condenses the mana together and turns it into a giant sword aura, which has the power to split mountains and crack the earth. The last divine sword style is the unity of the divine sword. The soul enters the main sword body, whether it is the flying sword style, the 10,000 sword style, or the giant sword style, the power is greatly improved. However, if you want the soul to leave the shell and enter the main sword body, according to the practice realm of the white bone visualization method, you have to practice to the 4th level. When the white bone visualization method reaches the 4th level, the soul will appear in the spiritual sea of consciousness. Only after the appearance can the soul leave the shell. White bone visualization method, 3rd level, 86%. It's almost there. It won't be long before the white bone visualization method can reach the 4th level. Zhou Shan opened the attribute panel and took a look. The progress of the 3rd level of the white bone visualization method is about to reach perfection. After closing the panel, Zhou Shan began to practice the sword control technique. The sword control technique is not difficult. As long as the spirit can be released, this sword control method can be practiced. Moreover, the stronger the spirit is, the faster it can be mastered. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. 1 point of spirit attribute will be increased every day. Strength: 134. Defense: 132. Agility: 69. Constitution: 152. Spirit: 477. Martial arts: Giant Spirit 5 forms: Ox form perfect, Bear form perfect, Tiger form perfect, Snake form perfect, Whale form 1st level 3%, Turtle breathing 6th level perfect, Stone breaking fist perfect, Fish body movement perfect. Taoism: White Bone Visualization Method 3rd level 86%, Soul Shocking Technique 5th level 72%, White Bone Magic Bottle Mastery 35%, White Bone Lotus Mastery 27%, Sword Controlling Technique Introduction 1%. Soon, Zhou Shan had mastered the sword control technique and it appeared on the attribute panel. Close the panel and continue practicing. After practicing for another 2/4 of an hour, Zhou Shan controlled the green water sword to move as he wished, like a golden blue streak dancing around him quickly, almost reaching a point where water could not get in. Faintly, one could hear the explosion sound of the green water sword piercing the air as it shuttled through the air. The sword control technique Zhou Shan practiced was only at the entry level. If he practiced to the minor success level, he could control the flying sword to shuttle silently in the air, like a ghost traveling, without making a blast that pierces the air. 3 days passed quickly. During the 3 days of waiting for the announcement of the results of the Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Shan was concentrating on practicing the sword control technique. He had already mastered the first 3 styles of the sword control technique, the flying sword style, the 10,000 sword style and the giant sword style. As for the last divine sword style, he had to wait until the bone visualization method was practiced to the 4th level and the soul appeared before he could perform it. On the day of the announcement of the results, Zhou Shan also won the first place as expected and became the head of the Dakang County Martial Arts Imperial Examination. Although the head of the Academy examination is not as famous as the first place, and the first place, it is still a remarkable achievement for the forces in a county. After the Martial Arts Academy announced the results, all the major forces in the county city submitted visiting cards and invitations to Zhou Shan. Now that you have obtained the title of Wu Shokai, the chief examiner of this year's exam will be your master, especially the dean of the Wu Academy. As a student of the Wu Academy, you should bring gifts to visit him. As for other examiners, you can just send the gifts to their homes, and there is no need to visit them in person. After the Wu Academy announced the results, Lin Yuanshang also found Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan won the first place, and he was in a good mood. Not only did he feel proud, but he also made the reputation of the dueling sect famous. At the same time, Lin Yuanshang also reminded Zhou Shan to visit his master. He knew that Zhou Shan did not like socializing, and the visiting cards sent by major forces in the county were all rejected. However, it has been a long-standing rule for candidates to bring gifts to visit their masters after obtaining the title. It doesn't matter whether the gifts are expensive or not. The chief examiners of the Wu Imperial examinations are all big figures standing at the top of a county, and they will not lack the gifts from the candidates. The important thing is that the gifts must be delivered and the people must go, otherwise it will be regarded as impolite. All the martial arts scholars who have obtained the title have given gifts. Not all of them may be remembered by these big men, but those who have not given gifts will definitely be remembered. For such big men, this may be a trivial matter and they will not say anything. But the people below will do all kinds of things to flatter them. It will be difficult for them to survive in Dakang County in the future. Even if they obtain the title of martial arts scholar, no one will recommend them as officials. If they want to be officials, they can only join the army and be promoted through military merits. Or if they become martial arts scholars, they do not need to be recommended by local officials. They will be directly appointed by the Ministry of Personnel. If they are the first-class martial arts scholars, they will be appointed by the emperor himself. The first-class martial arts scholar will start from the 5th rank, and the second-class martial arts scholar and the third-class martial arts scholar will also start from the 6th rank. You call the disciples who have obtained the title of martial arts scholar in your family and go to the residence of the head of the Martial Arts Academy together. Lin Yuanshang said, "Understood, I will call them together now." Zhou Shan nodded to show that he understood. After a while, Zhou Shan, Feng Hao and a dozen other people, carrying gifts, went to the residence of He Qiming, the head of the Martial Academy. When they arrived at He Qiming's residence, they also saw other martial arts scholars carrying gifts to visit. The housekeeper of He Qiming's residence opened the door and servants led the martial arts scholars who came to visit into the main hall. As for the gifts in their hands, servants took them away and would not bring them to He Qiming. Students pay their respects to the teacher. He Qiming sat in the upper position, and the martial arts scholars who came to visit all performed the students' etiquette. If He Qiming took a fancy to someone and took him by his side to teach him, he could be called a mentor. The heads of the martial arts imperial examinations in the past dynasties, as long as they were not from forces like Yingtian Temple, would basically be accepted as personal disciples by the dean. The head of this session is Zhou Shan. If Zhou Shan was just a disciple of Julingman, He Qiming would accept him as his disciple. In Daqian, if you are not from aristocratic families and want to rise, it is normal to have multiple teachers and masters. Everyone has different teachers at different stages. Even He Qiming himself has several mentors. For example, when he first started practicing martial arts, he joined a martial arts hall and had a master in the martial arts hall. Then he participated in the martial arts imperial examination and passed the academy examination to obtain the title of Wushu. The dean at that time became his mentor. After obtaining the title of Wujinshi, he entered the court as an official. He was also favored by the first-class university scholar who presided over the examination at that time and accepted him as a student. However, Zhou Shan himself has the inheritance of the White Bone Dao. In the future, he will join the White Bone Dao of the Tiansheng sect. If he didn't know, it would be fine. If he knew, he couldn't rob people. Although the disciples of the Tiansheng sect can also enter the court as officials. However, the court and the Tiansheng sect are two different paths after all. Come on, serve tea. He Qiming ordered people to serve tea, and then said a few polite words and encouraged a few words. After chatting for a while, Zhou Shan and others left the He mansion. The academy examination was over. The next day, Zhou Shan and others also received the Wu Shokai's merit list, seal, document disc, merit clothing and other items. According to Daqian law, as long as one has obtained merit, even if he is a Wu Tongsheng, his household registration will be changed to Shi, and he will be a Shi from then on. It is impossible to get an official position with the Wu Tongsheng merit, but it is not difficult to get an official position with a rank but no rank, such as the head of the police, the head of the police, the head of the prison, etc. under the BR county lieutenant, or the official under the county magistrate. These are all official positions with a rank but no rank. If you get the Wu Shokai merit and someone helps you, it is not difficult to get a small official with a rank. For example, the River Patrol, the chief head of the criminal arrest team, the chief tax officer of the river and lake, the mountain patrol, etc. These are all 9th rank official positions, and if you are a Wu Juren, it is not difficult to get an 8th rank official position at the beginning. Zhou Shan's second senior brother Liu Chengge is a martial arts scholar, but he is staying in Beixia County. There are not many official positions in a county, so he is only the chief constable of the 9th rank criminal arrest team. If he returns to the county, it will not be difficult to get an 8th rank official position with the wealth and status of the Liu family. However, as long as the county lieutenant of Beixia County is promoted, the position of county lieutenant will definitely go to Liu Xiaoj. Zhou Shan received all the items of a martial arts scholar, and also a letter of appointment to become the river inspector of Beixia County. The county magistrate of Beixia County had already recommended him as the river inspector. Now is the first place in this year's martial arts examination. As long as the officials of the county governor's office have no grudges against Zhou Shan, there is no reason not to pass. With an official position, Zhou Shan can also exchange cultivation resources from the court by making meritorious contributions. In a county, there is an official position called the chief bookkeeper, who is mainly responsible for recording the merits of officials. With merits, they can be exchanged for precious plants, precious materials, elixirs, skills, martial arts, immortal skills, Taoist arts, treasures, etc. from the court. For example, Zhou Shan becomes a river patrol envoy, then if his river patrol team kills man-eating monsters, he can get merits, and for the warriors of the river patrol team, they only need to pay some silver rewards. For example, arresting bandits and catching criminals is the responsibility of the county lieutenant and the chief constable. If the constables under them catch the criminals, the county lieutenant and the chief constable can get corresponding merits, and the ordinary constables under them can get silver rewards. Having an official position is equivalent to having a fixed source of merit. However, there are also some risks. If the monsters eat too many people, or if the bandits are rampant, affecting the economic stability and people's livelihood, the merits will be deducted. Once the merits are deducted too much and become negative, it means dismissal and investigation. But rules are just rules. If something really happens, local officials will often cover it up and protect each other. Because once it affects the economic stability and people's livelihood, other officials will be dismissed and investigated. The county magistrate, the chief official, will naturally not be able to escape responsibility, which will affect his future career advancement. Unless it really can't be concealed. Just like the Wusheng sect's riot in Baisha County this time, the local county government can't deal with it, and it can only report to the county city. Time passes. 20 days have passed since the end of the martial arts examination. After returning to Baisha County, Zhou Shan has been concentrating on practicing the giant whale art marrow cleansing and the white bone visualization method. Because of his talent, the progress of practicing the white bone visualization method is undoubtedly faster than that of marrow cleansing, and after 20 days, his spiritual attribute value has reached 500. Buzz. When the spiritual attribute value reaches 500 feet, Zhou Shan's spiritual sea of consciousness vibrates, and the spiritual power in the sea of consciousness condenses into a vortex. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is immediately attracted, pouring into his body from all directions, and then entering the sea of consciousness. At this moment, a human-shaped soul appears in Zhou Shan's spiritual sea of consciousness. This human-shaped soul looks exactly like him, but it is shrunk countless times. The human-shaped soul sits cross-legged, practicing the white bone visualization method, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy pouring into the sea of consciousness. As more and more spiritual energy from heaven and earth is absorbed, Zhou Shan's soul becomes more and more condensed. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. This transformation process lasted for 5 hours before it ended. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. 1 point of spiritual attribute will be increased every day. Strength: 142. Defense: 140. Agility: 70. Physique: 155. Spirit: 500. Martial arts: Giant Spirit 5 forms: Ox form perfect, Bear form perfect, Tiger form perfect, Snake form perfect, Whale form first layer 13%, Turtle breathing 6th layer perfect, Stone breaking fist perfect, Fish body movement perfect. Taoism: White bone visualization method 4th layer 0.1%, Soul shocking technique 5 layer 72%, White bone magic bottle mastery 35%, White bone lotus mastery 27%, Sword controlling technique introduction 85%. White bone visualization method broke through to the 4th layer. After the transformation, Zhou Shan opened the attribute panel and looked at the Taoism column. The bone visualization method he practiced had already broken through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. Soul out of the shell. Zhou Shan used the 4th level of the bone visualization method to get out of the shell. Immediately, the soul in the spiritual sea of consciousness stood up, jumped, and actually jumped out of the sea of consciousness and got out of the shell. At this time, it was night. Zhou Shan's soul got out of the shell. Although it was June, the soul still felt a cool breath. If it was during the day, then under the scorching sun, the soul would probably suffer from the scorching sun. The soul is much more fragile than the flesh. This is the soul of an immortal cultivator. It has reached the realm of manifestation and can take the initiative to get out of the shell. If it were the soul of an ordinary person, it would dissipate immediately as soon as it left the body. Therefore, when the body of an ordinary person dies, the soul will dissipate immediately without a place to rest. Even if a warrior has strong blood and has been nourished, as long as he leaves the body, he will dissipate after a few breaths at most, which is not comparable to the immortal cultivators who focus on the soul. After the soul came out of the shell, Zhou Shan saw his body sitting cross-legged on the bed, which was very strange. When he reached out to touch his body, the soul returned to the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. His soul jumped and immediately came out of the shell again. Walking in the room in the state of soul, he found that his feet were floating forward. Although his soul was visible, it had no weight and did not have the solid feeling of walking in the flesh. Moreover, in the state of soul, some physical objects could not stop him at all, such as the wall of the room. As soon as he thought about it, he went through the wall directly and came to the outside of the room. Then, Zhou Shan's soul passed through the wall and returned to the room. He did not dare to leave the body too far. Although the soul has reached the visible level, it has not yet begun to refine the soul. The soul is too weak. Without the protection of the body, even a second-level bone-forging warrior can kill his soul with the blood and chi smoke. Only when the soul is cultivated into a yin god, as if it is real, will it not be afraid of the warrior's blood and chi, and the yin god is so powerful that it can even forcibly possess and control the warrior's body. As long as the warrior has not reached the 4th level of blood exchange, he cannot resist the yin god of the immortal cultivator. Green water sword. Zhou Shan's soul thought, and the treasure green water sword flew out of the mustard seed bag. Then, his soul flew towards the green water sword. Whoosh! Zhou Shan's soul got into the green water sword. Suddenly, Zhou Shan's soul felt warm all around, and this feeling was like staying in the flesh, as if it had entered another body. Zhou Shan's soul controlled the green water sword, flying up and down, as flexible as his own arm. Moreover, after the soul entered the jade water sword, the soul and the sword became one, and the speed of the sword was faster than before, and the power it released would be stronger. In addition, the soul and the sword could fly farther when they became one. The spiritual attribute exceeded 500, and Zhou Shan's spiritual power covered a range of 5,000 meters in diameter, but the soul and the sword could fly to a distance of 5,000 meters. Zhou Shan did not know how far the limit could be. After exceeding 5,000 meters, Zhou Shan's soul controlled the sword to fly back. Without the soul, the body could not move, which was very dangerous. When the yin spirit of a cultivator who has reached the 4th realm of the immortal path and is cultivating the spirit, he will often choose an absolutely safe place to leave his physical body so that no one can find it. Otherwise, if the physical body is destroyed, the yin spirit will have no place to stay, and its power will be lost little by little, and eventually dissipate. Even if it is a possession, the yin spirit and the physical body will not be harmonious, and can only temporarily reside, and then constantly change the physical body, and the yin spirit will also weaken little by little in the process of constantly changing the physical body. Only when you reach the 5th realm of the immortal path and break the barrier of life and death can you reincarnate, but you are still troubled by the mystery of the fetus. From this point of view, Zhou Shan felt that he should have reincarnated to this world, and then because of a high fever, he solved the mystery of the fetus, or awakened his talent, so he solved the mystery of the fetus and had the memory of his previous life. At a distance of 5,000 meters, Zhou Shan's soul drove the sword, exceeding the speed of sound, and silently, without making the sound of the sword piercing the air, and returned in just a dozen seconds. Zhou Shan's soul flew out of the green water sword and returned to the physical body. Compared to that, his body made his soul feel warmer. The jade water sword can allow the soul to settle in, but this is only temporary, and it is definitely not as good as the body. An instrument that can allow the soul to settle in permanently is not a treasure, and it needs a higher level spiritual instrument. The white bone visualization method has reached the 4th level, and the soul has manifested. You can start practicing the spirit. Putting away the jade water sword, Zhou Shan took out the white bone visualization method secret book and turned to the 4th level of the practice. There were pictures of Yin Shen Dharma images on it. Each picture of Yin Shen Dharma imagery represented the ability to condense a Dharma image. 9 Yin God Dharma images. Zhou Shan turned to the 4th level of the white bone visualization method secret book, which contained 9 Dharma images. Each Dharma image was lifelike, just like the real thing, as if it was about to jump out of the image, and these 9 Dharma images were also divided into 2 different main bodies. One of the main bodies was the 3-headed and 6-armed white bone Tathagata Dharma image, with 5 Dharma protector god kings under his seat. The 5 Dharma protector god kings were the 10,000 ghosts king, the corpse demon king, the Yaksha king, the Rakshasa king, and the Asura king. The 5 Dharma protector god kings represented the forces of resentment, poison, darkness, blood, and killing. The other main body was the medicine master Lapis Lazuli Light King image, with Sunlight Bodhisattva and Moonlight Bodhisattva under his seat. In the first 3 levels of the bone visualization method, the strength of the soul is enhanced by visualizing the decay of the flesh and the accumulation of bones. However, in the 4th level of soul refining, it is completely the opposite. From death to rebirth, from visualizing the decay of the flesh and the bones containing the breath of death to visualizing the medicine master Luli Light King, which contains endless vitality and light, you can extract the power of the essence of plants and trees to strengthen the soul. Practicing the Sunlight Bodhisattva and Moonlight Bodhisattva can absorb the power of sunlight and moonlight to train the soul. The bone path does not sound like the right way. However, the bone path, one of the 9 Taoist traditions of the Tiansheng sect, is the true Buddhist tradition. The 9 Dharma images contained in the 4th level of the bone visualization method, among which the Medicine Master Luli Light King is the foundation. When you have cultivated the Medicine Master Luli Light King, the Sunlight Bodhisattva and the Moonlight Bodhisattva, and have the light of the sun and the moon to protect your body, and condense the white bone Tathagata Dharma and the 5 Dharma King Dharma under your seat, you will not be affected by the negative forces. Otherwise, without the Medicine Master Luli Light King, the Sunlight Bodhisattva and the Moonlight Bodhisattva to protect the soul, if you condense other Dharma images first, the soul will be eroded and affected by the power contained in other Dharma images during the practice. For example, the 10,000 Ghost King Dharma image, which requires absorbing the resentment of living beings and refining into a 10,000 resentful Ghost King, contains all kinds of negative emotions which can pollute people's souls. If you condense the 10,000 Ghost King Dharma image first, the soul will be affected by the resentment of various living beings during the practice. In the mildest case, the soul will be polluted, the mind will be confused, and it will fall into madness. In the worst case, the soul will collapse and dissipate directly. After cultivating the 9 Dharma images, the Medicine Master Luli Light King image and the White Bone Tathagata will be combined into the Medicine Master Luli Light Tathagata, breaking the barrier of life and death in one fell swoop and ascending to the 5th realm of the immortal way. However, Zhou Shan has just cultivated a human-shaped soul and has just stepped into the 4th realm of soul refining. He has not even cultivated a Yin God Dharma image. It is still a long way from being promoted to the 5th realm of the immortal way. The body is like glass, clear inside and outside, pure without flaws, bright and vast. The meaning of the sutra expounded on the image of Medicine Master Luli Guang Wang rippled in Zhou Shan's heart, and he began to cultivate his spirit. When Zhou Shan visualized the image of Medicine Master Luli Guang Wang, his body suddenly became like glass, and from the outside he could see the flesh, bones, and internal organs inside. There were no obstacles inside and outside, and everything was clear inside and outside. The body was like glass, without any flaws inside, and the internal organs looked clean. The skin and flesh outside also had no flaws and no filth. There was no dirty place on the body, and it was emitting a kind of light inside and outside. At the same time, Zhou Shan's soul was also as pure as glass, spotless, like a mirror. One sentence of the technique and one rune appeared in Zhou Shan's mind, and then he began to outline the runes on his soul according to the runes recorded in the image of Medicine Master Luli Guang Wang, and imprinted the runes into his soul. Zhou Shan officially began to cultivate his spirit. Medicine King Talisman. Zhou Shan mobilized his magic power and condensed the talisman. If you want to cultivate the Medicine Master Luli Guang Wang Shang, you must first condense the Medicine King Talisman. Once this talisman is cultivated, it has the ability to increase blessings and prolong life, eliminate disasters and avoid difficulties. It can not only eliminate your own diseases, but also eliminate diseases for others. If you cultivate the Medicine Master Luli Guang Wang Shang, it contains endless vitality. Even if the soul is damaged, the Medicine Master Luli Guang Wang Shang can repair it. Not only the soul, but also various injuries on the body can be quickly healed. This is equivalent to carrying a medical practitioner and a nanny with you. At this time, Zhou Shan's magic power condensed the Medicine King Talisman. This talisman is composed of many runes, which are endless and constantly running. The powerful suction, with Zhou Shan as the center, radiates and absorbs the essence of plants and trees between heaven and earth. At this time, the essence of some flowers, plants and trees planted in the backyard of the mansion was instantly sucked away, and they quickly withered and turned into rotten wood, without any vitality. These extracted essences flowed into Zhou Shan's sea of consciousness and merged into the Medicine King Talisman. After absorbing the essence of the plants and trees in the mansion, his spirit continued to spread out in all directions, and the essence of the flowers, plants and trees planted in the nearby mansions was also sucked away and merged into the Medicine King Talisman. After the essence of these flowers, plants and trees was extracted, they also withered quickly. Too slow. After practicing for a while, Zhou Shan ended his practice. As he stopped practicing, the Medicine King Talisman in the sea of consciousness also dissipated, leaving only a rune looming, which did not look very solid, while the Medicine King Talisman had 129,600 runes. Just absorbing the essence of ordinary flowers, plants and trees, in order to condense the Medicine King Talisman, I don't know how much essence of plants and trees I need to absorb. I'm afraid I have to drain all the essence of the trees on the mountain for hundreds of miles. But if he really did that, he would definitely be condemned to evil by the court. However, if you want to achieve quick success, there are other ways. That is to absorb precious herbs, even the essence of precious herbs and precious trees, which can quickly improve the progress of cultivation. The essence of plants and trees contained in a bead of herbs is far greater than that of ordinary trees. As soon as the sun rose, Zhou Shan asked the servants in his house to purchase herbs. During the martial arts examination, he killed 6 water bandits before and after. All his wealth added up to more than 400,000 taels of silver, which he exchanged for silver and then used to buy herbs. After spending enough silver, the herbs were naturally sent to Zhou Shan's house in an endless stream. Ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Poriococcus, Rhamania glutinosa and dozens of other rare herbs were piled up like a small mountain. Zhou Shan immediately visualized the image of the pharmacist Luli Guangwang. His soul came out of his shell, he ran the scriptures, and took a fierce breath. Suddenly, this pile of herbs emitted a trace of medicinal gas, all of which gathered towards Zhou Shan's soul, merged into his soul, and strengthened his soul. At the same time, runes appeared on Zhou Shan's soul. These runes combined together to form the Medicine King talisman. As more and more medicinal energy was absorbed, the runes on this talisman became more and more solid. Cool. The herbal essence flowed into his soul like a long river, and Zhou Shan felt extremely comfortable. The essence contained in these herbs far exceeds that of ordinary plants. After absorbing these herbal essences, Zhou Shan clearly felt that his soul was growing rapidly. At the same time, Zhou Shan's soul also controlled a part of the herbal essences, which flowed into his body to nourish his physical body. All cultivators who practice the immortal way would basically practice martial arts. As one of the 9 great sects of the Tiansheng sect, the White Bone Dao was naturally the same. The medicine master Luli Guangwang's body contained various methods of tempering the body and polishing the body with various medicines. When practiced to the extreme, the body was like a dragon and elephant, with infinite strength and immunity to all poisons. With the influx of these herbal essences, Zhou Shan was also able to speed up the progress of marrow washing. The integration of herbal essences into the bone marrow is much better than using qi and blood to wash, and there is no need to worry about overexerting and hurting the bone marrow. If you use qi and blood to wash, you have to be careful. Zhou Shan has cultivated the immortal way and can see inside, which still has an advantage and can grasp this degree. However, if it is replaced by other warriors who have entered the marrow washing stage, they must have the assistance of marrow washing pills when transporting qi and blood to wash the marrow, otherwise they will not be able to grasp the degree of this washing. If the qi and blood transported are not enough, the washing will be very slow. If the qi and blood exceed, it will hurt the bone marrow, which is very troublesome. Therefore, many first-class warriors who have reached the perfection of the 3 realms are stuck in the marrow washing stage because of the lack of marrow washing pills. The progress of cultivation is slow, and it often takes several years or even more than 10 years to complete a marrow washing. The essence of herbs contains pure life force. Whether it is the soul or the physical body, with the influx of these herbal essences, they are rapidly improving. Not long after, the piles of herbs in front of him turned into a pile of dregs, and all the essence was sucked away, and the Medicine King talisman only condensed about 1/3 of the runes. Sure enough, whether it is the martial arts or the immortal path, as the realm increases, it is more and more expensive. Looking at the Medicine King talisman that has not yet been fully formed and only condensed 1/3 of the runes, Zhou Shan couldn't help but sigh. Needless to say, the higher the realm of the martial arts, the more nutrients the body needs to take. A first-class warrior who practices the organs in the 3rd realm needs to take a blood and qi pill every day to maintain the blood and qi, and the price of a blood and qi pill is 50 taels of silver, not to mention the pills that assist in refining the organs, which cost hundreds of taels of silver. I don't know how much silver it will cost in a year. And the marrow cleansing pill that can help the warrior wash the marrow costs thousands of taels of silver. To complete a marrow cleansing, at least 300,000 or 400,000 taels of silver will be spent. In the practice of the immortal path, Zhou Shan has a strong spiritual attribute. When he first came into contact with it, he directly practiced to the 3rd realm of the immortal path to condense the liquid. Now that he has reached the 4th realm of the immortal path, he has begun to practice the practice of refining the spirit, and he feels that it is extremely expensive. Although the more than 400,000 taels of silver were not spent on these herbs, they also cost more than 100,000 taels, and the Medicine King talisman only condensed 1/3 of the runes. According to this progress, all the silver must be spent before the Medicine King talisman can be cultivated. However, for Zhou Shan, money is just a thing outside of his body. If he can transform these things into strength, he will naturally not be stingy with money. Zhou Shan continued to purchase precious herbs such as ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Poriococcus, and Romania root. If there are precious herbs and precious woods, he will naturally accept them all. This also attracted the herbalists in Baisha County to enter the mountains in groups to collect herbs. Unknowingly, Zhou Shan has grown into a big man whose every move can affect the livelihoods of countless people. At the beginning, Lin Zilu, the young master of the dueling sect, needed the treasure fish tiger stripe fish to practice in order to break through to the second level of bone forging, which attracted all the fishermen in the Fishing King village and the fishing gang to go out to catch tiger stripe fish. Now, Zhou Shan needs to absorb the essence of herbs for cultivation. After the herbs in the major medicine shops in the city are sold out, he continues to purchase herbs, treasure herbs, precious woods, etc. Immediately, countless herbalists enter the mountains to collect herbs regardless of danger. There are water monsters living in the Baisha River, and there are also spirits and monsters in the deep mountains. Although there are no demon kings who have reached the 5th level in the deep mountains of Baisha County, there are also demon commanders who have reached the 4th level. Some deep mountains and old forests are still full of dangers. However, wealth and honor are sought in danger. In order to make money, these herbalists can only venture into the deep mountains to collect herbs. There are spirits and monsters in the mountains, but most people are lucky and do not think they will encounter spirits and monsters that eat people. If they are lucky enough to find a precious herb or medicine, they can get dozens of taels of silver. Even if they can't find precious herbs or medicines, they can make a lot of money by finding ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Poriococcus, Romania and other herbs. Not only ordinary herbalists, but also Jao Gang and some merchants specializing in medicinal materials business all send people into the mountains to find herbs, but the target of these forces is not ordinary herbs, but precious medicines. If they can find a few precious herbs and medicines and hand them over to Zhou Shan, they may leave an impression in Zhou Shan's heart and gain his favor. At this time, Zhou Shan was no longer the fisherman at the bottom of the society, but stood at the top of Baisha County. His words and deeds, a simple move, could affect the future and destiny of some people and the jobs of countless people. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. With a lot of silver thrown down, many precious herbs were delivered to Zhou Shan's house every day. After spending all the more than 400,000 taels of silver in his hand, he successfully condensed the Medicine King talisman. After condensing the Medicine King talisman, he was one step closer to cultivating the Medicine Master Luliguang Wangshang. However, if you want to cultivate the Medicine Master Luliguang Wangshang, just absorbing ordinary grass essences will improve very slowly. It is unknown when it will take. If you want to cultivate quickly, you must absorb precious medicines, or even higher-level spiritual medicines. The essence of grasses and trees will be united, condense. There was a pile of herbs in front of Zhou Shan. He sacrificed the Medicine King talisman, condensed these medicinal qi together, and continuously compressed them. Then condensed them into a pill the size of a little finger, which appeared in his palm. This is the ability of cultivating the Medicine King talisman, which can condense the essence of grasses and trees, medicinal qi, etc. together, and after continuous compression, turn them into pills. The pill in Zhou Shan's hand contains an extremely rich vitality. This kind of pill can be called a precious pill. After swallowing it, it can directly eliminate common diseases, replenish vitality, and even have a certain effect of prolonging life. Moreover, the effect of the precious pill is based on the condensed essence of plants and trees. The more the essence of plants and trees is condensed, the stronger the effect of the precious pill. The King of Medicine talisman forcibly ingests the grass and trees, and the essence and medicinal energy of the herbs are condensed into a pill. Zhou Shan felt how overbearing the ability to condense the Medicine King talisman was. To make elixirs, ordinary immortal monks need to put many herbs in an elixir furnace according to the proportions of the formula, and use fire to slowly boil out the medicinal energy. The alchemist then uses magic power to absorb the medicinal energy and refine the elixir. However, the Medicine King talisman condensed by the cultivating pharmacist Luluguang Wangxiang skipped this process and did not use fire at all. Instead, it forcibly ingested the essence of the grass and trees and condensed the essence of the grass and trees into a pill. This is just the Medicine King talisman. If you cultivate the Medicine Master Glazed Light King's aspect, you can command the vitality of the world and not only extract the essence of plants and trees, but even the vitality in the living beings. It can also be forcibly extracted. Taoist Magic, Tianmu Divine Needle. Zhou Shan put away the treasure pill, and then activated the Medicine King talisman to display the Taoist magic contained in the Medicine Master's Glazed Light King form. Kai. The Medicine King talisman emits a clear light, and the spiritual energy in the void is activated. Then, the spiritual energy in the void merged with the clear light and condensed into blue magical needles. This is the Taoist Tianmu Divine Needle. Once hit by the Tianmu Divine Needle, the body will turn into wood, and the skin, meridians, internal organs, etc. will all have wooden textures, like lifelike wood carvings. Taoist Magic, Spiritual Wood Healing. Taoist Magic, Vine Entanglement. Taoist Magic, Guardian of Wood. Zhou Shan sacrificed the Medicine King talisman and performed each Taoist spell for testing. Each of the 9 major Dharma signs contains corresponding Taoist techniques. As long as you have cultivated the corresponding Dharma, you will naturally master the corresponding Taoism, and there is no need to practice it specially. Therefore, although most immortal monks can practice Taoism before reaching the 4 realms of God refining, they will only practice 2 or 3 Taoisms for self-defense and will not waste time practicing too many Taoisms. Because as long as you cultivate a Yin Shen Dharma, you can master the corresponding Taoism. For example, Zhou Shan now, although he has not cultivated the Medicine Master Glazed Light King aspect, but has condensed the Medicine King talisman, he can use the Sky Wood Divine Needle, Spiritual Wood Healing, Vine Wrapping, and Wood Protection. Waiting for more than a dozen different Taoist techniques. Once you achieve the Medicine Master Glazed Light King phase, the power of all Taoist techniques will increase accordingly. The White Bone Demon Bottle and White Bone Lotus that Zhou Shan had practiced before were the Taoist techniques contained in the White Bone Tathagata's Dharma. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. Every day, 1 point of spiritual attribute will be added. Strength: 150. Defense: 148. Agility: 75. Constitution: 165. Spirit: 550. Martial Arts: Giant Spirit 5-shaped Kung Fu, Ox-shaped Perfection, Bear-shaped Perfection, Tiger-shaped Perfection, Snake-shaped Perfection, Whale-shaped First Level 54%, Turtle Breath Skill 6th Level Perfection, Gravel Fist Perfect, Swimming Fish Body Technique Perfect. Taoist Methods: White Bone Observation Technique 4th Level, Medicine Master Glazed Light King Appearance 50%, Soul Destroying Technique 5 levels 89%, White Bone Demon Bottle Mastery 35%, White Bone Lotus Mastery 27%, Swordsmanship Small Accomplishment 13%. After performing all the Taoist spells, Zhou Shan put away the Medicine King talisman and opened the attribute panel in a flash. More than 400,000 taels of silver were smashed down to build the Medicine King talisman. His mental attributes were greatly improved. In half a month, his talent increased by 15 feet attribute points. In addition, the 35 feet attribute points that were improved were obtained through improved by practice. In addition, his physical body has been tempered by the essence of plants and trees, and his physical attributes have also been improved a lot. Moreover, it has been blended with the essence of herbs. His body has become invulnerable to all poisons, and ordinary poisons have little effect. The progress of marrow cleansing training is also half completed. Compared with half a month, Zhou Shan's strength has increased several times. Although he has not yet truly condensed the first Yin Shen Dharma, if he were in the mountains and forests, using the magic of the Medicine King talisman to perform all kinds of weird and unpredictable Taoist techniques, Zhou Shan would be able to fight against a super-class warrior with just 1 exchange of blood. I've almost spent the silver in my hand. Let's go to Beisha River and kill some man-eating monsters to exchange for merit. With merit, you can exchange for cultivation resources from the Yamen. After closing the panel, Zhou Shan came to the commercial port, and then summoned the 3-headed water demon he controlled through the spiritual link. These 3 water demons are the red-scaled snake, the crab demon and the loach demon. They are all demon soldiers who have reached the 2nd level. Among them, the loach demon is the strongest and has already reached the peak of the 2nd level demon soldier. Seeing the appearance of these 3 water monsters, the warriors of the river patrol team and some merchant ships were not surprised. They knew that these 3 monsters had been subdued by the river patrol envoy Jao Gang and would not hurt anyone. Since Jao Gang served as the river patrol envoy, these 3 monsters have also cooperated with the river patrol team to kill many man-eating monsters, and the credit for killing the monsters is naturally recorded on Jao Gang's head. Grown-ups, meet the adults. Quote. When the warriors from the river patrol team and the officers patrolling the commercial port saw Jao Gang, they all bowed respectfully. In Baisha County, there are only about 20 official positions with high rank, and the only ones with higher rank than Jao Gang are the 3 giants, county magistrate, and county lieutenant. Jao Gang nodded to these people who saluted respectfully. Jao Gang came to a boat, and the 3 water monsters came to the front and pulled the boat forward. Cloudy and foggy swamp. Red snake scale rolled up a hedgehog-like monster covered with spikes from the water. Facing the attack of red snake scale, the monster rolled up into a ball to defend itself, making it impossible for red snake scale to bite. Moreover, although red snake scale rolled up the monster, the spikes also pierced its scales. The monster was so strong that it reached the peak of the 2nd level monster. Go! Jao Gang's mind moved, and the white bone magic bottle in his spiritual sea flew out, aiming at the monster covered with spikes. The terrible suction force forcibly sucked out its soul and put it into the bottle for refining. For the 2nd level monster, Jao Gang basically killed it instantly. Taoism, spiritual wood healing. In Jao Gang's spiritual sea, the medicine king talisman flew out, and the essence of plants and trees combined with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth sprinkled down. Suddenly, the wounds on the red-scaled snake healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Collect. At the same time, Jao Gang activated the mustard bag and put the body of the monster covered with spikes into the bag. After killing a monster, the body of the monster must be handed in, and the chief accountant who records the merits can calculate the merits according to the strength of the monster. The stronger the monster is, the more merits it will get. At this time, the crab monster and the loach monster also swam quickly from not far away, dragging a monster corpse. Jao Gang put the monster corpse into the mustard bag and continued to go deeper into the Yunwu Lake. Jao Gang had almost cleared the monsters in the waters near Baisha County, and the water bandits in Yunwu Lake were wiped out, but there were many man-eating monsters among them. The Dekang County Navy and the Taoist priests of Yingtian Temple did not take action to clear them, which required the Baisha County River Patrol team to kill the man-eating monsters themselves. Having a mustard bag is convenient, and the monsters can be directly put into the mustard bag after being killed. As we went deeper into Yunwu Lake, the fog around us became thicker and thicker, affecting our vision. The reason why the Yunwu Lake is covered with fog all year round is that there lives a mirage monster that has reached the level of a 4th level monster commander in the Yunwu Lake, and it is also an extremely powerful monster commander. These mists are emitted by this mirage monster when it is practicing. If you get close to the location of this mirage monster, the fog that is shrouded can even affect your mental power. However, this mirage monster is very homely. It has been in the Yunwu Lake for more than 100 years and has never left. It has never eaten people, nor has it gathered its subordinates. It has always lived in peace with humans. Therefore, the Dekang County Navy did not send troops to eliminate this mirage monster. When Jao Gang came to Yunwu Lake to kill monsters, he naturally would not provoke this powerful mirage monster. Except for this mirage monster, there are no monsters in Yunwu Lake that can make Jao Gang feel threatened, and with his current soul strength and grasp of life, he can directly see whether the monster has eaten people. Almost done. An hour later, Jao Gang's mustard bag was already filled with the corpses of monsters. He killed more than a dozen monsters in total, most of which were monsters of the 1st and 2nd realms, and only one monster reached the level of a 3rd level monster general. If it were any other warrior, even a top-notch warrior who had reached the 4th realm of blood exchange, it would not be as easy as Jao Gang to kill a monster of the 3rd realm of monster general in the water. If the situation was not good, the 3rd level monster general would escape into the deep water. The blood phase of the 4th level blood exchange warrior, unless it was of water attribute, would be restricted in the water, and it would be difficult to exert 100% of its strength. But Zhou Shan directly sacrificed the treasured jade water sword, and his soul entered the jade water sword, and performed the sword control technique, which was as fast as lightning even in the water, and the advantage of this monster that reached the level of a third-level monster general in the water disappeared. You can't fight it, and you can't escape it, so there is only one way to die. At this time, the mustard bag was already full of monster corpses. Zhou Shan rewarded the newly killed monster to the red-scaled snake, crab monster and loach monster. After letting them have a full meal, the three monsters pulled the boat back to Baisha County. After returning to Baisha County, Zhou Shan went straight to the county government office and found the chief clerk who was responsible for recording the merits. Then he poured out all the monster corpses in the mustard bag and presented them to the chief clerk. Mr. Zhou is really good. He actually killed so many monsters. Looking at the corpses of more than a dozen monsters in front of him, the chief clerk showed surprise in his eyes. After praising, he took out the merit book and a special treasure and began to calculate the merits. This treasure was refined by the cultivators of Fangxiandao. It can test the demonic energy value contained in the monster. The higher the demonic energy value, the higher the cultivation level of the monster. Those with a demonic energy value below 100 are considered spirits. The demonic energy value is between 100 and 1000, which is a first-level minor demon. The demonic energy value is between 1000 and 10,000, which is a second-level demon soldier. The demonic energy value is between 10,000 and 100,000, which is a third-level demon general. The demonic energy value is above 100,000, which is a fourth-level great demon. Demon Chi value, 567. Demon Chi value, 831. Demon Chi value, 1891. Demon Chi value, 3541. Quote. Demon Chi value, 57,861. The chief clerk took out a treasure that looked like a mirror, and the blood and chi flowed into it. The treasure mirror shone with light, and it shone on each corpse of the monster. The corresponding value was immediately displayed on the treasure mirror. A total of 14 monster corpses can get 874,550,000 merit points. The chief clerk added up all the demon chi values, which was the merit points Zhou Shan got. How many merit points do I have now? Zhou Shan asked. 87,455 merit points, plus the merit points accumulated before, a total of 94,100 merit points. The chief clerk looked at the merit book in his hand, and then said, Mr. Zhou wants to use merit points to exchange for cultivation resources. Yes, Zhou Shan nodded. Okay, Lord Zhou, please see which treasures need to be exchanged. As he said this, the chief clerk took out a booklet from the drawer and handed it to Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan took the treasure exchange booklet and opened the first page. It recorded the list of items that could be exchanged, including martial arts, Taoism, weapons, elixirs and natural treasures, a total of 5 categories. Each category has several small categories. For example, the martial arts category is divided into skills and martial arts are divided into boxing, palm, finger, leg and other different categories, while the weapons category is the treasures refined by immortal monks. Some treasures can only be activated by immortal monks, but there are also some treasures that can be used even by warriors, including swords, spears, halberds, armor and more than a dozen different categories. The elixirs are ready-made elixirs refined by Fangxiandao. Monster corpses are highly poisonous to ordinary people, but in the hands of Fangxiandao monks, they can be refined into elixirs by adding some herbs to the corpses of monsters. The monsters killed by the river patrol team will not be burned, but will be sent to the Taoist temple built by Fangxiandao outside the city. Each of the 9 Taoist sects of Tiansheng sect has its own territory, but Fangxiandao is an exception. There are Taoist temples of Fangxiandao in all prefectures of Daqian. Fangxiandao has established Taoist temples in various prefectures and counties, just to make it convenient to use the corpses of monsters for refining medicine. Natural materials and treasures include precious plants, precious medicines, precious fish, precious beasts, and even precious jade, precious iron, etc. Zhou Shan turned to the category of natural materials and treasures. Most of the natural materials and treasures that can be exchanged are at the first and second levels. Very few have reached the third level, and often require hundreds of thousands of merit points to exchange. As for spiritual plants and medicines that have reached the fourth level, there are only a few of them, and the merit points required for exchange are hundreds of thousands. In addition, there are no spiritual plants and medicines that have reached the fourth level in the county government. If you want to exchange them from other places, it is best to go to Dakang County City for exchange. Baisha County is just a county town. If you want spiritual plants and medicines, you can only exchange them in the county town. The types of spiritual plants and medicines recorded in the merit exchange book in the county town must exceed the merit book in the county town. Marrow cleansing pill, 2000 merit points per pill. Zhou Shan flipped through the categories of pills and found the marrow cleansing pill. In addition to the marrow cleansing pill, there are also qi and blood pills, bone forging pills, organ refining pills, dragon blood pills, 9 treasures life protecting pills and other pills. These pills can be exchanged as long as you have merit points. 9 treasures life protecting pills are worth thousands of gold outside, that is, more than 10,000 taels of silver, but in this merit book, only 8,000 merit points can be exchanged for one. The price of a marrow cleansing pill is 2,500 taels of silver outside, but in the merit book, it can be exchanged for only 2,000 merit points. From this point of view, merit points are more valuable than silver. Or, the court wants to strengthen its own people, so it is cheaper to exchange with merit points. Exchange all the merit points for marrow cleansing pills for me. Zhou Shan said. Among these pills, what he needs now is the marrow cleansing pill. With enough marrow cleansing pills, he can complete a marrow cleansing as soon as possible in a short time. Moreover, it doesn't matter if there are too many marrow cleansing pills. After casting the qi and blood phase, you still need to continue to wash the marrow. You have to go through 9 marrow cleansings in total and cast 9 qi and blood phases before you can impact the 5th realm of martial arts and become a martial arts master. No problem, Lord Zhou, wait a moment. The chief clerk nodded and recorded it in the merit book. Not long after, Zhou Shan got 47 marrow cleansing pills. 94,100 merit points, now only 100 merit points are left. Back home, Zhou Shan took out the marrow cleansing pill and swallowed it, then began to practice. Brother, there is a mission now. I wonder if you are interested in participating together. In the evening, the second brother Liu Xiaoj came to Zhou Shan's house. Mission? Zhou Shan asked, what mission? A few days ago, someone reported that the Zhao family, a squire in Haishui town, used living people to sacrifice to mountain monsters. Liu Xiaoj said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this news, the county magistrate immediately sent people to investigate. It was found that the Zhao family had colluded with a monster commander in Kangmang Mountain 5 years ago, and secretly sent living people to the monster commander in Kangmang Mountain for him to enjoy. They sent hundreds of people every year, and a total of more than 1,500 people in 5 years. Although many of these people were slaves purchased by the Zhao family, colluding with monsters was a capital crime. The Zhao family has been destroyed by the county captain and his men. Next, the county lieutenant prepared to organize his men to go deep into Kangmang Mountain to destroy the demon commander and the monsters under his command. According to the investigation, this demon commander has a total of 5 demon generals who have reached the 3rd level. The total number of demon soldiers and little demons commanded by the 5 demon generals exceeds 300. Once this demon commander is eliminated, he can get a sum of money. A lot of credit. Quote, Senior brother, are you ready to take on this mission? Zhou Shandao. Yes, annihilating a demon commander and all the demon generals and soldiers under his command is no small feat. In addition to gaining merit points, with this merit, it is not difficult for the county lieutenant to be promoted to 1 level. Liu Xiaoj nodded, and then said, I heard that the county thief Cao Si has a vacancy for the position of chief. Some time ago, Zhao Shanwei has been looking for connections in the county, but Zhao Shanwei is not the only one who is eyeing this position. The others county captains from several counties wanted to compete for this position. When the background relationships are similar, it just depends on merit. Zhao County Lieutenant must have used this merit to compete for the position of chief of the Thief Cao Division. Quote, I see. After hearing Liu Xiaoj's explanation, Zhou Shan understood what was going on. The Zhao family, the squire of Blackwater Town, sacrificed human beings to the mountain demon. No one discovered it for 5 years. Now, someone suddenly reported the Jao family. If you think about it carefully, it is most likely that it was a scene directed and performed by County Lieutenant Jao. Perhaps, several county government officials have known about this matter for a long time. However, this matter involves a demon commander who has reached the 4th level. Several adults in the county government do not want to cause this trouble easily. Moreover, the Jao family is only doing it secretly. The slaves purchased with money to sacrifice to the mountain demon are not to kidnap ordinary people. It did not cause widespread panic, so I just turned a blind eye and closed one eye, pretending not to know. But now, County Lieutenant Jao wanted to be promoted, but he lacked merit, so someone came out in time to report the Jao family in Haishui town. Well, congratulations to senior brother. Once Zhao Shanwei arrives at the county town with this merit and becomes the chief of the Thief Sao division, then the position of county captain will be vacant. If senior brother has the merit of annihilating the demon commander, the position of county captain will definitely belong to senior brother. Quote. Zhou Shan smiled and said, "This is also an opportunity for you, junior brother." Liu Xiaoj said, "If everything goes well, I can take over the post of county captain. And junior brother, if you follow the demon commander together and make contributions, although there is no such thing in Baisha County, it's a suitable position, but with this merit, you can be promoted to Dakang County Navy, and if you put it into operation, it will be no problem to serve as the 8th grade river captain." Okay, I'll take this task. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Shan accepted the task. For him, it doesn't matter whether he can be promoted to Dakang County Navy, but as long as he kills the monster, he can get credit points, and with the credit points, he can exchange them for training resources. Whether it is the cultivation of immortality or martial arts, it requires a massive supply of resources to speed up the progress of cultivation. With cultivation resources and without cultivation resources, the speed of cultivation improvement is very different. Not to mention anything else, the marrow cleansing stage alone, without cultivation resources, would normally take up to more than 10 years. Moreover, once the age exceeds 50, the qi and blood begin to decline, and it will be difficult to heal in a lifetime. Complete marrow washing. If you have enough cultivation resources and take the marrow cleansing pill every day, you can complete the marrow cleansing in a few months. Sure, then I'll go back and talk to County Lieutenant Zhao about adding you. Liu Xiaoj nodded and said, "I'll let you know when the personnel are assembled and ready to set off for Kangmang Mountain." Thank you, senior brother. Zhou Shan cupped his fists and cupped his hands. Dakion 669. Yongchang 4th year, July 16. County Magistrate Zhao quickly gathered a group of men and formed a demon-suppressing team. Knowing that County Magistrate Zhao was going to send troops to suppress the demon leader occupying the Kangmang Mountains, warriors from all the major forces in Baisha County signed up, especially those with meritorious service. In the Dakion dynasty, any warrior with meritorious service, as long as he made contributions, could convert merit points into points, and then exchange them for cultivation resources at the local government. Moreover, after having meritorious service, even if he did not serve as an official now, he would have the capital to be promoted if he wanted to enter the court in the future. All warriors with meritorious service can be said to be candidate officials. For example, if Lin Yuanshang, the leader of the dueling sect, wanted to serve as an official in the court, and someone in the capital recommended him, with his cultivation realm, the merit of the martial arts candidate, and the merits accumulated over the years, he would be at least a 6th rank official at the beginning, and even if there was no one in the capital, he could get a county magistrate of the 7th rank if he was appointed by the local government. However, if you want to be a county magistrate, you have to go to another place. It is impossible to be the county magistrate of Baisha County. The major forces in the inner city, the Bai family, the dueling sect, the Laming martial arts school, and some big landlords, all took the initiative to ask to send warriors to join the demon-suppressing team to eliminate the demon leader who is causing trouble. As the saying goes, there is no gain without early rise. These forces are very enthusiastic to join the demon-suppressing team because it is profitable. In addition to being able to gain credit by killing monsters, there is also the elimination of these monsters entrenched in the mountains, so that they can send people to occupy these ownerless mountains. In the past, these mountains were occupied by monsters and did not belong to any force. But once the monsters are eliminated, these mountains are ownerless. Whoever can occupy them in advance, these forces will have a way to occupy these mountains for their own use. Each mountain is a huge wealth, and the resources in it can be mined, such as forest resources, mineral resources, herbal resources, animals and plants living in it, etc. In addition, where there are monsters, there are usually precious plants growing. The resources in the mountains are much easier to mine than those in the Beisha River. If the bandits who had been entrenched in the Yunwu Lake could bring huge benefits to the major forces in Beisha County would have united to eliminate the bandits long ago. However, because they could gain greater benefits by keeping them, they had not tried their best to eliminate them until they were controlled by the monsters of the Wusheng sect and ran to the county town to make trouble, so they had to be eliminated. The bandits in the Yunwu Lake were eliminated, but the fog that had been shrouding them for many years did not dissipate, so even if there were forces stationed there, it would be difficult to exploit the resources in the Yunwu Lake. However, the resources in the mountains are easier to mine. Therefore, when they learned that County Lieutenant Zhao was going to form a monster suppression team, they were very active and took the initiative to join the elimination team, hoping to share the benefits after eliminating the monster commander of Kangmang Mountain. Zhou Shan was also a member of the elimination team. Moreover, he led a team of disciples from the Dueling sect, with a total of more than 30 people. In addition, there were two teams, led by the second senior brother Liu Xiaoj and the third senior brother Sha Zhang. The disciples sent by the Dueling sect alone reached 100 people, and they were all warriors who had entered the first level of skin polishing. Among them, there were more than a dozen second-rate warriors who had reached the second level of bone forging. Zhou Shan, who was in charge of leading the team, was a fellow cultivator of immortals and martial arts. Whether it was immortals or martial arts, they had begun to practice the fourth level. Especially in the practice of immortals, they had already condensed the Medicine King talisman. The condensation of the yin god Dharma image was already half completed. It was only a matter of time before the real Dharma image was condensed. The second senior brother Liu Xiaoj reached the perfection of the third level of internal organs training and entered the marrow washing stage. The third senior brother Sha Zhang also began to practice internal organs training. The leaders of the other major forces were all first-class warriors who had reached the third level of internal organs training. In this way, Zhao County Lieutenant led 500 people and horses and left the county town in a mighty manner and headed for the Kangmang Mountains. In addition to the 600-li Beisha River, Beisha County also has mountains. Moreover, the land area of mountains from Beisha County to Dakang County City far exceeds the Beisha River. There are more than a dozen famous mountains, and the Kangmang Mountains are one of them. It is more than 100 miles long and 40 miles wide. The Kangmang Mountains alone are so vast, and there are more than a dozen such places from Beisha County to Dakang County City. Half of these places belong to Beisha County, and the other half belong to Dakang County City. They are under the jurisdiction of the county city, but if you go by land, you must pass through these places to get to the county city. Therefore, it takes more time to go from Beisha County to Dakang County City by land. The demon suppressing team rode on fierce horses and galloped on the official road. In less than an hour, they arrived outside the Kangmang Mountains. The Kangmang Mountains are not all covered with dense trees and vegetation. There are also hills, low mountains, rocky mountains, earthen mountains, etc. There are hundreds of these large and small mountains. The demon suppressing team went deep into the Kangmang Mountains and then divided into several groups. Each group was divided into the area to be responsible for. Zhou Shan, Liu Xiaoj and Sha Zhang, who belonged to the Dueling sect, were assigned to the eastern area of the Kangmang Mountains. They command a total of more than 100 people, divided into groups of 5, with a total of more than 20 groups. Each group is responsible for investigating a large mountain. If a monster is discovered, the number is small and the strength is not very strong. You can dispose of it yourself. The demon commander who is entrenched in the vast mountains has 5 demon generals under his command. There are many demon soldiers and little demons under his command. However, there are still scattered sprites and demons in some mountains, and not all the sprites and demons are gathered under the command of the demon general. The task of these groups is to clean up the weak monsters. There was a 3-realm demon general in the area east of Kangwu Mountain. After Zhou Shan and the others assigned the group's tasks, they went straight to the territory where the demon general was. As we go deeper into the vast mountains, the trees become taller and taller. The 3 people from Zhou Shan were accomplished in martial arts, and their bodies were all over 1.9 meters, nearly 2 meters tall. However, such figures seemed a bit small in the vast mountains. Deep in the vast mountains, there are dense vegetation. As far as the eye can see, there are towering ancient trees. The canopies of the trees cover the sky tightly, and the sun cannot shine through the dense leaves to shine on the earth, making it appear deep and quiet. There are countless mosquitoes, snakes and ants hidden in the dense jungle. Whoops! A gust of fishy wind rushed down from the treetops, swallowing Joshan with a bloody mouth. Puff! In a moment of thought, the green water sword on the mountainside was unsheathed under the control of spiritual thoughts, and a snake head the size of a blue ball fell, blood spurting out. This was a giant python hiding in the tree. This giant python has reached the level of a spirit and is good at holding its breath and camouflage. The snake's body is winding around the tree trunk, which is more than 10 meters long. The color of the snake's body is the same as that of the tree. The two are perfectly blended together. Undetectable. Kang. After killing the giant python monster, the green water sword returned to its sheath without a trace of blood on it. Then, Zhou Shan put the body of the giant python spirit into a mustard bag. Come on, after climbing over this hill, there are 2 more hills, where is the cave of the demon general? As long as the demon general is killed, the other monsters will not be afraid, and the people under his command will be safe. Enough to deal with. Lu Xiaogong, holding a map, pointed to a mark on the map. On this mark, there are 3 characters, Xuanying Ridge, written. Xuanying Ridge is where the demon general's cave is located. The reason why this place is called Black Eagle Ridge is because the demon general entrenched here is an eagle demon. His steel feathers are as hard as black iron, and ordinary mortal weapons cannot harm him at all. This third realm demon general is also called the Black Eagle Demon General. County Lieutenant Zhao asked them to deal with the Black Eagle Demon General because Zhou Shan was an immortal monk and could control flying swords. If it were another warrior, even if he was stronger than the Black Eagle Demon General, but unable to fly, he could only use attack with bow and arrow. However, ordinary bows and arrows cannot cause harm to the Black Eagle Demon General at all, unless they are treasure-level bows and arrows. Moreover, the Black Eagle Demon General is also extremely flexible in the air. With his racial advantages, he can leave whenever he wants. After killing a dozen more monsters along the way, the 3 of Zhou Shan arrived at Xuanying Ridge. Human warriors, why do you want to break the contract, enter the territory of our demon clan, and commit the killing? Are you trying to tear up the contract of peaceful coexistence and start a war? Zhou Shan and others went forward and killed many monsters. Some of the birds hovering in the sky were all spies of the Black Eagle Demon General. Therefore, the Black Eagle Demon General also received the news, and the 3 of them rushed to Xuanying after Zhou Shan. At the ridge, Demon General Zan Ying had already gathered together all the demon soldiers and little demons under his command, and there were dozens of them. Seeing Zhou Shan and the others coming, Demon General Zan Ying immediately asked. Monsters that have reached the level of the 3rd realm and become demon generals can also speak human words. The prerequisite for peaceful coexistence is that you abide by the provisions of the contract and not eat humans. However, you demon clan in Kangmang Mountain broke this provision. Your demon commander took the lead in cannibalism. You were the first to tear up the contract agreement. Then don't blame us for taking action, even if this matter comes to Black Ape Mountain, we are responsible. Lu Xiaoj said lightly. The Black Ape Mountain in his mouth is the strongest demon clan force in Donghai Mansion. Not only Dekang County, but all the demon clans in the entire Donghai Mansion must obey the orders of Black Ape Mountain. Black Ape Mountain is powerful and has a demon saint who is comparable to a martial saint. With an order, all the demon clan forces in Donghai Mansion will respond and obey his orders. Therefore, the Imperial Court was also quite wary of Black Ape Mountain. The 2 parties signed a contract and would not easily provoke a war. Boom boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the sky in the distance, and then I saw a scene like fireworks blooming. This is the thunder whistle, carried by the extermination team. It was refined by the Taoist priests of Fang Xiangguan. Once it explodes, it will sound like a thunderous thunder, and the sound can be transmitted for dozens of miles. The thunder whistle sounded, which meant that it was time to take action. At this time, County Lieutenant Zhao had already fought against the demon commander of Kangmang Mountain. Chapter 91. Kill. Hearing the thunder whistle, Zhou Shan and the other two did not continue to talk nonsense with the Black Eagle Demon General. They immediately took action and killed the Black Eagle Demon General. 3 powerful blood and chi burst out instantly, rising into the sky like wolf smoke. Especially Zhou Shan and Liu Xiaoj, both of them have already entered the marrow washing stage, their blood and chi are as vigorous as fire. When they made their moves, a terrible heat wave formed in the void and swept towards the demons. It was just a small demon at the first level. Facing such terrible blood and chi oppression, the rolling heat wave hit, and the demonic energy in the body was suppressed. It suddenly ran poorly, had difficulty breathing, and felt suffocated. Demonic energy is harmful to humans. Ordinary people will be weak and sickly, and their blood and chi will be deficient if they are eroded by demonic energy. But the reverse is also true. The vigorous blood and chi of human warriors can also suppress the demonic energy of the demon race. The demonic energy of monsters is stronger than that of human warriors, so the demonic energy can erode the blood and chi of humans. Devouring warriors will not cause any impact, but can absorb the spirituality possessed by humans. But on the other hand, human warriors have stronger blood and chi, which will cause harm to monsters. For example, a second-level demon soldier can devour a second-level bone-forging warrior, but if it is a warrior who has reached the third level of internal organs, if the second-level demon soldier eats it, it will be difficult to refine the vigorous blood and chi, and it may even cause harm to the body and indigestion. Zhou Shan, Liu Xiaoj and Sha Zhang all pounced out like tigers. These monsters are several meters tall and weigh thousands of pounds, and some even weigh tens of thousands of pounds. Just from the size of the individual, Zhou Shan and the other two seem a little small in the face of these monsters. But the fact is just the opposite. They are like tigers entering a flock of sheep, and they can take the life of a monster in a rush. The first-level little demon and the second-level demon soldier are not their opponents at all. This is a one-sided massacre. Die. Seeing his little demons and demon soldiers being killed one after another, the Black Eagle demon finally took action. The majestic demon energy roared out, rushed into the air, and suddenly dispersed, turning into a rain of light and shooting towards Zhou Shan and others. The light rain transformed by the demon energy contained an extremely sharp breath. Bang 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 bang. The demon energy light rain fell, just like a machine gun sweeping, leaving dense small pits on the ground where Zhou Shan and the other two were, and when the demon energy light rain fell, they condensed their blood and chi into armor to protect their bodies. The blood and chi armor blocked the attack of the demon energy light rain. Cry. The Black Eagle demon let out a long roar, flew into the air, spread his wings, and steel feathers suddenly broke away from his body, and then these steel feathers slashed towards Zhou Shan and the other two like sharp swords. The steel feathers slashed, which was much more terrifying than the previous demon energy light rain. The steel feathers of the Black Eagle Demon General were as hard as black iron, and they also contained a unique sharp aura, which was enough to cut through the iron armor. If a person's flesh and blood was cut by the steel feathers, they would be cut like tofu in an instant. Among the 3 people, Sha Zhang had just started the 3rd realm of internal training and was the weakest among the 3. Facing the continuous attacks of the steel feathers of the Black Eagle Demon General, the blood and chi armor on his body was quickly broken and he was injured. Wood protection. Seeing this, Zhou Shan performed Taoist magic. The Medicine King talisman flew out of the sea of consciousness, and the talisman burst into green light, and then condensed a shield containing rings of annual rings above the heads of the 3 people, blocking waves of steel feather attacks. Spiritual would heal. Zhou Shan continued to activate the Medicine King talisman, and the essence of the surrounding plants was swallowed up, and then turned into healing light and fell on Sha Yang's body. The latter's injuries were immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Heavenly Wood Divine Needle. The Medicine King talisman emitted a bright light, and the spiritual energy in the void was attracted. Then, the spiritual energy in the void merged with the clear light and condensed into a bunch of green divine needles that shot towards the Black Eagle Demon General. Heavenly Snake Shooting Breath. At the same time, Liu Xiaoj also took a deep breath, and the blood and chi in his body gathered and condensed into a blood and chi arrow, which shot out from his mouth, also as fast as lightning, and shot towards the Black Eagle Demon General. Ding 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 ding. The Black Eagle Demon General immediately controlled the steel feathers to form a protective escape, blocking the Heavenly Wood Divine Needle and the Blood and Chi Arrow. Sword controlling technique. Zhou Shan's mind moved, and the green water sword came out of the sheath, performing the flying sword technique to slash at the Black Eagle Demon General. Ding! The Black Eagle Demon General controlled the steel feathers, just like flying a sword, and intercepted the green water sword in midair. The steel feathers on the Black Eagle Demon General's body were as hard as black iron, and with the blessing of demonic energy, they were almost like treasures. The steel feathers collided with the flying sword, and sparks burst out. The divine sword unites, and kills. In a flash, Zhou Shan's soul leapt out of his sea of consciousness. The soul and the jade water sword unite, and he performs the divine sword style in the sword control technique, and the power is instantly increased several times. Swish! The jade water sword is as fast as lightning, stabbing at the Black Eagle Monster General. The Black Eagle Monster General manipulates the steel feathers to form a shield in front of his eyes to resist. But this time, the jade water sword suddenly broke through the demonic energy on the steel feathers, then pierced through the steel feathers, quickly flew to the front of the Black Eagle Monster General, and circled around his neck. Instantly, the Black Eagle Monster General's head and body were separated. 10,000 sword style. After killing the Black Eagle Monster General, Zhou Shan activated the sword energy. The jade water sword shone brightly, and immediately burst out thousands of sharp sword energy, slashing at the monster on the ground. Puff puff puff. These were just monsters in the first and second realms. They could not block the sword energy at all. The sword energy immediately penetrated the monster body and became a sieve. All the monsters were killed. Kang. The blue water sword returns to its sheath. At the same time, Zhou Shan's soul also returned to his physical body. The soul took possession of the blue water sword, killed the Black Eagle Demon General, and then inspired the sword energy to kill all the monsters. All this was done in a flash of lightning. At the same time, he immediately released the Bone Demon Bottle, devouring the souls of these monsters that had not yet dissipated. Junior brother Zhou, by destroying the monster this time, we have benefited from you. Yes, even without us, you alone are enough to kill the Black Eagle Demon General and destroy all monsters. Liu Xiaoj and Sha Zhang both smiled. Two senior brothers are being humble. That is to say, when dealing with the Black Eagle Demon General, the opponent has a racial advantage, so it is difficult for the two senior brothers to bring out their own strength. If they face other demon generals, senior brother can kill them without me. Zhou Shan smiled, and after devouring the souls of these monsters, he took back the Bone Demon Bottle. Then, he used the White Bone Lotus to absorb the nutrients from the bones of these monsters and enhance the White Bone Lotus. After annihilating the demon general Zan Ying, Zhou Shan and the others also came to this demon general's cave. Many treasures were found in the cave. There are precious medicines and ores, piled up like hills. In addition, there is a fractured rock formation in the cave, and a faint golden light is emitted from the rock formation. The thing that emits golden light is a metal that contains a sharp aura. This is Zhengjin. Seeing this metal with a sharp aura, Zhou Shan recognized its origin. In the Tiansai Dabao section of the Merit Exchange book, there are records of various metals that have reached the treasure level. This Zhengjin is one of them, and it belongs to a kind of treasure gold. The characteristic of Zhengjin itself is that it contains a sharp aura. If Zhengjin is used to make weapons, even if there is no immortal cultivator to engrave Taoist runes on the weapon, the Zhengjin sword is extremely sharp and can cut iron like mud. Ordinary armor cannot resist the sword made of Zhengjin at all. If Taoist runes are engraved, the power will be increased several times. In the Merit Exchange book of the county government, 1 kati of Zhengjin is worth 10,000 merit points. If Zhengjin can be incorporated into the Bishui sword, the power of the Bishui sword will definitely increase a lot. Zhou Shan said secretly in his heart. Although he can't refine treasures, people from Fangxiandao can. There is a Fangxian temple outside Beisha County. As long as you can afford the price, you can ask the monks of Fangxian Temple to refine treasures, even if it is alchemy. At least hundreds of kilograms of Zhengjin. Zhou Shan swept his spiritual power deep into the fault rock. The amount of Zhengjin in the stone layer was enough for hundreds of kilograms. His green water sword only needed to integrate a few kilograms of Zhengjin. Hundreds of kilograms of Jengjin were enough for 3 people to share. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, a month had passed since the annihilation of the demon commander of Kangmang Mountain. During this month, Zhou Shan stayed in Kangmang Mountain to practice. In the past, Kangmang Mountain was under the control of the demon clan, and humans could only chop wood, hunt, and collect herbs on the periphery. But now the demon commander who ruled Kangmang Mountain has been killed, and the giant spirit sect has occupied 1/5 of the area. This 1/5 area also has dozens of hills, where many herbs grow, various rare treasure plants and treasure beasts. Under Zhou Shan's spiritual power investigation, no matter whether it is a treasure plant or a treasure beast, nothing can escape. During this month, Zhou Shan devoured countless herbs and various precious plants, and his soul was rapidly improving. At night, on the top of a mountain, pharmacist Luli Light King Image, condense. Zhou Shan sat cross-legged, and the soul in the sea of consciousness began to condense the pharmacist Luli Light King Image. The soul in the spiritual sea of consciousness was covered with Taoist runes. These Taoist runes and the Medicine King rune were outlined together to form a whole, and then gradually turned into a big Buddha emitting endless vitality. This big Buddha is the pharmacist Luli Light King Image. As soon as the pharmacist Luli Light King Image was formed, Zhou Shan immediately felt that his soul was as pure as glass, spotless, like a mirror, and his soul was wrapped in the pharmacist Luli Light King Image. Name: Zhou Shan. Talent: Infinite Spirit. 1 point of spirit attribute will be increased every day. Strength: 175. Defense: 173. Agility: 84. Physique: 180. Spirit: 700. Martial arts: Giant Spirit 5 forms: Ox form perfect, Bear form perfect, Tiger form perfect, Snake form perfect, Whale form first layer 99%, Turtle breathing 6th layer perfect, Stone breaking fist perfect, Fish body method perfect. Taoism: White bone visualization method 4th layer, Pharmacist glazed light king phase perfect, Soul shocking technique 6th layer, 1% white bone magic bottle mastery 45%, white bone lotus mastery 36%, sword controlling technique mastery 8%. In a flash, Zhou Shan opened the attribute panel. Pharmacist glazed light king phase, cultivation has reached perfection. Next, as the cultivation level increases, the power of the pharmacist glazed light king phase will also increase. The practice of martial arts is almost like a marrow cleansing. As long as the corresponding spiritual objects of heaven and earth are obtained, a blood exchange can be performed to forge the chi and blood phase. After closing the panel, Zhou Shan continued to practice and visualize the moonlight bodhisattva phase. At this time, the moonlight in the sky was immediately attracted and sprinkled down, falling on the soul. Zhou Shan's soul absorbed the power of the moonlight and condensed Taoist runes containing the power of the moonlight. These Taoist runes combined together and turned into a bright moon. When practicing the Medicine Master Luli Light King phase, there is a transition to the Medicine King rune form, and practicing the Moonlight Bodhisattva phase also has 2 forms. The first form is the bright moon. When the moonlight sprinkled, Zhou Shan carved the Taoist runes of the bright moon on the soul. These Taoist runes form the shape of the moon. The Moonlight Bodhisattva phase: visualize the bright moon, refine the spirit, and the moonlight not only nourishes the spirit, but also nourishes and illuminates the flesh. The moonlight is like flowing water and silver slurry, washing away the impurities in the body and moisturizing the flesh at the same time. The flesh is moisturized and naturally becomes stronger. Therefore, practicing the Moonlight Bodhisattva can not only refine the spirit, but also cleanse the marrow. When Zhou Shan practiced the Medicine Master Luli Light King, he absorbed the essence of plants and trees and integrated it into his bone marrow, which also played a role in cleansing the marrow. After a while, Zhou Shan finished outlining the Taoist runes and condensed the shape of the moon. In the spiritual sea of consciousness, a bright moon revolved around his soul. Under the traction of this bright moon, the bright moon in the sky poured down the moonlight, nourishing and shining his body and soul. Zhou Shan was immersed in practice. Unknowingly, the sky was bright. As soon as the sky was bright, Zhou Shan's soul immediately felt the extremely hot breath between heaven and earth. If he had just started to refine his spirit, his soul would not be able to withstand this power, just like playing with fire, and his soul would be burned. But now he has completed a soul refining and condensed the Medicine Master Lapis Lazuli Light King. His soul is not afraid of sunlight, and even if his soul is injured, the medicine master Lapis Lazuli Light King can immediately repair his soul. After dawn, Zhou Shan visualized the sunlight bodhisattva and began to condense sunlight to practice. After cultivating the medicine master Lapis Lazuli Light King, the moonlight bodhisattva and the sunlight bodhisattva can be practiced at the same time. That's it. Another 5 days passed. Calculating the time, it's almost time for the provincial examination of the martial arts examination. Zhou Shan opened his eyes and ended his practice. Now, it is August 21st. The provincial examination of the martial arts examination is held on September 1st, and it is in Donghai Prefecture. It will take 7 or 8 days to rush from Beixia County to Donghai Prefecture if everything goes well. Leaving Kangmang Mountain, Zhou Shan returned to Beixia County. Dakian 669. Yongchang 4th year, August 22nd. Zhou Shan and a group of martial arts scholars from Beixia County went to Donghai Prefecture to participate in the provincial examination of the martial arts examination. The items to be tested in the provincial examination were the same as those in the academy examination. With Zhou Shan's strength of reaching the 4th level of spiritual cultivation, he won the first place without any surprise and was named Jieyuan. Jieyuan means the first place in the provincial examination. He obtained the title of Juren, and he was the first place Jieyuan. After Zhou Shan returned to Dakang County, he was transferred to the Dakang County Navy with a little work based on his previous merits in exterminating the monsters in Kangmang Mountain. He was directly promoted from the 9th rank River Patrol Officer to the 7th rank River Master. The Navy camp is here. Zhou Shan stood on the deck, looking at the barracks built against the mountain not far away and as far as the eye could see. This barracks is where the Dakang County Navy base camp is located. Before he arrived at the camp, just watching from a distance, he felt an overwhelming masculine and chilling air coming towards his face. Faced with this masculine and chilling aura, some weak immortal cultivators may find it difficult to gather their spiritual power, or in other words, as long as their energy is released, they will be shaken away by the masculine chilling aura. The thoughts of the soul cannot communicate with heaven and earth, so naturally they cannot induce the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to perform Taoist magic. In the face of the overwhelming attack of the army and the overwhelming murderous intent, the spiritual illusions of ordinary immortal monks are of no use at all. For example, Zhou Shan's soul deterring technique cannot affect the army at all, and it is even difficult to even use it. Unless one has reached the 4 realms of immortality to refine the gods and cultivated the Yin Shen Dharma, the soul can perform Taoist magic without being affected. However, the soldiers of the army all eat and live together, practice the same military skills, and can form military formations. When a certain number is reached, the fighting and murderous intentions of all the soldiers of the army are condensed together, and even the energy and blood of the soldiers are condensed together. They can all form a whole through the battle formation, similar to the qi and blood phase of the 4 realms of blood-changing warriors, which can resist the Yin Shen Dharma phase of the immortal monks. In the entire Donghai Prefecture, apart from the Donghai Navy in Fucheng, only Dakang County and Mi Shui County have naval forces. The city of Donghai Mansion is close to the sea and is a city located on the bank of the East China Sea. Because of its geographical location, Donghai Mansion is as prosperous as the capital city. There are countless maritime merchants who take ships to the country on the other side of the sea to do business. Huge profits from sea trade. Every maritime merchant is extremely wealthy. The existence of the Donghai Navy is naturally to protect the East China Sea Fucheng and the waters of the East China Sea, and maintain the interests of the Dakian court and maritime stability. The Kanglin River in Dakang County and the Mijiang River in Mishui County both go straight into the East China Sea. The location of Donghai Fucheng. It is located between Dakang County and Mishui County. The navy of these 2 counties is like the left and right wings of the Donghai Navy, protecting Donghai Fucheng together. Therefore, the naval base camp of Dakang County is not near the county town, but an area near the Kanglin River where it enters the sea. However, there is also a camp set up near the county town. That camp was the River Patrol Camp, which was specifically responsible for dealing with demons and water bandits in the Kanglin River waters. The Wusheng cult was causing trouble in Beixia County, and the Dakang County Navy dispatched was one of the troops in the River Patrol Camp. The 7th grade Hebo appointed by Zhou Shan is also a Hebo belonging to the River Patrol Camp. This river patrol camp is under the dual leadership of the County Sheriff's Office and the DuQuoin County Navy General Office. Zhou Shan reported for duty for the first time. After meeting with the county guard alone, he also had to go to the base camp to meet with the commander-in-chief. This is a rule, don't be rude. Stop, who are you and why are you approaching the Navy camp? The boat Zhou Shan was on continued to approach the camp, and a patrol boat immediately approached. There are more than a dozen soldiers on the patrol boat, each of them is an elite soldier who has reached the level of strong blood. The leader of the group is a warrior who has reached the first level of skin smoothing with the life fluctuations emanating from him. Zhou Shan immediately asked the officer responsible for escort to hand over the documents from the court. The document is stamped with the official seal of the DuQuoin County Sheriff's Office. DuQuoin County Navy, from a subordinate relationship point of view, is directly under the Donghai Navy Admiral's office. It is only stationed in DuQuoin County and is not under the jurisdiction of DuQuoin County. The two are not in the same system. Officials are promoted by the commander-in-chief, has the final say and does not need to listen to the opinions of the county governor. However, the river patrol camp is special and is under the dual jurisdiction of the county sheriff's office and the DuQuoin County Navy General Office. This is like the Public Security Bureau in the county. It is under the dual leadership of the county government and the City Public Security Bureau. When you become the county director, after meeting the county chief, you will naturally go to the city to visit the city director. In addition, the soldiers of the patrol battalion were paid by the county governor's office, while the salaries of other battalions of soldiers in the DuQuoin County Navy were paid by the Imperial Ministry of War, which was allocated to the Admiral's Office of the Donghai Navy. The Donghai Navy Admiral's Office issued military pay. It turns out to be the new Lord Hebo. The Navy officer on the patrol boat closed the document, handed it back to Zhou Shan with both hands, and then said, "Sir, please follow me." The officer responsible for the escort followed the patrol boat in a small boat. However, even with a patrol boat leading the way, they still encountered several inquiries on the way to the naval barracks, and even a sentry tower set up in the water. These sentry towers are hundreds of meters high, and you can see far away from the top. After passing various rounds of investigations, Zhou Shan arrived at the Navy camp. When they arrived at the Navy camp, other soldiers were responsible for welcoming Zhou Shan. A group of soldiers brought Zhou Shan to an empty barracks. The leader of the soldiers said, "Sir, wait a moment. The commander-in-chief is convening the commanders of each battalion to handle military affairs. The meeting is not over yet. I understand, my lord, it is more important to handle military affairs." Zhou Shan nodded. "As long as you understand, sir." The leader of the soldiers in charge of the reception nodded, and then said, "Come here, serve tea." Although the River Patrol Battalion to which Zhou Shan belongs is different from the battalions under the jurisdiction of the General Military Mansion, the soldiers responsible for the reception did not neglect it, because maybe at some point, Zhou Shan will be transferred to the general camp, and he will be the real direct commander. Immediately, soldiers served tea, desserts, fruits and other snacks. In the camp, Zhou Shan did not wander around. He stayed in the barracks drinking tea and eating snacks while waiting. "Sir, the general wants to see you." After about 2 hours, the leader of the soldiers who was in charge of leading the way came to inform Zhou Shan that he could see the general. "Okay, lead the way." Zhou Shan left the barracks and went to the camp where the general was. In front of the general camp was a huge square, with a military flag with the words, "Da Kang Shui Shi," flying on the square, and on both sides of the general camp, there were soldiers wearing dragon fish scale armor standing guard, guarding the general camp. Although the dragon fish has the word, dragon, in it, it has nothing to do with dragons. It is just a special treasure fish living in the Kanglin River. It is huge, up to 3 meters in size. The dragon fish scales on its body are harder than black iron. The scales of the treasure fish golden carp in the Baisha River are not as good as them. The armor made of dragon fish scales can resist the attack of treasure weapons. These soldiers wearing dragon fish scales are the personal soldiers under the command of Hong Shi, the general of the Da Kang Shui Shi. According to Zhou Shan's perception, each of these personal soldiers has strong cultivation and abundant qi and blood. The weakest one has completed a qi and blood limit breakthrough and reached the perfection of the first level of skin polishing. Most of them are warriors who have reached the second level of bone tempering. It is worthy of being the headquarters of the decaying navy. It is indeed full of masters. Zhou Shan was secretly surprised. There were hundreds of soldiers standing guard in the general barracks square alone. You must know that a battalion of soldiers in the army will be equipped with at least 500 people, and as many as 5,000 people. Such officers who command a camp of more than 1,000 people can be called a 1,000-man general. Although the names of commanders and generals of 1,000 men are different, their rank is both the 6th grade. The personal barracks of the general soldier of the decaying navy did not say there were 5,000 people, but there were at least 500 people. The 500 people are all composed of warriors who have reached the first level of skin grinding and the second level of bone forging. They are all wearing dragon and fish scale iron armor. They are led by warriors who have reached the third level of viscera training. They form a battle formation and can surround and kill ordinary 4 people. The warriors who have been exchanged for blood are not necessarily opponents even if they are exchanged for the second time or the third time. Under Zhou Shan's spiritual induction, these soldiers have similar auras, and the qi and blood in their bodies are all cultivated by the same kind of exercises. The exercises and elixirs practiced by these soldiers are obtained from the Military Aircraft Department, the highest organization in the military. Created by immortal monks, as long as the soldiers who have practiced military skills and taken the secret medicine of the military, their breath, energy and blood will be connected together. In addition, they eat and sleep together, and all soldiers speak and act in the same way. They can form a battle formation. As long as they are officers who have practiced the secret arts of the army, they can lead them. If Commander Hong Shi of the Navy leads the soldiers of the personal barracks to form a formation, their strength will be increased several times. With the blessing of the battle formation, Commander Hong Shi of the Navy can even burst into power comparable to the masters of the 5 realms, strength. However, soldiers who have practiced military skills and taken the secret medicine of the military also have side effects, that is, their lifespan is not long. Even if they reach the 3rd level of internal organs training, their lifespan is only about the same as that of ordinary people. Therefore, when some warriors with a strong background join the army, they will not be able to practice military martial arts. If they want to practice, they will also practice military formation command methods at the officer level, not military martial arts. It has been nearly 700 years since the founding of Dakion, and the court has become decayed, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The power of the court is still very strong, and ordinary people can be easily suppressed if they rebel. Unless there are large-scale natural disasters across the country, and then monster chaos occurs in various places, and the countries around Dakion attack the borders, allowing Dakion to fight on multiple fronts, only then can Dakion collapse. This is how the former Zhou dynasty perished. Passing through the vast square, Zhou Shan entered the general barracks. In the meeting hall, there is a huge sand table, which is a tool used to study the terrain and practice tactics. Hong Shi, the commander-in-chief of the decaying navy, is sitting behind a desk in front. There is a huge map hanging on the wall behind Commander Hong Shi. If you look carefully, this is a sea chart. On this chart, there is an area marked with a red circle. Zhou Shan completed a marrow cleansing, and his 5 senses were strengthened. Even without mental detection, he could clearly see the red circle with the 3 characters, Japanese country, written on it. Japan, is there going to be a war at sea? Zhou Shan secretly thought in his heart. When he went to Donghai Fuchang for the rural examination, he heard that the sea was not peaceful recently. He had heard that Japan was currently in the midst of a war, split into the northern and southern dynasties, and the situation seemed to be unfavorable to the southern dynasties. The troops of the southern dynasties of Japan were at war with the northern dynasties, and they were afraid of being punished after defeat. The officers of the southern dynasties directly led their subordinates. People fled to sea and became pirates who lived by plundering. Therefore, the number of pirates in the East China Sea has recently increased by more than 10 times than before. The actual combat test in this rural examination of the martial arts examination is to wipe out a group of pirates who appeared in the East China Sea. I have met the commander-in-chief, Zhou Shan. These thoughts flashed through Zhou Shan's mind, and then he bowed to the commander-in-chief Hong Shi. Sitting in front of him behind the desk was Hong Shi, wearing the official uniform that represented a genuine military attaché, an 8-python and 5-clawed python robe, with a bear patch embroidered on the front, a crystal crown, a square face, and a calm and authoritative look. Zhou Shan, I know that you won the first place in the Jink martial arts examination, and also won the first place in the Donghai Prefecture Township examination. You are the Jieyuan of Donghai Prefecture. With your fame and contribution, you will serve as there is no problem with being a 7th grade Hebo in the river patrol camp, but in the river patrol camp, patrolling the river and slaying demons is just a small matter, and the opportunities for meritorious service are limited. Quote, are you interested in working under my command? My personal barracks just lack a deputy commander. Once you are under my command, you will have many opportunities to make meritorious deeds. Hong Zai's voice came to Zhou Shan's ears, full of majesty. Thank you for your kindness, sir. However, I am not strong enough to take on this important task. It is better to stay in the river patrol camp and practice for a while. Moreover, it is less than 3 months before the Jink military examination, so I need to spend time studying the military books. Quote, Zhou Shan declined politely. Although becoming the deputy commander of Hongshi's personal barracks has greater power and more opportunities to perform meritorious services, and can obtain more merit points and exchange them for training resources, the corresponding risks will also increase. If, as he suspected, Dakion intended to attack Japan, it would be even more dangerous. Although the Japanese country is just a small island country, the entire country is only as big as the 2 prefectures of Dakion, but it is still a country. I don't know how many powerful people there are. There must be many martial arts masters and immortal magicians who have reached the 5th realm. War at this level is too dangerous, so it is best not to participate for the time being. If you make meritorious deeds, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there is no need to rush. He has just completed a soul refining and condensed the first yin god Dharma image. With the talent of infinite spirit, he does not need too many resources to improve in the cultivation of immortals, as long as he has the corresponding skills. Of course, if there is a supply of resources, it can also speed up the cultivation. For example, if there is not so much silver to buy precious herbs for cultivation, and then directly occupy dozens of hills to absorb the essence of herbs, it is impossible to cultivate the medicine master Luli Light King so quickly even if he has the talent of infinite spirit. As for martial arts practice, Zhou Shan is not in a hurry. He stays in the patrol camp of Dakang County, slowly makes merits, accumulates merits bit by bit to exchange for the spiritual objects of heaven and earth that can exchange blood, and explores the waters of Kanglin River when he is free. Okay, let's talk about it after you complete this year's martial arts examination. Hong Shi nodded and did not dwell on this topic. The two chatted casually for a few more sentences. Hong Shi asked some questions about leading troops to fight. About a quarter of an hour later, Zhou Shan left the general camp, then took a boat back to Dakang County City and went to the river patrol camp to take up his post. Hello, Commander Shu. When he arrived at the patrol river camp, Zhou Shan paid a visit to the commander of the patrol river camp, Shu Guangyuan. The commander of the patrol river camp did not wear an official uniform, but a shiny frost black iron armor. The steel helmet on his head was also made of frost black iron, giving people a sense of iron-blooded soldiers. Shu Guangyuan himself retired from the battlefield of the Northern Yuan dynasty 4 years ago. On the battlefield, he wore armor all day long, so even if he retired from the battlefield and became the commander of the patrol river camp, he didn't like to wear official uniforms on weekdays because he was used to wearing armor. In addition, the frost black iron armor he wore was a treasure armor refined by immortal monks, with various abilities such as avoiding water, dividing water, resisting water, and frost, which was just suitable for fighting in the water. Zhou Shan, meet the general. Shu Guangyuan asked. I have already met the general, and I just came back from the Navy camp. Zhou Shan replied. Okay, since there is no problem, you have assumed the position of Hebo, and I will give you the seal of Hebo. After the voice fell, Shu Guangyuan took out a seal with a copper seal and a blue ribbon from the drawer and handed it to Zhou Shan. The seal is the seal of an official and the ribbon tied with the seal. Officials of different ranks wear different seals and ribbons, which can be divided into 6 levels in total, namely gold seal and gold ribbon, gold seal and purple ribbon, silver seal and purple ribbon, silver seal and red ribbon, copper seal and blue ribbon, and copper seal and green ribbon. Among them, only the princes of the royal family, the concubines of the 6 palaces, and the 9 Taoist masters of the Tiansheng sect are qualified to wear the gold seal and gold ribbon. The golden seal and purple ribbon are held by the dukes and marquises in the court, and the first-rank officials hold them, while the second-rank and third-rank officials hold them with silver seals and purple ribbons, and the official uniforms they wear are also purple robes. The fourth-rank and fifth-rank officials hold them with silver seals and red ribbons, and the official uniforms of the Beijing officials are also red robes. The Golden Palace is full of red and purple. This means that the officials who can go to the court are at least fifth rank, but those who want to talk to the emperor must be at least fourth-rank officials. Officials of the first to fourth ranks are qualified to stand in the palace, while officials of the fifth rank are just qualified to participate in the court meeting and can only wait outside the palace gate. Basically, they come here to stand on duty and have only the right to listen, but not the right to express opinions. Unless the emperor asks questions or is named by a court official, they are qualified to speak. Officials of the 6th and 7th ranks wear copper seals and blue ribbons, and officials of the 8th and 9th ranks wear copper seals and green ribbons. The rank of Hebo is the 7th rank, so Zhou Shan's seal is a copper seal with a blue ribbon. Zhou Shan stepped forward and took the copper seal with a blue ribbon. Since you have taken over the post of Hebo, you must do the work of Hebo. I hope you will not disappoint me. If I know that you are just sitting there doing nothing and just come here to make money, I will suggest to the county governor to adjust your position. Xu Guangyuan was having an on-the-job conversation with Zhou Shan. Although this was the first time Zhou Shan met Xu Guangyuan, he also learned about this river patrol camp leader from other channels. He did not belong to any faction in the county city and did what he did in his position. It can be said that he was dedicated to the public. Xu Guangyuan was able to become the commander of the river patrol camp because of his merits on the battlefield of Beiyuan. Such people are relatively rare in the Daqian court. Don't worry, sir. If there are monsters and water bandits making trouble in the waters under my jurisdiction, I will definitely not tolerate it. Zhou Shan said in a deep voice. The patrol camp has 3 commanders, 1 chief and 2 deputy commanders. Under normal circumstances, the 3 commanders are stationed in the patrol camp and will not be dispatched easily. Only when a demon reaches the level of the 4th level demon commander, a deputy commander will lead troops to suppress it. Below the 3 commanders, 1 chief and 2 deputy commanders, is the 7th rank Hebo. Each Hebo has a fixed area of water under his jurisdiction. I hope you can do what you say. After saying that, Xu Guangyuan raised his hand to signal Zhou Shan to withdraw. Sir, I'll take my leave first. Seeing this, Zhou Shan left Xu Guangyuan's study and went to the Hebo's office in Hengshui Town. Hengshui Town is more than 100 miles away from Dakang County City. There is a camp of Hebo's office there. The waters under his jurisdiction are the 300-mile Hengshui River that is diverted from the Kanglin River. 2 hours later, Zhou Shan's boat docked at the Hengshui Town pier, and then he asked someone about the location of the Hebo's office. Arriving at Hebo's residence, Zhou Shan directly showed the appointment document from the county governor's office, as well as the seal representing Hebo. Greetings, Lord Hebo. In the camp of Hebo's residence, the soldiers in the camp bowed their heads and saluted in unison. Zhou Shan sat in the main seat and looked around. In addition to him, the Hebo of the 7th rank, there should be 3 Heiwei in Hebo's residence, but none of them were there at this time. Then he asked, "What's going on?" As far as I know, there are 3 Heiwei in the camp. Even if there is a mission, there will be a Heiwei on duty in the camp. How come even the Heiwei on duty is not here? Reporting to the adults, one of the 3 Heiwei has a mission and is out to suppress the monsters that are causing chaos. I heard that the other 2 adults caught the flu yesterday and fell ill. Now they are both on leave to recuperate at home. A river chief stepped forward to answer. 2 Heiwei caught the flu at the same time. Hearing this, Zhou Shan narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that the 2 Heiweis were doing it on purpose. If he was just an ordinary person, it would not be surprising to catch a cold, but those who could be appointed as Heiwei were at least warriors who had reached the 2nd level of bone forging. How could they possibly catch an ordinary cold? Even in the snowy weather, the 2nd level bone forging warriors took off their clothes and slept naked in the snow without getting sick. They didn't know how to find a better excuse. For example, being invaded by evil spirits, or practicing at a critical moment, or recurring old injuries, all of which are better than being sick. However, these 2 river lieutenants must have been instigated by someone. Otherwise, How dare they, just ordinary river lieutenants, put on eye drops for their newly appointed river masters. The largest noble family in Hengshui town seems to be the Sue family. Relevant information emerged in Zhou Shan's mind. After being appointed as the river master in Hengshui town, he collected some information about the major forces in Hengshui town. Among them, the largest noble family in Hengshui town is the Sue family, and this Sue family has a close relationship with the Vajra Gate. When Zhou Shan first came to the county city, he attended a party held by Lu Lingwan, the daughter of Lu's family, the richest merchant in Dekang County. At the party, he was harassed by Su Mu, a disciple of Dueling sect, and he almost killed Su Mu with one move. Although the opponent did not die, he also left incurable injuries on his body. This Su Mu was from the Su family in Hengshui town. I just couldn't find an opportunity to establish my authority. Since you guys came to me, you can't blame me. Zhou Shan sneered in his heart. May I have your name? Zhou Shan looked at the river chief who was speaking. Come back to my lord, please go to Guantian Wei. The river chief replied immediately. Tian Wei, do you know the residences of the two he lieutenants? Zhou Shan asked. No, Tian Wei nodded. Okay, you lead the way. I want to see if they are really sick, or if they are pretending to be sick here, deliberately not coming to the camp, and absenting themselves from work. Zhou Shan snorted coldly. Facing Zhou Shan's order, Tian Wei, who was just a small river leader, naturally did not dare to refuse. Immediately, he took Zhou Shan to the house of He Yang, one of the two river captains. However, when Zhou Shan came to He Yang's house, he learned that He Yang was not at the house. Where did He Yang go? Zhou Shan used the soul deterring technique and directly asked the housekeeper of He Yang's house. At the invitation of Mr. Su, I went to Xingmanlu for a banquet. Under the soul deterring technique, the housekeeper of He Yang's house naturally answered Zhou Shan's questions honestly. Master Su. Which Master Su? Zhou Shan continued to ask. He is Mr. Su Mu from the Su family, the #1 family in Hengshui town. The butler answers all questions. Su Mu, it turns out he's the one who's up to something. Zhou Shan narrowed his eyes, already having a calculation in his mind, and then said to River Chief Tian Wei on the side, do you know where Xingmanlu is? Xingmanlu, this is the best restaurant in Hengshui town. Everyone who lives in Hengshui town knows about it. Tian Wei said, let's go to Xingmanlu, star-filled building, in a private room on the top floor. Master Su, count the time, today is the day when Lord Hebo takes office. Are you asking us to pretend to be sick just to kill the majesty of the new Lord Hebo? It's just a small problem to pretend to be sick, but Hebo is the commander after all, and we can't openly confront him. In the private room, sitting Su Mu, He Yang and another Heiwei Fan Yu. It's natural, I just can't stand this young boy named Zhou Shan. Su Mu smiled and said, in terms of qualifications, you two have been at Hebo Institute in Hengshui town for 10 years, and you have practiced. He has also achieved the 3rd level of Zhang training and has made a lot of achievements. The position of Hebo is vacant, and it should be the second one, but a man under 20 years old picked the peach. Quote, who made the other party the Jayuan of Jink martial arts examination? To be first in the provincial examination, with such a reputation, it is enough to deserve a lot of credit. He Yang and Fan Yu spoke with a sour tone. The reason why they agreed to Su Mu pretending to be ill was not only because of the 1,000 taels of silver that the latter sent to his house, but also because they were jealous and unwilling. If Zhou Shan hadn't airborne, then the position of Hebo would be there was a competition among the 3 Heiwei of Hebasuo in Hengshui town. They were all ready to go to the county town. As a result, they learned that the position of Hebo had been decided, which made them happy in vain. Naturally, they felt dissatisfied. Then Su Mu came to the door again and gave him 1,000 taels of silver. They pretended to be sick and killed one person. The prestige of killing the new Hebo. The two of them also followed the trend and accepted the silver. Boom. At this moment, the door of the private room was kicked open. Who? Shower, what's going on? Seeing the door being kicked open, Su Mu and the 3 of them frowned. He Heiwei, Fan Heiwei, didn't you say you were sick at home? Why are you here if you don't stay at home and rest well? Zhou Shan strode in and said lightly, in my opinion, your health very good. They are stronger than tigers and oxen. You are deliberately pretending to be sick. This is deceiving the superior. Moreover, I did not approve your request for leave. If you do not report to Hebo without approval, you will be absent from work without permission. Tian Hechang, according to the law, what should be done to those who deceive superiors and absent themselves from work? Quote, Sir, according to the law of Dakion, anyone who deceives the superior will be fined 20 taels of silver. Anyone who absents himself from work will be fined 10 taels of silver. Tian Wei thought for a while and replied, It turns out it's the new Lord Hebo, and we are willing to fine him 30 taels. Heyong and Fan Yu saw the official uniforms Zhou Shan was wearing and the copper-printed blue ribbon hanging around his waist. They immediately understood the identity of the other party and said immediately. They knew that if they pretended to be ill and refused to go, the newly appointed Hebo would use the excuse as an excuse, but they could afford it because they were only fined 30 taels of silver, not to mention just 30 taels. Even 100 taels was no problem. 30 taels at a time, and the 1,000 silver taels that Su Mu sent to his house were enough for them to deceive Shangguan and absent themselves from work more than 30 times. What if we follow military laws? Zhou Shan looked calm and said calmly. Ah, military law. River Chief Tian Wei was stunned for a moment. Yes, it is the law of the military. Zhou Shan said. Although the Zun camp is under the jurisdiction of the county governor's office, it is an institution in the military. The county governor's office issues military pay to the Zun camp, not salary. Since the people in the river patrol camp receive military pay, it is natural that all personnel must be regulated according to military laws. Quote, This, according to military law, those who deceive superiors will receive 50 military sticks, and those who absent themselves from work will receive 30 military sticks. Tian Wei thought for a moment and then said, Then what are you waiting for? The two river lieutenants Heyong and Fan Yu not only deceived Shangguan, but also absented themselves from work. Take them to me and beat them with 80 military sticks. Zhou Shan said coldly. What? Hit the 80 army stick hard. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that Zhou Shan would actually be dealt with according to military laws. In Dakion, there are many laws that restrict officials, but some laws have basically become decorations. For example, when it comes to absenteeism without permission, no one takes it seriously. Especially for high-ranking officials, if they don't report to the yamen for 10.5 days, nothing will happen. There is also deceiving the superiors. There is no official who does not lie. There is no official who will be punished for these two things. However, if Zhou Shan really wants to use the law to speak out, he is well-founded and no one can refute it. This is just like some companies in the previous life that formulated several unreasonable rules and wrote them into the employee handbook. Every new employee will read the employee handbook, but on weekdays there is no supervision at all, and no employee will. These regulations are one thing, but when it comes to layoffs, these unreasonable regulations will come into play. The company will punish employees for long-term violations of company regulations. Tian Wei, didn't you hear what I said? Why don't you take action yet? Zhou Shan gave River Chief Tian Wei a cold look. The two lords of Heiwei are offended. Hearing this, River Chief Tian Wei could only lead his soldiers and stepped forward. How dare you? Seeing Tian Wei step forward, Heyong and Fan Yu were furious, and a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. If they were really beaten with 80 military sticks, all face would be lost. If you still dare to resist, you will be punished with an additional penalty, and you will be beaten with 160 military sticks. Zhou Shan snorted coldly, and used the soul-destroying technique to suppress the spirits of the two river lieutenants, Heyong and Fan Yu, making their bodies unable to move for a moment, and then he was escorted down by Tian Wei. As for Sumu, Zhou Shan didn't even look at it. The other party did not stand up and speak, which was a wise choice. Although the opponent is a well-established Wu scholar, he cannot kill at will, but if he really wants to cause trouble, there are so many legal provisions, and it would be detrimental to Su Mu or the entire Su family to find a few. Still very easy. Bang 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 bang. In front of Mengsing Tower, the two Heyong and Fan Yu were pressed on a bench respectively. The soldiers from Hebasuo hit them with sticks. Since these two Hiwei had collected Su Mu's silver and wanted to kill him for his majesty, Zhou Shan had no need to give them face. He did not capture them and take them back to Hebo's camp for disposal, but directly ordered them to be killed. The punishment was carried out in front of Mengsing Tower, so that all the people coming and going could see this scene. All along, the 2 high-ranking officers of Hebasuo, who were 8th rank officials, were beaten with 160 military sticks in front of the common people, so as to establish their authority. Moreover, Zhou Shan overcame the spirit of the 2 Heiwei. Their bodies could not move, and naturally they could not gather their energy and blood. Although their skin and flesh were tough, their bodies would still be injured after being hit with 160 sticks. More importantly, being beaten with 160 military sticks in front of everyone, both of them lost their dignity. From now on, they will lose all their majesty in Hebasuo and even Hengshui town. Perhaps without Zhou Shan continuing to make things difficult, these 2 Heiwei would take the initiative to apply to their superiors to be transferred from the Hebo office in Hengshui town. At that time, Zhou Shan can use this to insert his own people. Among the giant spirit sect, there are many warriors with great reputations. The next day, in the square of Hebo camp, all the soldiers arrived at the square and stood in line. After yesterday's incident, Zhou Shan punished the 2 he captains in front of the Mengsing Tower and established his authority. Today, no soldier dared to be absent from Dian Mao. They all came to the camp early for fear that the newly appointed he captain Mr. Bo made use of the topic. Is everyone here? Zhou Shan glanced at the river leader Tian Wei. The 2 he lieutenants had suffered the humiliation of yesterday and had no face to come here today. Moreover, they also understood what Zhou Shan meant, so they wrote a transfer letter and sent it over, requesting to be transferred from the Hebo office in Hengshui town. His purpose has been achieved. Therefore, the 2 Heiwei did not come today, and Zhou Shan did not say much. Some laws and regulations must be strictly enforced when they are useful. When they are not needed, they are just decorations. Back to your lord. Lieutenant Wei Kanghe has taken 30 people out on a mission and has not yet returned. There are 123 soldiers present, for a total of 153, all of them are here. Tian Wei took a step forward and answered. All here. Zhou Shan held a roster in his hand and said, in addition to the military attaches with rank, the number of soldiers registered in the roster is 300. Even if you include those who are out on missions, there are only 183 people, 117 people are missing. You and I can count them all. Zhou Shan glanced at River Chief Tian Wei like a knife. Sir, the rest of the people are empty. Tian Wei said truthfully. Vacancy. Hearing this, Zhou Shan understood what was going on. The upper limit of soldiers set by Hebo was 300. When the 300 men are full, military pay will be distributed according to the share of the 300 soldiers. But in fact, there are no 300 soldiers in the Hebo Institute of Hengshui town, only 183, which is a little more than half. However, the military pay was still based on 300 men. The extra military pay naturally fell into the hands of Hebo, the officer in charge of Hebo, and several subordinate Hiwei also got a share of the pie. Eat short. This situation exists no matter where it is. Even if a superior officer comes to check, the soldiers with empty quotas can still be fooled by going out to perform tasks. If the chief officer is promoted, the new chief officer will continue to take the empty quota and earn money. Take empty pay. This is a major drawback of the military, but it has occurred in all dynasties and is difficult to eradicate. The vacancies of more than 100 soldiers can just fit in the people from the giant spirit sect. Zhou Shan secretly thought in his heart. The power of the dueling sect has reached its peak in Baisha County. If you want to go further, you can only get more training resources by marching into the county. But it is not easy to gain a foothold in the county. The resources of all parties have been occupied and divided by the major forces in the county. If you want to enter the county, you need an opportunity. It won't work if you force yourself to do it. Julingmin is not a dragon crossing the river, it is just the top power in a county. Even the Bai family, the number 1 family in Baisha County, has difficulty reaching out to the county. This is not to say that the strength of the Julingmin and the Bai family is weak. Even if you look at the county and city, whether it is the Julingmin or the Bai family, although they are not the top forces, they are still first-rate forces. But as an outsider, if you want to gain a foothold in a county where interests have been divided, you will definitely be targeted by many equal forces. It is difficult to defeat 4 people with 2 fists, so naturally you will not be able to gain a foothold. Unless it's a dragon crossing the river. For example, if you look at the top forces in one county, then if you want to expand your power to other counties, you will be a fierce dragon crossing the river. But now that Zhou Shan has become the Hebo of Hebo in Hengshui town, he can become a stepping stone to establish a foothold in Hengshui town. It is also very simple to arrange for the disciples of the giant spirit sect to come in. There are more than 100 soldiers with vacant positions. Just arrange for them to all perform tasks, and then sacrifice in the task. In this way, the quota will be vacant. As the highest officer of Hebo Institute, Zhou Shan can recruit soldiers on his own. Moreover, since more than 100 soldiers died, he could still receive a share of the prostitution money. Although there are some loopholes in the operation of this matter, no one has taken it seriously and exposed it. Otherwise, this matter would not only involve Zhou Shan alone, but also the previous Hebo, the previous Hebo, the previous Hebo, and so on. A series of people would be involved, and no one would dare to offend so many people. Moreover, Zhou Shan did this, even if he received an extra amount of provocation payment, it could be said that it was to eliminate the gap. 3 days later, the 2 river lieutenants, He Yang and Fan Yu, were transferred from the Hebo office in Hengshui town. With Zhou Shan's recommendation and the operation of the dueling sect, the third senior brother Sha Zhang was transferred to the Hebo office in Hengshui town as the Heiwei. The other vacant Heiwei was made by a man named Xiaobo from Qingshui County. The warrior takes over. It is impossible for the sheriff's mansion to let the 2 vacant Heiwei positions be filled by duelingmen, even with Zhou Shan's recommendation. Otherwise, Hengshui town Hebo office will really become Zhou Shan's one-stop shop. At that time, was Hebo Institute a court institution or a force of the dueling sect? Regardless of balance or other considerations, the county governor's office would not let people from duelingmen serve as 2 river captains. However, for Zhou Shan, one of the 3 Heiwei people is enough for him, and Zhaobo Heiwei from Qingshui County came to the Hebo Institute of Hengshui town. He also had the good sense to come to Zhou Shan to pay homage to the dock and express his gratitude to Zhou Shan in the future. They will all obey Zhou Shan's orders. Regardless of whether the words in this are true or false, at least Xiaobo's attitude is brought to bear. Xiaobo will not have any dissatisfaction in a short period of time. When Sha Zhang came to Hebasuo in Hengshui town, he brought more than 100 disciples from the dueling sect with him. Third senior brother, what's your plan? In Hebo's study, Zhou Shan stood up and poured a cup of tea for Sha Zhang, and then asked. The giant spirit sect has always wanted to expand its power, but has had no opportunity. Now, Zhou Shan has become Hebo of Hebo office in Hengshui town, and Sha Zhang has become Heiwei again. This opportunity has come. Hengshui town is only more than 100 miles away from the county seat, much closer than Baisha County, and Hengshui town is under the jurisdiction of Dekang County City. If you gain a foothold in Hengshui town, you can slowly move towards the county expanded. The resources of Hengshui town have basically been occupied by major forces. If the giant spirit sect wants to gain a foothold, it must get rid of some forces, and then annex the industries of these forces. This is the best way to gain a foothold in Hengshui town. The quick way. Sha Zhang thought for a while and said, Senior brother already has a goal. Zhou Shandao, no matter where you are, there is a black industry. Gangs exploit the people at the bottom, commit murder and arson, and commit all kinds of evil. In the past, they were not attacked because they had a protective umbrella behind them. After changing the chief officers, some gangs did not find new backers and had no one to support them, so they were naturally going to be attacked. Zhou Shan has no psychological burden for fighting against these underworld forces. I heard that when you first took office, junior brother, Su Mu from the Su family gave you eye drops and asked the 2 captains to pretend to be sick and not report to the camp. Sha Zhang said with a cold look in his eyes, in that case, then let's take action on the Su family. What should senior brother do? Zhou Shan asked. Since we have entered the court as officials, we must be honest and dignified when dealing with the Su family. Sha Zhang smiled and said, our sect has made preparations many years ago to take over the county. Especially it is the Vajra sect that has enmity with our sect. We have already collected the industrial information of the Vajra sect and some of its affiliated forces. The biggest business of the Sue family is the jade business, but the Sue family does not have much jade in their hands. The mine, after investigation, was found to be related to smuggling. As long as we attack from this area, it will be enough to cause serious damage to the Sue family. Quote. Smuggling. Zhou Shan nodded. Dekang County is close to the East China Sea. Although there is no established port, there are many merchant ships heading to Donghai Mansion. However, ships entering and leaving the commercial port must pay taxes. Although according to the rules of the Dakian court, distinguished scholars and nobles with titles can be exempted from taxes to a certain extent, but that must be an industry produced and sold locally. For example, if you only have the title of Wu Shokai, you can only do business in the town tax-free. But if you have the title of Wu Scholar, you can do business tax-free in one county. Once you cross counties, you will have to pay taxes for both imports and exports. Tax. For example, some industries in Julingmen can enjoy tax-free policies in Baisha County, but if they go to other counties, such as Qingshui County, they have to pay taxes to the Qingshui County government, and they also have to pay taxes when they go to the county. Pay taxes. Maritime trade means doing business with other countries. Even the princes and princes in the imperial court cannot be completely tax-free. At most, they can only get exemptions on some items, let alone the scholars who have just obtained the martial arts examination. Naturally, this is also the case. Have to pay taxes. Smuggling also comes from this. Next, Sha Zhang told Zhou Shan a lot of information about the Sue family. On the other side of the East China Sea, there are many countries. Among them, there is a country called Baoyu Country, which is extremely rich in jade. In the Baoyu Kingdom, even ordinary civilians wear various utensils made of jade, so jade is extremely cheap in the Baoyu Kingdom. The Sue family mainly smuggles jade from the Baoyu Kingdom, then processes and carves it into exquisite jade articles, and sells them in their own jewelry stores. The price suddenly increases more than 10 times, or even dozens of times, without paying any fees. Tax. The information Sha Zhang knew about the Sue family's smuggling was quite detailed, and it was obvious that he was well prepared. In addition to patrolling the rivers, combating water bandits, and exterminating rebellious monsters, the Hebo Institute is also responsible for anti-smuggling. There are 3 Heiwei in the Hebo Institute, and one of them is specifically responsible for anti-smuggling things. As long as the smuggling ship passes through the Hengshui River, it will be under the control of Hebo of Hengshui Town. Now that senior brother has an idea, then this matter will be left to senior brother to take full responsibility. Zhou Shandao. No problem, leave this matter to me. Sha Zhang said. As long as we attack the Sue family's smuggling ships and seize their goods a few more times, I don't believe that the Sue family can keep silent and not take action. As long as we take action, then our chance comes. Even if the Sue family is caught smuggling jade, the ship will be seized and a fine of some silver will not be enough to kill the Sue family. However, this is only part of the plan. Sha Yang's main purpose is to force the Sue family to take action. As long as the Sue family can't help but take action and use off-board moves, they will be caught. There is a huge difference between assassinating a court official and smuggling jade. As long as someone is caught assassinating a court official, even if a member of the Sue family is famous, they will not be able to save the family. But there are also some risks. Even if the Sue family wants to take action, they will not use their own people. Instead, they will invite some people who were originally wanted by the court. Whether they can catch the Sue family depends on the game between the two parties. Who is more skilled? A cut above. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed since Zhou Shan came to Hengshui town. This month, he has been practicing every day. The practice of martial arts has reached a bottleneck. If you want to create the phase of qi and blood, you need spiritual objects from heaven and earth, so Zhou Shan spends his time on the cultivation of immortality. During the day, visualize the image of the sunlight bodhisattva and absorb the sunlight to practice. At night, visualize the moonlight bodhisattva and absorb the moonlight for practice. In the Joshin Sea of consciousness, there is a big sun and a bright moon, rotating around the soul, absorbing the moonlight and sunlight to practice, and his soul is growing stronger every day. In addition to the improvement brought by talent, the mental attributes have also improved a lot, and have already exceeded 750. The other side, Sha Zhang is responsible for patrolling Hengshui River. In 1 month, the Sue family's jade smuggling ship had been impounded twice. Because of this matter, the Sue family also held a family meeting. Master, our ship has been impounded twice this month. We need to find a way. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. If the ship is impounded twice, then our work for the past 6 months will be in vain. If you ask me, this is all Sue Mu's fault. If he didn't provoke the new Hebo Joshan, how could he specifically target our Sue family and seize our boat? You can't say that. You can't blame Sue Mu entirely. Hebo Joshan and Heiwei Shajiang who captured our boat are both disciples of the Dueling sect, and our Sue family is on good terms with the Vajra sect. Even without Sue Mu, they will also target our Sue family. Yes, the Giant Spirit sect is not at odds with the Diamond sect. It will be a matter of time before they take action against our Sue family. According to the rules, the silver we originally wanted to give to Hebo Suo was not given to us. No matter what, we need to solve the immediate trouble first. We can't afford the loss. Quote. One elder after another spoke. Although the Sue family has channels to import cheaper jade from the Baoyu kingdom, and the cost is much lower than at home, they cannot withstand losses again and again, and if they want to smuggle it, they have to be careful. For example, the customs responsible for maritime patrols need to be managed. Otherwise, you may be caught by customs at sea, and it is impossible for you to pass through the sea area so smoothly. Also, entering the Kanglin River from the sea area requires spending money to pass through the camp stationed by the Dekang Navy. RBI. Otherwise, if they encounter the patrol team of the Dekang Navy, they can also detain the smuggling ship. This all costs money. Quiet, stop making noise. During this period of time, you all please stay safe and don't cause trouble for Zhou Shan and Sha Zhang on your own initiative. I have my own arrangements for this matter. Don't disturb my plan. Do you understand? Seeing the quarreling family elders below, Su Zan, the head of the Su family, spoke up and suppressed everyone's voices. Clear. Yes, master. We know what to do. Quote. Seeing that Su Zan had already made arrangements, these elders all wisely shut their mouths. In the past, the family council of elders could still compete with the family leader. However, half a year ago, after Su Zan became the only super-class warrior in the Su family to achieve the 4 realms of blood exchange, the council of elders has been suppressed. No one can disobey Su Zan's will. Late at night, the Su family's mansion. In the study room, candlelight was still burning. Su Zan was sitting in the study, seemingly waiting for someone. After a while, a maid entered the study carrying a bowl of health soup. Get down. After the maid put down the health soup, Su Zan waved her hand. Tell me who you want me to kill this time. However, the maid did not retreat, but made a man's voice. This is possession by the soul. Su Zan's eyes showed surprise, but he soon regained his composure and said, it seems that this time Brother Qin retreated and condensed the first Yin Shen Dharma. Congratulations on your great improvement. We are all happy together. Brother Su, you have also created the first Qi and blood phase and become a blood-exchanging warrior. The maid smiled and said, Brother Su came to me this time, it's not to reminisce about old times, right? I'm in some trouble. Su Zan nodded. Tell me who to kill. The maid possessed by the spirit said, Hebo Suo Hebo Zhou Shan, and Hiwei Sha Zhang. Su Zan named the 2 people he wanted to kill. Hebo, Hiwei, you want me to kill the imperial official. Brother Qin is afraid. Brother Su has misunderstood. We have cooperated for so many years. As long as Brother Su can afford the money, I can kill anyone no matter who it is. But to kill court officials, I have to pay more. How much? Well, I don't want any silver either. I heard that a martial arts genius with natural divine power came out of the Vajra sect. Such a martial arts genius is most suitable for refining corpses. He has the potential to become a flying zombie. The maid possessed by the spirit smiled and said, No, Jao Gang, as the leader of the King Kong sect, Han Lei, attaches great importance to it. If something goes wrong, he will definitely investigate with all his strength, and may even ask Taoist priests from Yingtianguan to take action. If any clues are discovered, we will only die. Su Zan refused directly. Hehe, what are you afraid of? Even if the Taoist priests from Yingtianguan want to investigate, they will only find the head of my corpse refining sect. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, this is not the first time you have done this. If you want me to take action, the reward is a disciple of the Diamond sect who is born with divine power. This time there is no need for the Sue family to take too much action. As long as you find a way to lure him out of the city, I will do it myself. In this way, even if the Vajra sect wants to investigate, it won't be able to find the Sue family. Although Suzan gave up, the monks of the corpse refining sect did not give up. You can't make any other requests. Hearing this, Suzan still didn't agree directly and frowned slightly. Then tell me a request that will impress me. The monk from the corpse refining sect smiled. Okay, but this time you have to take action first and kill Zhou Shan and Sha Zhang, and then I will find a way to lure Jao Gang out of the city. After thinking for a while, Suzan said, Jao Gang has innate supernatural power, which is the hope for the rise of King Kong sect. On weekdays, he basically doesn't go out of the city. He stays in the city to practice. Even if he wants to go out of the city, he always stays with Han Lei, the master of the Vajra sect. Therefore, it would take a lot of effort to lure Jao Gang out of the city. You need to give me some time. Quote, no problem, we have cooperated for more than 10 years, and I believe you will not lie to me. The monk of the corpse refining sect said, the people I want to kill are Zhou Shan and Sha Zhang. I have already remembered them and will take action in the next few days. Quote, as soon as the words fell, the soul of the monk from the corpse refining sect escaped from the body of this maid. Master. Why am I here? After the soul left, the maid regained consciousness and was a little confused. It's okay, let's get down. Suzan waved his hand and said. Hearing this, the maid didn't dare to say anything and exited the study honestly. Corpse refining sect, Suzan murmured, and relevant information about the corpse refining sect emerged in his mind. The corpse refining sect was a sect that existed during the Great Zhou dynasty. It was famous for its corpse refining. However, when the world was in turmoil, the corpse refining sect sided with the Great Zhou court. Therefore, after the Great Zhou dynasty was annihilated, the corpse refining sect was also encircled and suppressed by the Daqian court and the Tiansheng sect. The sect was destroyed, and only 2 or 3 big cats and small fish escaped with their lives. Over the past 600 years, the corpse refining sect has been born several times. However, just like the Wusheng sect, the corpse refining sect has been classified as a cult by the Daqian court. It is a type of demon sect that everyone can punish, was wiped out very quickly as soon as it was born. He met Qin Yuanji, a monk from the corpse refining sect, more than 10 years ago. At that time, he was not the head of the Sue family, but was only responsible for managing the jade shop business in a county. In an accidental situation, he met a seriously injured corpse refining sect cultivator, but at that time, he did not know that the other party came from the corpse refining sect and practiced the secret method of corpse refining. He only knew that he was a casual immortal cultivator. So, he recruited the other party and made him his guest official. With his help, Qin Yuanji quickly recovered from his injuries and then told Suzan's identity. After knowing Qin Yuanji's identity, Suzan didn't know how much he regretted. Anyone who was associated with the Wusheng sect and the corpse refining sect would be a complete traitor, but it was too late to regret it at that time. With the help of Qin Yuanji and the corpse refining sect hiding in the dark, Suzan also defeated several other brothers who were qualified to compete for the position of the head of the family step by step and became the head of the Sue family. In return, Suzan secretly took advantage of the Sue family and provided the corpse refining sect with a lot of rare cultivation resources. It can be said that he has been tied to the corpse refining sect and cannot get off the ship. Other people in the Sue family did not know about this, and Suzan did not dare to tell the Vajra sect. What a bullshit confession, this is just enough to fool a fool. If he dared to tell Han Lei, he would be arrested and taken to the county governor's mansion, and then the Taoists of Yingtian Temple would search his soul to ensure that there was no secret at all, and he could find out whenever he wet the bed. It was a great achievement to wipe out the Wusheng sect and the stronghold of the Lianxi sect. His small Sue family was nothing. Suzan knew Han Lei's character. As long as he dared to reveal that he had a relationship with the Lianxi sect, the other party would be happy to use the Sue family in exchange for credit. Hengyan Mountains. This is a mountain range 30 miles east of Hengshui town. Deep in the mountains, there is a swamp. This place is shrouded in poisonous fog and miasma all year round. Not to mention humans, even animals are very rare. Once you enter here and inhale the poisonous gas, you will be poisoned to death. There are poisonous insects and poisonous insects living in the swamp. But deep in the swamp, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. Whoosh! A group of souls flew from the direction of Hengshui town and fell into the figure sitting cross-legged. This person is Qin Yuanji, a monk from the corpse refining sect. Qin Yuanji waved his hand, and the swamp with green bubbles in front of him parted, revealing the corpses inside. There are 8 of these corpses in total. 7 of them exuded a faint golden light, and the whole body of the leading one was as if it were cast in gold water, exuding a dazzling golden light, except for the eyes that had not yet turned golden. It's quick. It will take up to 7 days for this golden armored corpse to reach perfection. Qin Yuanji looked at the body closest to him, which looked like it was made of gold water. Corpse refining sect is best at refining corpses. Among them, the refined corpses can be roughly divided into 4 types: iron corpse, silver corpse, gold corpse and flying zombie, which correspond to the first, second, third and fourth realms of martial arts practice. The golden corpse is equivalent to a 3-level Zhang martial artist. The flying zombies in the 4 realms are equivalent to super-class warriors who have exchanged blood in the 4 realms. As for the flying zombies who have reached the 4th realm, there must be more powerful zombies, such as the boneless bones whose strength is comparable to the masters of the 5th realm, and the even more powerful corpse king, corpse ancestor, etc. The zombie refining sect visualizes the ancestors of several zombies, such as Zhongchen, Han Bao, Hu Qing, Ying Go, Jian, etc. If only one of them appears, it is enough to bring disaster to the world. For example, Zhongchen, one of the ancestors of zombies, has endless corpse energy all over his body. These corpse gases are extremely polluting. As long as they appear anywhere, they will turn into a corpse city and a zombie country. Another example is Hanba, one of the ancestors of zombies. This is a fire-attributed zombie. Wherever it appears, it will cause a large-scale drought. Depending on the level of Hanba's cultivation, the scope of the impact will be different. But even if it has just been cultivated, it can still cause severe droughts within 1,000 miles. As the saying goes, when a drought demon comes into the world, the red land will spread thousands of miles. However, even during the Great Zhou dynasty, when the corpse refining sect was at its peak, there were only a few corpse kings. No one had cultivated to the realm of the corpse ancestor, and no one could refine zombies at the corpse ancestor level. The images of the yin gods of the ancestors visualized are all innate existences, and they belong to the category of gods. Qin Yuanji refined 8 golden armored corpses that were comparable to those of a 3rd-level Zhang warrior. One of the golden armored corpses was almost close to the state of perfection. Once both eyes turned golden, it had reached perfection. It was quite so the warrior completed a marrow cleansing, but had not yet created the qi and blood phase. He had reached the half-step 4th realm. However, the potential of the physical body he used to refine the golden armored corpse was limited. Reaching the perfection of the golden armored corpse was already the limit. If he wanted to go further, he could only use a more powerful physical body. Therefore, Qin Yuanji set his sights on the martial arts wizards with natural divine power from the Diamond sect. Of course, it would be better if we could kill Han Lei, the leader of the Vajra sect, and use his body to refine a corpse. We could directly refine it into a flying zombie without spending too much material. But Qin Yuanji does not have this strength. He had just condensed the first Yin Shen Dharma, and in terms of strength, he was equivalent to a warrior who exchanged blood once, and Han Lei had already exchanged blood 4 times. If the two met, he would definitely die. Qin Yuanji took out individual medicinal herbs from the mustard bag and threw them into the swamp. Immediately afterwards, the Taoist runes in the swamp were activated, refining the medicinal materials thrown into it, and turned it into a stream of energy that merged into the golden armored corpse that was about to reach perfection. In this swamp, Qin Yuanji has already set up a corpse refining formation. Refining corpse puppets is similar to refining treasures and spiritual weapons. The difference between corpse puppets and zombies is that corpse puppets have no consciousness of their own, just like a special treasure puppet, while zombies have their own consciousness and can cultivate and advance on their own. Therefore, corpse puppets have limited potential. But if you want to cultivate a conscious zombie that can cultivate and advance on its own, the conditions are much more difficult than refining a corpse puppet. Not only does it require the corpse itself, but it also requires a place that contains spiritual veins. Time flies. Soon, another 7 days passed. It's quiet at night. In Hebo's office, Zhou Shan and Xia Zhang were discussing matters. Junior brother, why are the Sue family so forbearing? It's been so long and they still haven't taken action. Xia Zhang said while slowly sipping the tea. This just shows that the Sue family is holding back a big move. Zhou Shan said, the Sue family must know the principle of not killing a snake, but suffering from it. If you don't take action now, you are not sure, but once you do it, it will be a thunderous strike. Quote. The head of the Sue family, Su Zan, is a blood-changing warrior. Junior brother, you can handle it, but there is a high probability that he will not take action on his own and will ask for foreign aid. If he asks for foreign help, the Sue family can only ask Han Lei, the master of the Vajra sect. However, don't be afraid even if Han Lei comes. Master has quietly arrived in the town. If something happens, we will rush over as soon as we send out the thunder whistle. Quote. Xia Zhang was not afraid. Since they have to deal with the Sue family, the giant spirit sect is naturally well prepared. Lin Yuanshang, the sect leader, had already set off quietly when Xia Zhang seized the Sue family's smuggling boat for the second time, and came to Hengshui town without anyone knowing. Senior brother, tell Cao Cao, and Cao Cao will be here. At this moment, Zhou Shan felt a huge killing intent approaching. Who is Cao Cao? Xia Zhang showed doubts. In this world, there is no such person as Cao Cao. Kang. At this time, Zhou Shan's mind controlled the blue water sword to unsheath it instantly and shoot out. The Bishui sword at this time was completely different from when he first obtained it. It was blended with Zhang gold and was much sharper than before. It looked like it was made of pure gold. This is a newly made clear water sword. With this clear water sword, Zhou Shan defeated many opponents without using the Yin Shen Dharma when he participated in the Jink Martial Arts Provincial Examination and won the first class assessment. During the actual combat assessment, he did not use the Yin Shen Dharma. Therefore, only a few people from the dueling sect knew that Zhou Shan had condensed the Yin Shen Dharma. It was precisely because he knew Zhou Shan's strength that Xia Zhang dared to take such a risk and charge directly forward. If a warrior who had just exchanged blood for one time attacked and killed them, Zhou Shan could handle it. Moreover, even if a warrior who had completed 2 or 3 blood exchanges attacked, Zhou Shan would still be able to deal with it. You can persist for some time, and Master Lin Yuanshang will arrive by then. Clang. The blue water sword flew out and struck directly at a black-robed man who appeared outside Hebasuo. 10,000 swords style. Zhou Shan controlled the blue water sword and instantly burst out thousands of sword energy. Dang 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 dang. The terrifying sword energy burst out, directly smashing all the robes of the black-robed man into pieces, revealing a golden body. The sword energy fell on the golden body one after another, and golden waves exploded. The sound of iron clashing. Have you been discovered? Qin Yuanji punched out instantly, knocking the Bishui sword away. At this time, his soul entered the golden armored corpse that had reached the level of perfection. His whole body was like being cast in golden water. It was indestructible, and in terms of hardness, it was harder than ordinary treasures. Treasure weapons are also divided into first, second and third levels. The golden armored corpse that has reached the perfection level has reached the level of a third level defensive treasure weapon in terms of defensive power. Zhou Shan's blue water sword was a second level treasure before it was blended into Zhang gold. After being blended into Zhang gold, it was also a third level treasure. Therefore, it was too difficult for the blue water sword to break through the defense of the golden armored corpse. Only if Zhou Shan's soul takes possession of the blue water sword can it be possible to break through the golden armored corpse. At the same time, in addition to being hard, the golden armored corpse also contains unique corpse energy. The corpse energy emitted by the golden armored corpse can pollute the soul and poison it. This is the golden armored corpse of the corpse refining sect. Hearing the noise, Xia Zhang immediately rushed out of the house. Then, he saw a figure that resisted countless sword energies and exuded golden light. Golden armored corpse, the Sue family actually colluded with the corpse refining sect. Zhou Shan also walked out of the house, with a solemn look on his face. The corpse refining sect is a cult like the Wusheng sect, and it is the target of vigorous attack by the imperial court. As long as they appear, if the Zhonghu sect kills the demons of the Wusheng sect and the corpse refining sect, they can go to the local government to collect the bounty, or they can exchange it for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It can be seen from this that the imperial court has zero tolerance for the Wusheng sect and the corpse refining sect. Boom boom. After being shocked, Sha Zhang also immediately released the thunder whistle. In the sky, a huge firework appeared. Moreover, the sound was like a thunder that shocked the world, and everyone in Hengshui town heard the sound. This is thunder whistle. Su Zan knew that Qin Yuanji was going to take action tonight, so he didn't sleep. The thunder whistle sounded, and he immediately knew that the thunder whistle came from the direction of Hebasuo. Qin Yuanji is a god-refining monk who has condensed the Yin Shen Dharma. He has to deal with two warriors who have not even reached the fourth realm. It is a matter of easy capture, or in other words, crushing them. How can they make them sound a thunderous whistle? Quote. Su Zan murmured to himself. In a battle of the same level, the four realms of immortality and the four realms of martial arts exchange blood. It is hard to say who will win between the two. It depends on the specific situation and you will not know until you actually fight. However, when the immortal cultivator of the fourth realm faces the Zhang warriors of the third realm, even if he has reached the perfection of the three realms and his qi and blood are like fire, but with the mysterious method of the immortal monks, the soul controls the treasure and shoots, the Zhang warriors of the third realm will not be able to react at all. Even if he doesn't succeed immediately, what's the use of the thunder whistle sent by Hebasuo? Could it be said that the two young boys in Hebasuo had a backup plan? He had a bad feeling in his heart. Giant sword style. Zhou Shan controlled the Bishui sword, and all the sword energy merged into one, turning into a huge sword dozens of meters long. Little tricks. Qin Yuanji united his hands. Immediately, majestic golden light mixed with corpse energy erupted out. In the void, it also turned into two golden hands. They clamped the dozens of meter giant sword in the air, and then shook the giant sword with force. Shattered. But just when Qin Yuanji wanted to move forward, a bright moon and a big sun flew out, and the sun and moon were in the sky. The moon's brilliance shone brightly, and streaks of moonlight sword energy shot out, slashing towards Qin Yuanji, while the sun released endless flames and cast a sea of fire to cover Qin Yuanji. Whether it is the moonlight sword energy or the endless flames, they target not only the body but also the soul. Especially the flames emitted by the sun, which contain the power of the sun's fire, have a restraining effect on all evil things in the world. The golden armored corpse that Qin Yuanji possessed also showed signs of being melted. The golden armored corpse has reached perfection, but it can only be regarded as a half-step fourth realm level after all. There is still a big gap from the real fourth realm flying zombie. Under the attack of the sun's fire, some Taoist runes on the golden armored corpse were damaged. The damage to the Taoist runes made it difficult for Qin Yuanji's soul to control the golden armored corpse. General's Dharma. In an instant, Qin Yuanji's soul emerged from the golden armored corpse. In the void, his soul immediately manifested the condensed Yin Shen Dharma. Roar. This Yin Shen Dharma corpse has a monstrous aura, a pair of terrible fangs, and a pair of wings behind it. As Qin Yuanji displayed the Yin God Dharma, the moon and sun in the void seemed to be fixed. The surging corpse gas enveloped the moon and sun like a tsunami, eroding the Taoist runes on them. Come back. Zhou Shan immediately took back the condensed moon and sun wheels. If the moon and sun wheels were damaged, it would affect his cultivation to a certain extent, and it would take time to condense again. You really don't know how to live or die. Seeing Zhou Shan taking back the moon and sun wheels, Qin Yuanji sneered in his heart. The moon and sun wheels were already stained with corpse gas. Once the soul touched them, it would immediately pollute the soul. Pharmacist Luli Guang Wang Shang. When taking back the moon and sun wheels, Zhou Shan's soul also instantly emerged from the shell, and then displayed the pharmacist Luli Guang Wang Shang. A Dharma image that exuded endless vitality and Buddha light shone on the moon and sun wheels, and the corpse gas contained on them immediately melted as quickly as ice and snow. The pharmacist Luli Guang Wang Shang can not only heal injuries, but also detoxify, and can even be said to be able to detoxify all poisons. What? You actually condensed the Yin Shen Dharma image? Qin Yuanji was shocked when he saw the pharmacist Luliguang Wangshang appearing in the void. The information given to him by the Sue family only asked him to kill 2 third-level internal organs. Although Zhou Shan practiced immortality, he was no more than 20 years old and was at most at the 3rd-level condensation level. How could he be a 4th-level soul refiner? You know, it took him more than 10 years to go from the 3rd-level condensation level to the 4th-level soul refiner. Retreat. Knowing that Zhou Shan was also a 4th-level soul refiner, Qin Yuanji knew that it was impossible. They were both 4th-level soul refiners, and it was impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. In addition to condensing a Yin Shen Dharma image, the opponent had also completed half of the progress of the other Dharma image cultivation and condensed the talisman. Once it was delayed until daytime, the opponent's talisman, which was like the sun, might be able to draw the power of the sun's fire. At that time, he would be at a disadvantage. It's too late to leave. At this time, Zhou Shan also felt a strong breath approaching. This strong breath was naturally his master Lin Yuanshang. Die. Lin Yuanshang's figure appeared and punched out. With this punch, 5 blood and qi images jumped out. The terrible blood and qi were hotter than the scorching sun, and were accompanied by 5 different forces of heaven and earth. The 5 blood and qi images condensed by Lin Yuanshang were Kui Niu, Earth Flying Bear, Flame Chihu, Tang Snake and Dragon Whale. Among these 5 blood and qi images, Kui Niu released the power of thunder and lightning, Earth Flying Bear mastered the power of the earth, and the attack was as heavy as a mountain, Flame Chihu spewed flames, and Tang Snake spit out ice. The Dragon Whale opened its huge mouth, which contained a terrible swallowing power. A real dragon whale can swallow the 5 lakes and 4 seas, mountains and rivers. Faced with such a terrible attack, Qin Yuanji was naturally unable to resist. The general and minister Dharma image he condensed was instantly severely damaged by the attack of the 5 blood and qi images. Master, just severely damage his soul, leave his remaining soul to the county city, and let the cultivators of Yingtian Temple take action to see if they can find the stronghold of the corpse refining sect. Just when Qin Yuanji's soul was about to be completely killed, Zhou Shan immediately spoke up to remind him. That makes sense. Lin Yuanshang nodded and retracted half of his strength when he attacked. Although killing a cultivator of the corpse refining sect had some merit, it was not as good as destroying a stronghold of the corpse refining sect. If he could find the stronghold of the corpse refining sect and follow the court to destroy it, perhaps he would be able to gather enough merit to exchange for the 6th blood exchange of the heaven and earth spirit. Soul suppressing technique. Facing Qin Yuanji's residual soul, Zhou Shan used the soul suppressing technique to control it. If Qin Yuanji was in his prime, and he was also a 4th-level immortal, his soul suppressing technique would not be able to control the other party, but now the other party's soul has been severely damaged, and only the residual soul is left, so he can't resist his soul suppressing technique. Zhou Shan planted the soul controlling talisman in Qin Yuanji's residual soul, and the 2 sides established a spiritual connection. Who asked you to kill me? After controlling Qin Yuan, Zhou Shan immediately asked. Su Zan of the Sue family. Qin Yuanji answered truthfully. Sue family, it's really them. I didn't expect that Su Zan, as the head of the Sue family, actually colluded with the monster of the corpse refining sect. He really deserved to die. Zhou Shan sneered. Su Zan, the head of the Sue family, has completed a blood transfusion. In order to be foolproof, you, master, need to take action. At this time, Sha Zhang also spoke. The Sue family colluded with the evil spirit of the corpse refining sect. As the righteous sect of the Zhanghu, our dueling sect has no choice but to kill the Sue family. When the time comes, we will just take over all its industries. Even the Vajra sect will not dare to say anything. After the voice fell, Lin Yuanshang's figure quickly disappeared and quickly rushed towards the direction of the Sue family. With Lin Yuanshang, who had exchanged blood 5 times, there would naturally be no accidents. No one in the Sue family was Lin Yuanshang's opponent, so Zhou Shan didn't need to worry too much. By asking Qin Yuanji's residual soul, Zhou Shan quickly found the location of Qin Yuanji's body. The body was hidden so far away. Zhou Shan came to the swamp in the Hengyan Mountains 30 miles away. This swamp was shrouded in a layer of poisonous fog and was a dead end for living things. Qin Yuanji's body was sitting cross-legged in a place in the swamp. Zhou Shan released his spirit and found another 7 golden armored corpses that were being sacrificed in the swamp. Together with the golden armored corpse that Qin Yuan had possessed before and reached the perfect state, there were 8 golden armored corpses. Zhou Shan waved his hand and put all the golden armored corpses into the mustard seed bag. Then, he rushed to the county city overnight and took Qin Yuanji to the county city and handed him over to the county magistrate for processing. In addition, there were 8 golden armored corpses that were all handed over in exchange for merits. Anyway, these golden armored corpses were useless in his hands. With the merit of capturing the 4th level spiritual cultivator of the corpse refining sect, Zhou Shan also successfully exchanged for a 4th level spiritual object thunder fruit used to forge the blood phase. Kui Niu phase. In a secret room for cultivation, Zhou Shan took out the secret book for forging the Kui Niu phase. What is Kui Niu? Kui Niu, as strong as an ox, with a blue body and no horns, 1 foot, there will be wind and rain when entering and leaving the water, its light is like the sun and the moon, its sound is like thunder, its name is Kui, and it controls the power of thunder and lightning. In addition to these introductions, the secret book contains the true intention of Kui Niu phase. On the true intention, there is a Kui Niu bathed in lightning, as big as a mountain, shaking the 4 directions. It is obviously just a picture on the secret book, but it is like facing a real Kui Niu. Start blood exchange. Zhou Shan took out the thunder fruit and swallowed it in 1 gulp. Qi and blood phase is the replacement of one's own qi and blood exchange in the body, and the old blood overflows from the body, and then the phase is cast. However, if there is no corresponding spiritual object of heaven and earth to assist, the qi and blood phase cast will not have any magical powers. Only by taking the spiritual objects of heaven and earth and integrating the energy of the spiritual objects of heaven and earth into the qi and blood phase can the phase be truly completed. Thunder fruit is one of the spiritual objects of heaven and earth that casts the Kui Niu phase. As long as it is a spiritual object of heaven and earth that contains thunder attribute energy, it can cast the Kui Niu phase. As the thunder fruit was swallowed, Zhou Shan sat cross-legged and began to push the qi and blood in the bone marrow with all his strength to start blood exchange. He had already completed a marrow cleansing. The reason why he had not cast the image was that he lacked the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Now that he had the spiritual objects of heaven and earth, it was not difficult for him to cast the blood and qi image. The blood and qi in his body surged and merged into the power of the thunder fruit. Rumble. The majestic blood and qi were forced out of Zhou Shan's body and gathered above his head. These blood and qi were all merged into the power of the thunder fruit, and there were lightning flashes in the blood and qi. As more and more blood and qi were released, Zhou Shan used the true intention of Kui Niu to gradually outline the blood and qi into the shape of Kui Niu and shape the true form of Kui Niu. 1 foot, ox head. Kang body, no horns. The true form diagram is as complex as the Yin Shen Dharma image. The Yin Shen Dharma image contains a number of Taoist runes, which are outlined by Taoist runes, and the true form diagram also contains a number of Taoist texts containing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. However, the immortal cultivators imprinted the Tao runes on their souls, while the martial arts practitioners transformed the blood and qi into Tao runes, and then imprinted them on their bodies, turning them into the blood and qi phase. As the Tao runes condensed one by one, the Kui Niu phase became more and more agile. Under the powerful spiritual power, it can be seen that the Kui Niu phase transformed by the blood and qi became more and more similar to the Kui Niu on the true form diagram, until the two completely matched to some extent. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Shan completed the outline of the blood and qi phase. All the Tao runes were completed, and a single-legged blue-bodied bull head appeared above his head, and the behemoth exuded thunder all over his body, and its roar was like thunder, like a thunder shocking the world. If it were not in a secret room with a strong sound insulation effect, then such a bull roar might make the people in the city think it was thunder, and they would immediately rush home to collect their clothes. Kui Niu phase, it's done. At this time, Zhou Shan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Kui Niu Shang above his head, his eyes filled with joy. After creating the first qi and blood, he officially entered the 4 realms to exchange blood. Moreover, he is a dual cultivator of immortality and martial arts. He has condensed a qi blood phase and a yin god dharma phase. His combat power is comparable to that of a second-time blood-changing warrior, and his methods are even more bizarre and changeable. After condensing the energy and blood phases, Zhou Shan returned to Hengshui town. On the other side, after the crimes of Su Zan of the Su family were exposed, all the Su family were convicted for it. Lin Yuanshang, the leader of the dueling sect, made contributions in this battle and successfully took over the Su family's industry. Even if the King Kong sect was unhappy about this, they did not dare to say anything. Moreover, in order to avoid being affected by the Su family, the King Kong sect also sent money everywhere. Otherwise, if someone handed over to the Vajra sect and labeled him as collaborating with the Su family, Han Lei would only be dead if he only changed blood warriors 4 times, even if he changed blood warriors 9 times, let alone Han Lei. In order to escape from it, Vajra sect shed a lot of blood. This made the Vajra sect hate the giant spirit sect even more. The other side, Ying Tianguan also interrogated a core refining sect stronghold from Qin Yuanji's remnant soul. The sheriff's mansion and Ying Tianguan immediately organized manpower and began to encircle and suppress the demons of the corpse refining sect. Lin Yuanshang and Zhou Shan also joined the encirclement and suppression team. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.